Testing, testing, right. So, hello. All right, I think we're good to go. So, I think a couple folks, at least one person, but I think it's been a couple over the last couple weeks, um, have brought up Mr. Sean Paul Reyes, Long Island Audit. Don't know much about him. Went to the page. Was reminded of the fact that I messaged him a month or two ago. He came up in my feed as an auditor. I've seen him here and there. Again, I don't keep up on really any of these folks, but I did actually reach out to him to message him about his billboard truck, because those of you who've been here for a while know that I have been working on putting a billboard design up in various aspects, bumper stickers, Ace doing the shirts, all the rest of it. So he never responded to me. By the way, it's been a week and a half, 2 weeks. So I was in contact with Gerald Salente's assistant, tried to get him on the broadcast. She's another one. They're another group of people. Don't get back to anybody. But let me stay focused here, because again, just a lot of these similar themes, and I'm not going to be entitled. Nobody owes me or anyone else an interaction. With that said, he apparently went to some cop's house. I guess we're going to find out in this court presentment, and of course we'll do some commentary. This is all through the paradigm of what the gorilla believes, doesn't believe, how he acts, doesn't act, which of course you may take with a grain of salt. I never have to tell the audience to do that, of course. But yeah, so we're just going to view that. Since someone brought it up, I figured why not? It's as good as anything else. We'll devote a segment completely to that, see what that's all about, where it goes, and of course do some commentary along the way about courting, legal, lawful, whatever the case may be. So I guess I'll throw a link down there. Wasn't going to, but just in case, I guess you folks have some knowledge that I don't on these matters and affairs, or if you see something and hear something and you want to bring up a point. So there's the link. And of course, or call in 602-730-0122. And let me know if I'm good on audio. I've been messing with my settings, visual, audio, all the rest of it. And we're not gonna, I'm not worried about it really anyway as of late, but we're not gonna do any personalizations here. You know, if you got issues with Mr. Reyes, or he's done something to you or not for you enough, that's not what this is going to be for, right? This is specifically if you have any knowledge on this case. I may open it up to experiences pertaining to him, if it pertains to the case, or if it's a character witness kind of thing, testimony kind of thing. I don't perceive that's going to be on the table, though. But you never know. We've had it here before, is my point when it comes to this guy and others. So, and of course, Long Island Audit, hailing from, this light is terrible, hailing from Long Island, obviously, or maybe not, if you are one of the folks who has to be told not to drink the contents of your battery, your car battery. So, yeah, we'll see if we can, see if you guys can watch. You can watch me and watch him and see if you can see some similarities there that we can deduce are correlative to the Long Island experience, right? Being born there, being from there, living there. Yeah. All right, let's just get right into it. Why not?
You are right now.
Oh, and also this is going to be 1.2 speed to try to avoid copyright strikes and all the rest of it. If it's unintelligible on your end, if it's a little too fast or whatever the case may be, then give me the high sign and we'll update as we go.
You are right now. You spit in my face. My property.
That's where he spit in my face.
He pulled a gun on me. Not then, sir. He went back in the house before that whole
He had to get his gun to shoot me. He said he was going to shoot me.
I have a gun, and I'm going to go shoot him right now.
You
That's not
covered
the
for
question,
him. He
sir.
menaced me with a firearm, and you covered for
We're
him.
done now?
Are you done defending criminals? My answer is that.
Yes, right? Yes.
My answer.
That's your answer,
My
sir.
answer is.
I'd ask our court to direct them to answer the question as asked.
I'm answering the question. Can you let it roll on the objection, or you're going to be aggressive? You're better than this, counselor. Come on. You are a state's attorney acting like a child. You're acting like a child. You're not supposed to be speaking right now, are you? Thanks.
You can keep mumbling under your breath as much as you want.
Are you so aggressive? Can you please be polite? People like you hate it when you get shouted. You hate it.
That's what that was about. The whole thing was about his actions as a law enforcement officer.
Yeah, and the lack of accountability he gets when he engages in criminal conduct.
Did you do any research into union contracts in the state of Connecticut as it relates to police officers and their departments on how they accrue overtime? Yes or no?
Not yet.
No.
So for the folks who are following this case, I probably should have did some or any research before we came on here, but and if I'm wrong, obviously correct me, but I believe that this court case is him suing the cop for apparently spitting on him or whatever the case may be. But I may actually just look it up right now just to confirm, in quotes, right, who's on the offense and who's on the defense here. Yeah, I don't believe that Long Island Audit has charges in this case. I do believe that this is a lawsuit by him toward the cop whose house he went to, who I believe spit on him, if I have those allegations correct.
Not yet.
Thanks for the tip.
Oh, you're welcome. Because you think you're the most unbiased reporter to be working
I'm
for that
tenacious.
Oh,
That's the word.
you get paid by clicks.
Just like journalists.
Journalists on CBS are getting paid by clicks.
Of course they are. Ad revenue, of course, counselor.
But the reality, sir, is that you can keep laughing. I know it's funny to you, but the reality is your videos.
No idea what you're talking about. I just stated the actions that he has engaged in multiple times unprovoked against me. Yes, those actions are reprehensible and he should be held accountable for them. But he's a cop, so he's not held accountable for them. And the world sees it. The world sees it. Judge, State's Attorney John Fahey, I don't even know if he has a relation to Mr. Fahey. Who knows? We don't have 23andMe DNA test.
He started to cite, and I'm sure he'll cite again, a Florida case which holds has no power in the state of Connecticut.
Obviously, he has no idea what he's talking about. He says that I cited a Florida case. Florida v. Jardines is a Supreme Court case, Judge. It's not a Florida case. It is binding on this court. When the elements of a crime fail, Judge, court of law has exactly one honest thing left to do. I do not guilty. Thank you, Judge.
Hey, what's up, guys? Jean-Paul Reyes with Long Island Audit here, back again with another video. In today's video, we're going to be taking a look at the conclusion of my trial here in the state of Connecticut. Make sure you watch to the end. I'm sure you're going to love this one. Again, big shout out to Taya and Steven from the Real News Network for getting permission to record this trial, promoting transparency throughout these proceedings.
So we have Kane down there. I saw Cameron post something about Kane going to court. And it seemed as if he was up to something in a positive sense. So at some point here, Kane, if you want to come up and give your testimony and kind of, fill me and the folks in on what your route is that you're going, right? So that they can get some feedback, to lean on the legal side or the lawful side, or, how they meet, if they meet. We can go over all that.
Make sure you hit the like button and share this video any way you can on social media so it can be seen by as many people as possible. We need to expose this injustice. Let's get into it.
Okay, so Damsel Medic is writing, and again, I know there's folks in this chat who keep up with all this down to the dot and the comma, right? The period. So she's claiming he's the defendant in this case. I wasn't aware of that. So again, I am also doing some research just to verify, because it seems he's had multiple cases. So this is the criminal trespassing charges they put on LIA. Okay. So right. Okay. Then if that's the case, then I do have some commentary here, because this is precisely why. And again, please do some more research while I do it so we can make it clear what we're actually seeing here. to be specific, so we don't, because I want to be very careful to not make any mistakes on what I'm saying and if it applies or not. But if this is a quote unquote defensive proceeding, see, even right there, you're accepting a status, a standing, a title, then I got a bunch of issues here. This is precisely why I don't go to court and argue the legal merit or the legal facts, right? Because you get caught up in a back and forth like you see right there. With that said, I've also never had a case out of the 10 that I've had and the at least 6 that I've decided to stand as a man under God with God-given rights. We've never gone to trial. So it seems to me this is some form of trial. I'm going to go ahead and guess right off the bat, this is some kind of administrative court. This is not a lawful court of what we consider to be United States of America, the way we understand it historically and the way we know it. What was the charges again? She had said, she had just brought it up. I believe she said criminal trespass. Right, criminal trespassing charges they put on LIA, right? So one of my big issues is in all of these court cases is it becomes a legalistic legal society endeavor, right? So now we have all the attorneys involved. They're talking. They have no firsthand knowledge. So now it's all hearsay. And we don't have the actual firsthand man or woman with the grievance and the claim moving the court. So this is a detriment to us on both sides when we don't have men and women who have actual claims who move the courts and are on the charging instrument. And again, I'd have to get the documentation. I'm just saying in a lot of these cases, the victim, in quotes, the supposed claimant, the would-be claimant becomes the victim and the witness rather than the claimant to move the court. So that's one of my beefs and issues with the modern day American court system is the fact that the legalist society are the ones who are moving it in every shape, form, or fashion, and they don't recognize man under God with God-given rights, and they don't require man to show up under God with God-given rights to move the court with a valid, verified claim of loss, injury, or harm. That's a serious issue on the offensive side and the defensive side, because now they'll try not to recognize you on the defensive side as a man under God with God-given rights. And if you want to bring a claim on the offensive side for remedy to address a grievance, they'll do like they did with me and many others and dismiss your cases because you're not talking legalistic speak, corporatistic speak, right? You're not a member of the legal society. You don't speak legalese. So maybe we just don't hear you and we don't see or hear your case, right? That's a problem. Especially when you have attorneys showing up on the offensive side who want to play games and act like state actors with bills and plays and acts and scripts. And they want to use statute, policy, and code to put on performances in the court and make things into more than what they should be. So not only do they want to come in and move a court with secondhand hearsay information, which is supposed to be non-admissible at court, they want to put on performances, do lies and frauds and grifts to try to turn things into more than what they are, right? So it's downplay on one side and try to erase all the wrongs you guys are all involved in and not addressing. And on the other side, it's play up all the bad and the wrong so they can try to criminalize the individual man or woman's rights. And this is exactly what happens on every land in every society when you give the courts and process and procedure over to legalistic, inauthentic corporate beta males is the term that I use, the ICBM, right? There's just no integrity. There's no responsibility. There's no accountability. There's no authenticity. It's just a bunch of clowns playing games, acting out acts in business suits, doing business, generating revenue. A bunch of failed Masons and actors is essentially what we got going on here, right? That actually can't start a broadcast and just talk and present and be engaging and interesting and entertaining. So they go to our lawful courts to take them over so they can dress up and play pretend and put on a show and act out. While they then claim we're all the ones making mockeries of these courts, right? That's you. 98% of your cases, you can't even show a victim. You don't have a valid verified claimant. The state of versus is not a who, it's a what. I don't know. I don't know how many times I have to go over this rap before these folks who call me. By the way, I went on a panel last night of supposed Republicans and conservatives and freedom folks. And what'd they do? I showed up to discuss the issues. They immediately, when they couldn't respond to the issues, stopped the whole broadcast and said, let's remind everyone that this is Paul Enslaved and he's part of the sovereign citizen movement. Yeah, let's remind everyone so you can demean and devalue the issues and the truth. So you can continue to push your bullshit and buy into lies, right? So how many times do I have to keep bringing this up that a lawful court on America needs a valid verified claimant? And if 95% of the charging instruments have a state of as a supposed claimant, that is a what, not a who. That is an illegitimate proceeding. And you guys are sitting at a court arguing to try to look cool and to try to make a point. Because that's all this is. You can tell by Sean Paul Reyes' demeanor on that stand. He doesn't take the law and rights seriously. He doesn't take the courting process seriously. This is all just one big game with all these people to try to prove the other is better or worse and all the rest of it, right? If you cared about the truth, rights, and freedom and lawful courting, you just stick to the facts. There's nothing else to talk about and prove here, because you know what yous are all proving with your demeanor and how you present here? That this land, this country, this people is an absolute corrupt fucking embarrassment on all sides. That none of yous got logic, morals, ethics, discipline, and a will to understand on any level. Okay? So the judgment's been made. Yous were all playing games to make a judgment on who did criminal trespass or not. While God is judging this whole fucking nation, who and what we are, what we stand for, and our inability to even fucking put two words together in a sentence at this point. Okay? The universe is bringing an effect for that cause. So you're sitting at an administrative court arguing with folks in a commercial capacity over legal facts when the charging instrument is illegitimate in a lawful sense. Please bring forth Mr. and Mrs. State of to take the stand. Please bring forth the man or the woman on the charging instrument so I can face my accuser. If you don't have an accuser for me to face and the being on the charging instrument is a what, not a who, we don't have a lawful, valid, verified claim or claimant. Why would you even continue to interact in a courtroom setting without a valid, verified claimant? Because you don't know the law. You don't use logic, morals, ethics, and common sense. You don't even understand legal practice, process, and procedure. And I could get as many dismissals in the world and everybody else around me, and you folks will still ignore it and act like it doesn't exist because Paul, he's a sovereign citizen. They got you all by the mind and heart and the balls. Users are all products of this matrix corporatist system, just by the way you live and act and speak, what you focus on and what you ignore, and what you label and judge incorrectly, by the way. When did the actual conservative Republicans who are upholding the law of the land, which is rights and freedom, become sovereign citizens, a pejorative term where you demean and devalue and deny what they're saying is true, even when they get the results? So let's get back, because again, square one, step one, I can't get past why Sean Paul Reyes and others are at a court in a commercial capacity, arguing with folks in a commercial capacity about a commercial endeavor called legalism with a legal society using legalese when they don't even have a valid verified claimant on the charging instrument. This is why I say you guys are goofy. You're beaten before you start. You don't even know how you're beaten before you start, and they prove you to be dishonorable and bad faith by reflecting back to them who and what they are. It's genius. It's genius. I do my own version of it here. They've taught me well. I did it with Mr. DeCastro. You'd have never found out Mr. DeCastro actually was what he seemed to be that you all couldn't see. Dishonorable and bad faith, chasing numbers and money and a following, and not chasing the truth, rights, and freedom. Yeah, he admitted it all right here. Do the math on the trifolds, playboy. They do it all with you too at court. You just didn't know it was happening. So again, you're willing to argue with lawyers over something that doesn't exist because you want to prove a point because you're vengeful and retributive. You're not good faith and honorable, and you're not logical, moral, and ethical. You don't understand legal and lawful. There's an old saying, it's better for a fool to keep his mouth shut than to go out in public, open his mouth, and confirm it to everyone and leave no doubt, right? This is exactly why the majority of auditors, non-auditors, and everybody else in between are not fit to govern themselves and are governed and will be governed into the future. And by the way, at some point here, we can touch on how all your activists and legal lawful gurus have now come out and are supporting destruction of property with flock cameras while they're crying and whining instead of addressing what got us here. Flock cameras didn't pop up overnight, dummies, slaves, liars, bad faith, dishonorable cretins. Flock cameras didn't pop up overnight. You guys complied and paid and begged for beyond decades, hundreds of years at this point, into a corporatist system. Then one day, the flock cameras, the effect of all the cause showed up. And what did you all do? Verified to everyone all in one moment why you need to be governed, why you're retributive and vengeful, and why you're bad faith and dishonorable. Because yous were all yelling private corporations this whole time in crony capitalism. And when the corporation came in privately to give yous all what you begged for, whether you know it or not, you went to destroy their property. It's unlawful. It's illegal. And you're now creating the pretext of what I've been talking about for over a decade, potentially, where they say we have a mass movement of sovereign citizens. Ironically enough, they're now going to call all of you what they've been calling me this whole time. And they're going to go after your social media and investigate you and potentially bring you up on charges. Because you, again, don't use logic, morals, and ethics. You're not accountable, responsible. You're not honest with yourself and others. And you regularly get tricked out of position by this beast and its system. And you think you're helping. Yeah, right. Freedom principles, spiritual faith. Let's destroy property from shore to shore. How about you just stop fucking complying? How about you just stop begging and voting? How about you just stop paying for your own slavery and genocide? Ever think of that for 200 motherfucking years? No, you didn't. And instead of doing the work that gets the results you say you deserve when you don't deserve it, instead of doing the work, serve to get what you want and need, you're going to be entitled now and act out and destroy property when you didn't do anything up until now of what you were supposed to do. How do I know? Because I have been, and I haven't seen you anywhere doing it, and I haven't heard about it. Cut the fucking games. Beg for slavery and pay for it on every level. Then when it shows up, you're going to act like the thing they've been calling us this whole time so you can verify it on record and get them to act out on us. Dummies. That's why you're not war masters. That's why you get tricked out of position everywhere in your life. That's why you get put on record as dishonorable and bad faith. That's why you get convicted. That's why you get treated like a rabble, animalistic slave. Because they're more right than you this whole time. What happens when the devil's been more true and right than you this whole time? Exactly. That's why we are where we're at. Because the devil, in quotes, this Saturnalian system is a reflection of who and what you all are. People get the government they deserve. And this latest flock simulation is proof of it. All you know is you're going to now be a part of something where you prove you're XYZ, you're deep in your pride. You know how you prove it? Standing alone under God with your rights, what I've been doing this whole time. Inspiring others around you to do the same. It's the recreation of the product of what God created and what we're meant to be, not destruction of products and property. You're backing kill, steal, destroy again, and you're calling it righteous and godly, and you're calling it American, and you're fucking deceived. And it's crazy that I, with my background in history, on the level of theft and property destruction and assault and drugs and all the rest, has to be the one to have a mind and heart and spiritual change over the last decade. And then bring this stuff to you, all the supposed civilized, sophisticated, everyday suburbanite statist. I have to come to you and explain to you the dynamics of true power and value versus criminality and corruption. Makes sense, actually, if you don't think about it. I guess I needed those early experiences so I know it, so I can move away from it. And when I see it around me and in life, call it out, so you don't go deeper into it. The answer always is and always was. Again, if you didn't have license, registration, insurance plates, and 15 fucking contracts with the state and U.S. corporation, they couldn't flock your sheepish ass. They can only flock you because you already all gave it all over to them and gave it away. Acting out and destroying property at this point in the game is fucking definitely not the answer. It's going to get you all hemmed up. Because let's be real, when the time comes for you bitch ass motherfuckers to stand by side and kill or die for this shit, you ain't going to be nowhere to be found. So stop acting like that's you. We know it's only 3 to 5% of folks during the revolutionary periods who will kill and die for some shit. And guess what? I laid eyes on most of you. It ain't you. And if it is me, I don't want it to be that. And I will not be there for that. Even if that is me, if it is able to be me, I will not partake in that. That's not an answer. Revolution means complete circle. We need resolution that comes from within and extends to our reality that we create. As within, so without, as above, so below. You folks want to reflect hell and call it righteousness. That's why I have to be your devil here with the truth. More cowardly bullshit. You don't get to sit on the internet and cheer on these people as they destroy property. You ain't gonna go do it. When they go to prison, you ain't gonna stand with them and do time with them and do shit for them. When the time comes for them to have to kill and die and really go all the way with it, you ain't going to be side by side with them. So why you whooping and hollering and acting like wrong is right and supporting this shit when you know where it all goes and you ain't ready? You never have been ready, obviously, because we wouldn't be here if you were. You stop fucking cooperating, complying, stop paying and called this shit out long ago, like the few of us out here you fucking demeaned and devalued and ignored, this would all be over. Stop blaming other people and making fucking excuses. This shit is embarrassing. Individually and collectively. Absolutely fucking embarrassing. I'm ranting and rambling. We got to get back.
Judicial District of Wyndham and Danielson is now open in session. The Honorable Judge Cody Guarnieri presiding. Afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Please see you.
All right. We are back on the record with respect to the matter of state Connecticut. Mr. Jean-Paul Reyes. Docket W1DCR 25-038386.
Exactly, Julian. Do you see the game? It doesn't matter. This court case doesn't matter. The dynamics of power and value matter, and everybody's showing they don't get it and slipped into the false version, the underworld. They're not in the overworld, and they're deep in the underworld, fighting in there, not realizing you're in the underworld. What's the difference? Who wins if you win in hell? Everyone's ready to destroy private property now instead of stop registering your own private property as state property. Right. One's a godlike move. Come out of her, my people, like the Christed being said, go with God, truth, life, and way. You don't do that. You don't go with God. You reflect the kill, steal, destroy. See the game? You won't stop registering your private property as state property and paying them and begging them to use it, but you will destroy a corporation's private property publicly used, right? See the ass backward inversion land? See how Lucifer gets you in its judgment every time while you claim to be good and great and righteous? You're not. You're literally reflecting back to them. And in a way, you're worse because, again, they're just executing what you all keep begging for and what's on record. You're now showing what's been in your heart this whole time: ignorance, arrogance, and hate. Vengefulness and retribution. This thing gets you all every time. You have to love it. Once you start to see the spiritual game of what this place is and what goes on here, you start to see how the people do it to themselves every time spiritually. It doesn't matter what the worldly stage shows. There's a whole backdrop of power and value, synchronicities and cosmic events happening and revealing an idea and a story. So again, the answer is not becoming like the thing you complain about, kill, steal, destroy. The answer is reflecting the God, truth, life, and way that you haven't yet, that got us here to the kill, steal, destroy, right? See, love, care, truth. First word of true care, true love is the answer. Becoming like the thing you complain about is never the answer. That's revolution again. We're going in circles again. We're looping. Beyond fascinating.
Mr. Reyes present. I understand that we're continuing with the state's final witness today. Is there anything to take up before we start?
The only comment, Judge, first of all, thank you for your indulgence in terms of accommodating the witness. Secondly, it probably won't matter since the evidence will probably conclude today, but it's troubling to the state that Mr. Reyes, and I agree to, in fact, it happens in most every criminal trial, agreed to a.
So Vaughn is down there. Vaughn tries to trigger me, or is just really that stupid. And you're getting to the point with me where I'm going to have you removed, because from day one, you've had this energy about you. And I pick it up and other people pick it up. And I don't know if you're aware of it, right? But I'm not going to run with it for more than a certain amount of time. I've already given you enough leeway. Okay. So if you want to play this game and project onto me, either, again, you're disingenuous or you're just stupid. Either way, I don't want people like you around me. Is pimp not a form of slaveholder? You know damn well here that we don't venerate and genuflect to folks who human traffic. Okay? You know damn well, I've said it 1,000 times here, that pimp is an acronym. Proper instruction motivates people. It's an energy I bring to the situation. It's pimp game energy. I'm laying down the law. You will get with it or you will get gone. According to God, as far as I can see it and tell it, and according to history, okay? So cut the games. Who you paid 40% of what you made to this year, Vaughn? They're the ones human trafficking. Don't come here and play the game with me. You're an agent, scum, if you do, whether you know it or not. Cosmically, you're an agent, scum, because you're playing a fucking power game to try to demean me and what I'm doing here. Don't like you. Don't want you around me. You won't even reflect what I'm doing, even though you know you need it. You rather play games with it. Get all the way, go all the way or go away. Not interested in your games. And then they'll say, oh, I was just being sarcastic, Paul, because I do know, but I'm going to act like I don't so I can get your attention and we can go back and forth and I can, act like a bitch. Yeah, we all know. That's part of the issue and the problem. So no, Vaughn, the reality of it is the real pimps are the state of and U.S. corporation. The real hoes are you and everybody else who pays them to run your life with code, pimp code. I just talk about it here and bring it up and then bring you the solution as far as I can see it. That's why it's pimp unslaved. We're unslaving all you broken hoes from your pimps that you don't even want to recognize and even know you're being pimped out by, let alone walk the fuck away and be your own bitch. See? You want to come here and play power games with me because you're powerless everywhere in your own life. Who are you kidding? Like, we don't know these dynamics by now.
Sequestration order. In fact, he sought the sequestration order and then proceeded to live stream an entire commentary outside the courthouse yesterday, including what witnesses testified to. So I would ask the court, should evidence continue beyond today, that Mr. Reyes be instructed that he should comply with the order that he asked for.
Anything to do before we start, Mr. Reyes? No. Very good. State Secretary, proceed.
Thank you. Attorney Eric Daigle.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear, solemnly sincerely affirm, the case may be that the evidence you shall give regarding this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name, title, and place of employment.
My name is Eric Daigle, D-A-I-G-L-E. I'm an attorney and I work for Daigle Law.
Good afternoon, Attorney Daigle.
Good afternoon.
By whom you employed?
I'm self-employed.
And could you tell the court sort of your career as it relates to law enforcement and what you're doing now?
So I am currently the principal and owner of Daigle Law Group. My career vast over the last 30 years. Starting in military police, I spent a decade with the Connecticut State Police, and I spent the last 25 years, I believe, 4 years as a...
By the way, for the folks who are getting a rap as anti-Semitic, a lawyer coming up and saying he runs Bagel Law Group isn't exactly the best. You might want to rename that, is what I'm saying. In the times that we're in, you know, I'm just saying, Bagel Law Group might not be the best name for your law group to not attract negative attention. I'm guessing.
Practicing attorney in the state of Connecticut. I spent 8 years as a civil litigator, and I spent the last 16 years as the owner of Daigle Law Group, which is a firm that focuses on management consultant for law enforcement operations across the country.
As part of your employment, were you employed by the Groton Town Police Department to take a look and conduct an internal, or I guess it would be an external investigation into an incident between the defendant, Sean Paul Reyes, and former Sergeant Brian Fahey of the State Police that occurred on July 11th of 2025?
Yes, State Law Group was retained to do that investigation.
Okay. As part of that investigation, did you and investigators for your firm look into the history of any animosity or incidents between Sergeant Fahey and the defendant?
The evidence.
It goes to one's knowledge when one is, one of the elements, as Mr. Reyes has aptly pointed out, is one's knowledge of whether their license and privilege should be on the property that the state alleges he trespassed on. Any animosity that had occurred prior to that date is relevant to his state of mind as it relates to that knowledge.
Judge, there wasn't animosity, but I don't think animosity would tell the court whether I knew I was licensed and privileged to be on the property on that day, especially incidents that happened years ago.
Well, I'll get into a little more of it, Judge, but as I understand the nature of events, just to give Your Honor a taste for purposes of ruling, there were at least 2 run-ins with Sergeant Fahey at Middletown headquarters that happened in 21 and 23. As a result of the first incident, Mr. Reyes filed a civil lawsuit which was pending against Brian Fahey, still pending against Brian Fahey at the time of the alleged trespass, and Brian Fahey was scheduled to be deposed a week after the alleged trespass. All that goes to the defendant's knowledge of whether he was privileged.
By the way, once again, we got all of you clowns running after cops and government, trying to get them in situations where you could sue them, but we don't have any evidence of you all upholding your rights and freedom. Your right to pack guns without begging and paying, your right to move your property without begging and paying, your right to own land without begging and paying. By the way, I and others have been censored, shadow banned, and all the rest of it. There goes your free speech. Why are you guys not getting with me and others to uphold and exercise your rights and the law of this land, but you are running around advertising, getting pushed in the algorithm, starting fights with cops, going to court cases to try to get money, and all the rest of it? Oh, right, because you're reflecting the thing you're complaining about again. Kill, steal, destroy. You're not being godlike. You're not following the commandments. You're not going with what your founders laid out as an American principle. You're not doing any of that. This is why, again, the devils, the wolves in, excuse me, the sheeps in wolves' clothing will always get pushed. Right? And I did say that backward on purpose. The corrupted worldly sheep in wolves' clothing who act like they're standing for everybody's rights and they're going to take down the machine and all the rest of it are reflecting all the dynamics they're complaining about while not reflecting the godlike dynamic. By the way, while all the audience says I'm the narcissistic, arrogant, evil, wicked, whatever bully, and say that Sean Paul Reyes, Chile de Castro, and all the rest are nice, kind, polite, they're heroes, they're doing a great job, while they're failing in real time, getting pushed by the algorithm, getting you all to believe that's where the power and value is. Because beast system matrix, while none of them put me and what we do and the truth on their back while we're censored and shadow banned, right? See the game? And again, you can't blame them because they've never had to go on a spiritual journey, because they've never cared enough to know the truth, and because the audience and the majority sucks up their nonsense and enables them and projects out that they're powerful and valuable. So everybody's pride and ego gets a stroking. Everybody feels a little bit more falsely empowered while they're disempowered in rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith. See the game? And you know why that this all exists? There's a psychology to the spirituality, because the content creators reflect the audience and the audience reflects the content creators, and both reflects their government, all unknowingly. The audience is just like the content creator, doesn't know the truth, doesn't want to know the truth, doesn't want to take the 1,000 hours to look in themselves and do the practices, doesn't want to apply it, wants to be a bunch of cowards and somehow be entitled to rights and freedom, while being a bunch of loser, coward, wicked failures, status, complaining and whining, right? Not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So That's why folks like this will always have the majority of folks collecting around them, paying them, supporting them, pushing them while the algorithm pushes them. Because they all engage in the same psychological and sub-psychological condition, lack of accountability, responsibility, and will to seek the truth and reflect it and be it. This is biblical. This is archetypal. This is every one of them every time, unless it's not. And when it's not, you can see it and know it. It's all right there. Absolutely incredible.
Privilege or license to be on Brian Fahey's property on July 11th of 2025.
Mr. Fahey already testified to this court that he never indicated to me that was personally prior to July 11, 2025, that was not licensed, that was not relevant on his property, Judge.
But that doesn't go to his state of mind. That's what's relevant.
Right. Long Island Audit said years ago, I'm taking your word for this. I don't know that to be true. But again, these guys, I get it because I was there. So I know me, so I know them. The difference is what I do with it versus what they do with it. They know that the cops aren't the main problem, but they've never stopped auditing cops. Why? Because that's what most unaccountable, irresponsible, cash-giving, product-buying slaves want to see. This is corporatism, by the way. This is why your courts are all reflecting corporatism and crony capitalism, because you all are reflecting it again. Oops. Oops. Had to come out of my tree hole to let you guys know that and then go back in. And see, if I don't practice solitude in certain ways, in certain aspects of my life, and stay focused on certain things, I get caught up in the rest of you guys' garbage and games and call it something other than what it is, right? See, I know myself to a certain extent. I'm a genius of myself. To some extent, right? So, right, they know cops aren't the real problem. They know what I'm saying is true, that we got to take our rights back with the courts and get that reflected on the ground with the cops. And the only way to do that is get every man and woman to know their rights and uphold them. That's not where the content, the views, and the money are, see? Predominantly. So the slave and its reprobate, corrupt mind and heart always goes where the most numbers and money are, never goes where the most truth, value, and empowerment actually is. Oops, there it is again. Mammon and Molech just showed up to say hello. As within, so without, as above, so below. This is ancient wisdom, eternal truth. Too busy figuring out how to buy $20,000 and $30,000 digital billboard trucks so you can promote your channel and everyone around you, while none of you stand for rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, but just get a lot of views and money not doing the right thing. That's another main theme here in this world, if you haven't noticed. Jesus wasn't a physically rich man. Jesus didn't have billboard trucks and all the rest of it. Jesus was one of, if not the only one, who stood for what's true and what's right and gave his life for it. You guys don't do that. And you don't encourage everyone else to do that, quite frankly. You love the fact that you're perceived as the one and the only one, and everyone gathers around you to support you in your ignorance and arrogance. You will not turn to your audience like I do and tell them, cool, you want to contribute and support, great. I'm thankful and grateful for that. I'm blessed. There was a time where I wouldn't even believe that existed. Now, let's get back to the fucking work for ourselves and each other, because you, just like I, need to be part of this. If not, we are fucked. We're never going to turn to their audience and force accountability and responsibility on the situation while they're getting viewed and paid to be everybody's idol worshipped hero. No, they ain't. Because that would require accountability and responsibility and inspiration and truth. And most of you don't have that. You got a glass ceiling on that. Let's get back. I mean, I could talk about these inherent archetypal power and value systems and how they reflect all the way down the line of the dimensions. But again, most people don't want to hear that and see that, interestingly enough.
The court will take into consideration its understanding of Mr. Fahey's testimony, but the court's going to overrule the objection.
Are you aware of any prior incidents between, as part of your investigation, did you become aware of prior incidents between the defendant, Jean-Paul Reyes, and Sergeant Fahey?
In the initial stages of the investigation, obviously it addresses the statements taken by the officers, addresses prior contact with Mr. Reyes. In the course of obtaining documents in the initial phase, we learned about the state police investigation. We learned about the interaction and just in the general aspect of the fact that there had been interactions between Mr. Reyes and Sergeant Fahey that stemmed back from 2021 and 2023 before this interaction on the day of the incident.
Were they cordial interactions or otherwise?
165,000 they're saying the truck was. Again, all of this is going to go on record. I had to face my death the last 2 or 3 years, and now I keep it close to me like I always do. And I remind myself, Paulie boy, don't do what they do. You can talk about it, but don't become it. Because it all goes away at some point, right? Whether it's the body or everything that extends off of it, historically even. So, once again, I reach out to the folks and say, let's come together to get on the land, to create community, to stand for something and do the activism together and do the billboards to bring attention to. We're lucky if we could come up with a couple G's. Great. That's more than most people can do coming on camera. I'm saying when we put it on the scales of justice, who's who, what's what do we stand for, what are the results? This is why everything is the way that it is, folks. Because when your boy here who doesn't know his rights in the law and doesn't stand on it everywhere in his life, snaps his fingers and says, I need 200 grand for a fucking advertising truck, it's right there. It's right there to advertise what they're not doing to make America great again. And that's exactly the way it's supposed to be. How do you think I feel knowing that I'm on the right side of history and have the solution and most of them won't take it because of who I am and who they are and what it all reflects? And then have to reflect on the fact that that's exactly the way it's supposed to be, as counterintuitive and instinctual as it is. Historically, spiritually, we know that's totally perfect in its imperfection. We're now reflecting the Christed beingness. The Christed beingness would have done things in his time they would have said he could never have done, what would have seemed like miracles. And when he put his hand out, if he needed 200 grand to create something for everyone, it wouldn't be there. It would be there for Barabbas and all the rest of the worldly clowns in and of the kingdom, right? That's exactly the way it's supposed to be. Why? Because this spirit, watch how it works. This spirit knows that if it gives you too much cash and worldly stuff, it's going to attract all the wrong attention. Oh, it's out ahead of everybody. This thing knows that this thing is only fit for folks who are willing to give everything up to be given everything back in eternal truth. That means your worldly pleasures and your comforts and your cash, which you call as king. No, no, no. Christ is king, remember they say, and that's allegorically. I don't talk about a man in the sky coming on a cloud. I'm talking about the experience and what it all means to us. See? God says, Paulie boy, you just do the right thing for the right reasons. You'll have everything you need and a little extra, and that's all you deserve, and that's all you need in and of in this world if you're not of it, right? Let them do the hundreds and thousands and millions of dollars. Let them bring in all the wrong attention for all the wrong reasons and the views and all the rest of it. You just stay in your lane and you do what you're supposed to do for the people who can feel you and understand it and are going to walk with it. We're going to really do the work while they all get the attention and get paid and neglect the work. And we're going to build credit and karma with the universe and each other. And don't kid yourself, that's going somewhere. Okay? The first shall be last, the last shall be first, the meek shall inherit the earth. The problem is they think the meek are the quiet and the weak. No, are the ones who just keep their head down, move forward, do what they're supposed to do for the right reasons, and let you all go to hell together while you claim to be doing the right thing while you're not doing any of what you're supposed to be doing. Okay? It's exactly how it's supposed to be. To get everybody where they belong and get everybody in judgment one way or the other, right? The great sifting, like is always talked about biblically, prophetically, the wheat from the chaff. This whole thing is literally on the fly. This universe, it's fascinating, amazing how I don't even know how it's possible, is making calculations and doing equations on the fly right now and going, give everybody what they want so they neglect what they need. So we can get them on record and in judgment about what's really in their soul and their spirit and what they really serve. So we could bring in the cause and effect on these motherfuckers. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. And it's miraculous ways and how it works. It's not even comprehensible to the mind of man. Can't even be comprehended how it's possible, yet the evidence of it is everywhere at all times. That's the experience of God. Everywhere we look and point and we discover, we bring the cover and the veil off, and we find it's the same power and value themes or the antithesis of it every time in this dualistic, complementary, seemingly paradoxical, reflective, holographic simulation, if you will. You know, another reason why it's exactly the way it's supposed to be, because if you tried to point out the holographic reflectivity of eternal truth to 85 or 90% of these moronic cowards here, they would not only not be able to see it, they would deny it as ridiculous outhand, right, at first presentment, and they would project onto you, demean and devalue you and attack you, or run off back to their culting and their supposed communities. How can you have a community when the root word is commune and none of you have individually ever communed with a higher sense of self and had a godly experience? And I know you haven't had it because you don't know what it is. And when it's put in front of you, you reject it. And when I ask you to explain it and describe it, you don't know right from wrong. Beyond laughable. And these are your heroes and idols and the people you're following and paying. You wonder why the world is the way that it is. These are the same people who, when I'm doing the work they're advertising for that they're not doing, I reach out to them. They say, yeah, Paulie, it's only going to cost you 10 grand for me to show up for an hour. This is why at one point, folks like me walked away from the constitutional table, got a gun and said, now we're going to tar and feather or we're going to just die. We're going to water the tree because you're all grotesque. They got the nerve to tell a motherfucker living it, he's going to pay them to talk to them because they got the money and the attention from all the slaves who don't live it. Never going to happen. And I'm glad you did it. I'm glad you said it and did it because all your garbage went right out the window in that one moment. I am the greatest servant. I'm not the greatest. I am an amazing servant at times of whatever this thing is and how it's using me. Because it makes me the bad guy and the enemy in truth and gets you all on record and in judgment every time. And I'm half the time not even aware that I'm doing it. And then I got to step back and go, this thing is using me so hard right now. It's getting all their idols and heroes and false prophets in judgment by what they're doing and saying. And all I got to do is just be me or I am that am. I'm not planning and fucking, you know what I mean? It's like it's every time with them. If you go back and check the record, that's why another reason they won't come over here or they need 10 grand because they've watched, they've got the reports. How many people were idol worshiping heroes who were supposedly leading and having followers and making a bunch of money who showed up over here, had me in their area and got into it with me and wound up putting everything they were on record they were lying about the whole time. Why is he free? Paul, we got guys with more money. Remember, your life coach? We got people with more money and attention. We don't need you no more, right? There it is again. Remember your boy, the prophetic, pathetic warrior? He was going to save the world with me, but had to go start his own broadcast because I get all the money and credit here. Where are you at now, you bitch-ass lying motherfucker? You weren't supposed to come on here to get money and credit for the shit you're not doing that I am doing, dummy. And the fact that you want it shows that you're bad faith and dishonorable. You don't understand inherent hierarchical power and value systems. You don't want to. You want to play false competition games and trick yourself and everyone out of position. Mr. DeCastro, same spirit. Do the math on the trifolds, playboy. Who cares if they're lying to everybody and your bad faith and they can't use your product? Who gives a fuck, playboy? Should we keep going down the list to all of them? All your idols, your heroes, the leaders, the influencers who are all full of shit, who are all chasing cash, who are all following policies and codes, all in debt to central bankers. When you show up in the face of someone telling the truth and living it, they attack them or try to blacklist them. Yeah. Goes on in every venue. Don't kid yourself. Because it's inherent power and value dynamics in systems, you can take this understanding to any field and you will find the same things going on in those fields. or evidence of the holographically reflected, by the way?
I've seen the video of the first one, and it didn't look very cordial to me, so I don't know.
Thank you. Did you become aware as part of your investigation that Mr. Reyes had driven a box truck that had video screens attached to it to Sergeant Fahey's house that day?
Objection. The evidence from the scene, the body worn cameras, and even Mr. Fahey's video, even Mr. Reyes's videos showed a box truck, the screen truck at the cul-de-sac.
What was the nature of the video that was being shown on that, if you recall?
I don't know the full nature of the video. I just know that it was pictures at certain times of Sergeant Fahey, but I don't know the details on a full loop of what was being shown.
Okay. Did it, if you know, did it have anything to do with the prior interactions?
I believe it did, just in the fact that.
So we're not going to come here and we're not going to project onto me that I've done meth when I've never done it once. And I've been candid about my history. Another thing all your favorite heroes and idols won't be honest about, the drugs they've done, the sexual escapades, all of it. They won't talk about none of it because it's all a fake ass store they've opened up online where you never find out who and what they really are, right? You're not going to come here and project onto me that because I'm animated and in alignment and I can rapid fire speak without looking and thinking and bullshitting and hemming and hawing. You're not going to project onto that a dysfunction and a lesser meaning and value. See what you all do? Actually, you are going to do it because I'm going to allow it because I'm going to get you on record too. Paulie's permanently spun out from meth that he never did. He didn't do it today. It's just the way he shows up. He's permanently spun out from the drugs he never did, right? If you're going to do the hit on me, why don't you ask me? I'll hand you the loaded gun. I'll put it right to my head like this until you pull the trigger. We ain't here for folks who don't want the truth, life, and way and understand redemption. I want them all gone out of here. I used to smoke PCP daily over 10, 12 years ago. You want to get into it? Don't talk about meth when I never did it. I used to take MDMA, methyl dioxymethamphetamine. Oh, it's got it in the name though. That's ecstasy. Used to take it daily. Used to inject it with heroin. You want to get into this conversation? We can do it. I don't mind it. I gotta go on record in front of God and the people with the truth over and over again and have trust and faith that I'll get everything that's meant for me under God. I can't hide and lie from the truth. The truth is my greatest asset, even the truth that I'd rather not admit, but understand is everything that made me what I am and gonna be. See the paradoxical? Dualistic, holographic, reflective acceptance through understanding. I'm not running and hiding from my past and the future and the truth and what it all means. I think there's some folks out there who tell you if I'm permanently spun out from the PCP and the MDMA and everything else I used to smoke and inject and all the rest of it, you might need some more of whatever the fuck I was doing out here because all your politicians can't show up and put two words together in a sentence without someone writing a script for them or reading off a damn screen. I'd say we better start getting more whatever the fuck I was taking out into the water supply instead of all that Pfizer and Moderna. If according to you, the drugs are what made me what I am. See more dishonorable, bad faith, false witness. It's not God. It's not talent and ability. It's not alignment with creation. It's not straight from the heart and the throat chakra because I've removed everything else out of my life. No. Paulie's a detriment. This is what they were doing to me all my life, by the way, if you let them. Paulie's demeaned and devalued. He's burnt out from the drugs. He's not operating on a completely productive, efficient level beyond all of us ignorant, arrogant slaves who can't put two words together in a sentence. No, he's spun out on the meth he never did. Is that my father again? Sounds like my father from age 12 to 25, telling me that I'm sick and I'm ridiculous and I have mental and emotional illness and the drugs got my brain. Are you gaslighting me again? Because once again, 85% of the things I brought up to him, I was fucking right about while he claimed to be right and I was wrong and sick, but future proofs past. And the last 6 to 10 years of simulation has really woke everyone the fuck up about conspiracy theories and what reality really is and always has been. Right. Maybe this is just what it looks and feels and sounds like when you're really fucking high on life and or tapped into that creative flowing force. Maybe it's not the methamphetamine or the MDMA or the PCP or anything else. Maybe I'm just on fire and inspired by truth, life, and way and what it could do for a motherfucker in this world. Did you ever consider that? Of course you didn't. Or maybe you did, but you want to lie about it because at your core, you're a Luciferian devilish creature, right? You don't want people to free themselves and each other from your gaslighting, projecting, bondage, vice, codependent hold, where you keep telling us how bad we are. We keep believing you, so we keep listening to you about what we're going to do and be. That shit's over. Never really took to begin with. Definitely over now with everything that God, the experience, and the people have been a part of with me. Definitely over now. They don't like that. They don't like that their deceptive, manipulative, wicked control system is done and over from the inside out because they no longer can gaslight and fear you and lie on you to manipulate you on any level. And I'm a big reason for that with a lot of people, okay? What I present here and what I show. Let's continue on. Thank you for being here, by the way. All you folks who come here to project onto me, lie on me, bear false witness, and insult me, all you do is put more gas in my tank to inspire me to do and be and have better, right? So thank you. I'm not mad at you. I don't hate you. I need you in this. I need you to hate so I can use you for your energy.
The interactions were well documented.
Were you made aware through your investigation as well of the fact that Mr. Reyes had filed a civil federal lawsuit against Mr. Beatty prior to July 11th of 2020?
I was aware of that, yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you also have occasion to interview Mr. Reyes for that investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did you agree? First of all, you see Mr. Reyes in the courtroom. Could you point him out for the court and tell me what he's wearing?
Yes, the gentleman there with the American top.
And the record reflects that identified the defendant.
Okay, so
Now, was Mr. Reyes under any obligation to speak to you?
he was not.
Did he agree to speak with you?
He did, yes.
Prior to speaking with him, did you attempt, as part of the fact that
I'm going to address this. I'm getting bored with this, man. I got to tell you. Call it my narcissism. I'd rather sit here and do audience engagement than even cover these fucking legalistic, corporatistic, lying, lukewarm, half-assed, half-baked clowns who don't stand for shit. They bore me. If they don't make me uncomfortable, make my skin crawl, they fucking bore me to tears. Why are you free in chat rights? Thank you for treating us like your father treated you. That's nice projection spin, but that's not what happened. It's actually the opposite. I was begging my father to give me what I'm giving you all day, every day, with a passion and a care. Wrong again. Projection again. Attempt to manipulate again. Thwarted. And again, they'll say, well, Paulie, they derailed the broadcast. No, they didn't, because I'm sitting here waiting to comment and listening to these folks and being bored to tears. And there's another hour and a half of this. All to go nowhere anyway, right? Fuck do I care? I get more interested, entertained, and inspired doing audience engagement and talking about power, value, dynamics, psychology, and subpsychology, because that's the answer to all this. That's the reason for all this. So again, nice try. And if you continue to do these things, you just get banned and thrown out of here, and you can make all the accounts you want. You're never going to get anywhere with this, because again, you keep lying to yourself and me and everyone else, whether you know it or not. I suspect you do. This is the opposite. I wished my father would have showed up in his life with a care and inspiration for truth, life, and way, and would give it to me when I asked. It was exactly the opposite of this dynamic. I am a response to what my father wasn't in certain ways. I am that. So what you really should say is, thanks for becoming like your father wasn't, so you could be the man you're supposed to be and be the daddy that you slave in the chat, never had, just like I never had beyond a certain point. A man who actually cares about what's true and what's right and is inspired to practice courage in order to secure that and himself and his future and everything that extends off him. That was the opposite of what we had going on, okay? It was a good try. You're dealing with someone who can reverse engineer here on the fly. I would think you would know that and understand who and what you are without ever meeting you or even laying eyes on you, because every word and sentence that you form has a meaning. And by the way, a lot of you come here under different accounts, but you speak the same way, so I know it's you. I don't know if you realize what level you're dealing with here of pattern recognition. I could deal with hundreds and thousands of people. There are some of you here who come here, you think you're getting one over on me. I know who you are or what you are by how you speak, the words you choose, and the way you lay them down. Why keep playing this game with me? I know I get it because you want me to prove what I'm saying to be true for you by you playing all these games with me and me thwarting it. That's how you subconsciously, you don't even know you're doing it, subconsciously get proof that I know what I'm talking about and I know you either as good or better than you know yourself because I know the truth, life, and way. So I know why you play your games with me, even when you don't know it, because this is your way of trying to verify what I'm saying is true or not. And I do a pretty darn good job every time. That's why you keep coming back for weeks and months and years to try to play these games with me, because you met your match with this one. Just like when I throw this link right now, you won't come up here because you've probably been here before and you know where it's going to go. Paul thinks he knows it all. You probably know better. So call in. 602-730-0122. Right. NDB agrees with me. He may not be the most intellectual and well-spoken, and he's got a little bit of a southern accent and a twang, and probably a very simple man in a lot of ways. But one thing we agree on is these motherfuckers are fake and boring. But that's what most people resonate with. Fake and boring. Acting and pretending. Why are you free and did your dad mistreat you? Well, I am free. Actually, thank you for asking. One of the reasons I'm free while they pound their hands and say, why is he free in the mind and heart, is because my father did mistreat me. I have to thank him for that. I have to thank the devil in the darkness. It's been my greatest teacher and tester in this life. Luke, I am your father style, right? Remember Darth Vader in the movie? There's a reason for all that. See? I'm not going to sit here and play prideful games and deny how the truth comes about. The crack is where the light enters. They say, Paulie boy, you have daddy issues, as if that's a knock on me. I'm supposed to have issues with my cosmic and biological fathers here who won't do what's true and what's right. So I don't wind up with issues with myself, not respecting and honoring myself and the truth. I'm supposed to have daddy issues when daddies all across the land are a bunch of lying, fake ass corporatist punk cowards. If you don't have daddy issues at that point, so you could get back under Father God, truth, life, and way, you're going to have a bigger problem in this life than just having some prideful daddy issues you don't want to talk about and face. You're supposed to have, like the scripture writes, son hate their father, daughter hate their mother if they cannot be honored, is the boil down, right? What happened? Your scripture that created a whole society and a culture right there reads, you're supposed to have mommy and daddy issues if your mommy and daddy are Babylonian lying punk cowards who don't serve God, the people, and their land, the country. Right. You think you're demeaning me while you're pointing out how I'm empowered. It just proves how disempowered you are while you miss the meaning. Literally demeaning yourself in your life while you think you're demeaning me. You can't demean who and what I am and what I do when the meaning is in alignment with co-creation. That's what the fool and the Luciferian tries to do. But we love it here. It exposes everything else, good and bad, in quotes. Right. Yous want to lie to yourself and each other and pretend to have fake ass love with your parents instead of holding them accountable and responsible for what they've done and not done. Most parents here on America have failed. Why? Because slavery and genocide runs your life. They did not protect you from the things that history tells us to be worried about or concerned with, not worried, concerned with, so that we act. They were too busy chasing cash to provide you worldly, materialistic things while not tending to their inner space and becoming what they were meant to be historically. That's why everything's going away now, corporately and spiritually. It's getting really dark and testing and challenging, and it's going to more and more while they claim to be winning in denial and delusion. Okay? So till the day comes where all you folks want to put aside your pride and face the fact that you all have failed and the evidence of your failure is the last 6 or 7 years and everything else around it, all your complete loss of rights while you claim it's for safety, you're more unsafe than ever. Yeah, that's where we're at. So again, if you meet people and they don't have mommy and daddy issues, they're probably full of shit and in denial and delusion. Might want to look for, once again, you might want to get whatever drugs I'm on that allow me to do a broadcast without reading off a teleprompter in the water supply for the rest of the slaves. You might want to like go and meet a whole bunch of other slaves or folks who don't want to be slaves anymore who have mommy and daddy issues, instead of acting like, you know, that's some kind of honorable position to have no issues with your punk ass mommy and daddy who sold us all out by selling their souls out long ago. I'd say if you don't have issues with yourself and them people, you got bigger issues with yourself and them people and where reality's going down the road. You just are the last to know. See?
Sure.
Let's
Investigation
skip
was still
ahead.
ongoing.
Can we skip ahead? Let's get to the part where your boy Reyes is on the stand here, no? Right. Well, we can't get, see, this is the thing, we can't, because I keep rapping and then they keep asking questions. So I'm caught in a rock and a hard place here. You claim people lost rights over the last 6 years. What's right did they lose? Thank you for asking. It's a great question. And I get to bring up a meme that's been seen over 70,000 times on Slavebook. I created it with AI slavery, of course. We were promised freedom. We got control. Your right to free speech, censored, shadow banned, canceled. Your right to bear arms. Many states you don't have a right to have a gun according to the legal system. New York is one of them where I'm from. You try to own a gun, they're going to criminalize you. You got to beg for permits and pay them. And oftentimes they don't grant the permit. They only give it to cops and military. That's ass backward when it comes to American values. Okay. And again, this isn't specifically over the last 6 years. I was just talking about lockdown genocide programs. Right. I was just talking about the lockdown genocide chemtrail programs and the shots and all the rest of it. Right. This has been going on. This has been going on way before new normal was old normal, because it was never normal. It was just normal for a bunch of ignorant, arrogant slaves. It was never normal for me. So let's just be clear on that. We're not just talking about the last 6 years. We're talking about everything that's leading up to where it's at and potentially where it's going. Okay. So you don't have a right exclusively on America, a state to stay, to bear arms. You don't have a right to free speech. You don't have a right to own property, because if you own the property outright debt free, you paid it off, you still got to pay house and land tax on it. And every year it's going up, up and up. You know what that means? If you ever are in a position like grandma is ever in a position, not my grandmother, I'm just saying a metaphor, or I'm giving you a hypothetical rather. If grandma's on Social Security and she can't afford the ever increasing inflated tax burdens on the house and the land, at some point the state comes and takes grandma's house and gives it to someone else for payment. That's redistribution of wealth. That's socialism, Marxism, collectivism, Pickenism, because I say it's all Luciferianism. You all like to argue over shit you don't understand. I like to keep it simple. Okay? So you no longer have a right to own property because you got to pay a lease. I don't care if it's $200 a year. You got to pay a lease forever, intergenerationally, right? That means you, your children, their children, everyone. Everyone's going to pay that tax forever. You get leases and rents is essentially what it is. And if you don't pay, they come and take the house. That means you don't actually own the property as we understand the etymology of ownership and how it's been understood for thousands of years. You don't have a right to travel anymore, which is a right illustrated or codified in the contract we call the Constitution. This is common sense, natural rights, but most people can't use logic, morals, and ethics to understand right from wrong. They somehow think servants get more rights and abilities than the men and women they serve. I'm still trying to figure out how that works. So you don't have a right to travel freely because they're going to be licensed, registered, taxed, and beg for permission. And then they're going to put 1,000 codes on you. And if you don't follow all that crap, they're going to criminalize your rights once again. You don't have a freedom from search and seizure because you're tracked and traced everywhere, and there's cameras everywhere, and the cops stop you with emergency lights, even if you're not committing a crime. And they tell you they're going to look inside your car, and they're going to look at your background, and they're going to go into your metaphysical history and all the rest of it. These are all different forms of search and seizure, because a seizure would also include a stoppage of one's forward movement. It is another synonym would be an arrest. So either to seize someone's movement and stop their movement, or to take their property. Okay. So there's your first 5. Do you want to continue? Because I can do this all day based on objective truth, life and way, and what the founders put down and what it's supposed to be, and common sense versus what it's become. Again, the fact that I should have to, you're out, we're not going to play this game every day of transcend the ego. If you transcended the ego, you wouldn't be in my chat box with 15 accounts every day telling me to do the same thing. Goodbye, you're done. Wasting your time. The fact that you have to ask me that question and I have to answer to you in such an extended format to prove to you that we've lost any rights, let alone pretty much all of them in some shape, form, or fashion, is precisely why the situation is what it is. I shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to ask that question. I shouldn't have to tell you. Okay? That's how far down the line we are in mind and heart control. You don't even know that you're in a prison camp right now, open air prison camp with no more rights, while paying your masters, the Epstein class, to rule over the property you don't own anymore. And that's why Klaus said by 2030, you're going to own nothing and be happy. And they all said, oh my God, what's never going to happen? We're going to fight back. Dummy, he only said it because it's already happened. You think they come out and tell you what they don't already know is already done? You already own nothing and are happy. You don't own your body. It's regulated by codes. You don't own your house. It's regulated by codes. You pay to keep it. When you don't, they take it. You don't own your car. It's regulated by codes. You pay to keep it. When you don't, they take it. You don't own your children. It's regulated by codes. If you don't send them to school, they come and take them. You don't own anything right now, and you dumbasses are okay with it. And you say, I'm the sovereign citizen enemy because you don't care about truth and knowing the law and right from wrong. And your best idols you worship and hero and pay for and follow don't seem to know this either, or they're not paid to talk about it. Either or, you pick one. Either they're lying and corrupt, or they're just stupid. Either way, remember the scene in Casino? It's right back to just base level criminology, right? The lowest level. Sometimes the simplest is the best. Remember in Casino when Robert De Niro brought the guy in who was right there when the scam happened? And he said, how could you be right there when the scam happened? You didn't see it? No, Ace, I didn't see it. He said, well, either you're in on it and you're corrupt, or you're too stupid to see it. Either way, we can't have you here. That's what he told them. And then he got into a whole big thing with his father, because his father was connected and it was supposed to be a nepotistic position, right? He was supposed to accept whatever went on, no matter what it was, because he had a connection to somebody, right? The same logic applies to all your government, your politicians you keep voting for, all your auditors and heroes. Well, first you have to be able to see and know and not be corrupt. Then you have to hold them to that standard. Either you're too stupid to see the truth and describe it or live it and be it, or you're corrupt and it's not profitable for you to see it and do it and be it. Either way, I can't have you here. Very simple. Apply that metric to all your content creators, heroes, influencers, leaders, and you will find out the metric works. 85% of them or more will be put right to the side in truth, in action, in righteousness, in logic, morals, and ethics, in consciousness and awareness versus lack thereof.
As the case may be, that the evidence you shall give regarding this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, upon penalty of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and town and state of residence.
Sean Paul Reyes, Dublin, New York. I have a company called Long Island Audit Inc., incorporated in New York State for the last 5.5 years. I primarily focus on government corruption, specifically law enforcement, politicians.
There it is. There it is. I just convicted him at the court of Unslavia. His first words after swearing to God is his primary focus in life is government corruption. Right. Your primary focus in life is not your own corruption and the corruption of your soul. Gotcha, bitch. That's everybody's mode and reality in this life. The reason I'm focusing on your corruption right now is because I've taken a deep look at my own for thousands of hours. That's how I know and can explain and be candid and transparent and touch the other folks out there and relate to them without ever meeting them in truth, life, and way, on the light side and the dark side, because they're both dualistic, complementary, holographic reflections of the experience. See? Gotcha. And everyone else missed it. If you understand what I just said right there and what it all means, you'll understand why everything is the way that it is. 85 to 90% of them on all sides' main focus is how everyone else out there is bad, wrong, and corrupt and slaved and blah, 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 without ever looking within into your mind and heart, who you are, what you've been, how you got that way, what you become, and where you're going. Because it's too challenging and testing to your pride and ego and what you want to do and be here and how they're going to pay you to do it. I know, I get it, son, but that's how we trick all of ourselves out of our position and our power. Because as within, so without. As above on Capitol Hill, so down on Blueberry Hill, right? You better find your thrill, like the old song used to say. Now I'm pimping a little bit, energetically, not selling pussy or body parts. If you want that, hit up your local politician. That's the new branding here, okay? Branding, non-branding. Guess what? The government's primary focus is finding all the corruption in every one of you citizen slaves, and they're really good at it. What they're not so good at is holding themselves and each other accountable and responsible to that same standard. That's you also on the ground. See how it works? These all reflect each other everywhere down the line. If you understand the power and value themes, which you don't. It's why you're not powerful. It's why you're not truly valuable. You got attention and money and numbers from a bunch of clowns who don't have power and value. But if we take that all away and we put you in front of God and ask you to speak it and understand it, you ain't got it. And you definitely ain't living it. Okay? Every time. We're not going to scroll my chat. If you scroll the chat, you just get banned. And now I accidentally banned Earth supporters, so now I got to go unban it.
And I report on those matters of public interest and conduct investigations as any other good journalist would. The typical assignment is I get some allegations, I go investigate those allegations, judge, and I report on those allegations. And when I investigate, I collect evidence for that, video evidence, documents, and I report on that. I have conducted numerous investigations at the residences of public officials, whether that be law enforcement officers, including police chiefs, district attorneys, politicians, legislators, specifically. And in every one of those instances, I make sure that I am on the lookout and aware of any no trespassing signs, any signs that would indicate to me that I am not welcome on the property. And that extends to when I go into public buildings. I frequently state on my videos, because part of my videos are educational for people. There are people that have done this. I've followed in my footsteps, and I want to be clear. I tell them, I narrate and I say, be on the lookout for restricted area signs, do not enter, no trespassing, anything that you do not go into any restricted area signs, because that's how you would get arrested. I have attorneys that I hire from my law firm and from my company to advise me on the law and advise me on different investigations I'm conducting to make sure that I'm conducting them lawfully. I've always been told, with respect to knocking on someone's door, that the general public has an implied license or privilege to knock on someone's door. And when told to briefly knock and when told to leave, to leave. There's been instances, Judge, where I've arrived, because sometimes, Judge, the public officials, law enforcement officers, legislators, district attorneys, they know I'm conducting the investigation and beforehand, and they've seen that I've gone to Brian Fady's residence to ask him about the overtime scandal, and they will preemptively put private property.
Do you see the game he's playing also, by the way? We're expected to believe that Sean Paul Reyes is just another member of the public who went to Captain Fahey's house because he just had a right to do it and thought he did. And he wasn't being vengeful and retributive. He wasn't trying to get a reaction. He wasn't trying to get content. He actually went over there to have a conversation man to man, or because he had a right to, right? You're bullshitting again. You're living in denial and delusion again. You're acting like because technically we can't prove that. We all don't know as people what you were up to. I wouldn't play that game at court. So when this case, I don't know where it goes. When this case fails and you don't get what you want and you don't realize why, that's going to be one of the reasons. And you're going to say, corruption, corruption. Yes, within you, because we know why you went there. To get a reaction, to get him out of his body, to see if someone will act out so you could get content and go viral. It's nothing about rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, honorability, or good faith, or any of the other able words and things we talk about, right? You think everybody in the court don't know that on some level? You wonder why I don't want to be called an auditor, even though at one point I was doing what you guys do. As good, if not better than, way better than, because you don't know the law and don't know yourselves and don't know truth and right from wrong, obviously. You're not willing to be all the way real with somebody to touch their spirit and relate to them. That's obvious too. Yous are all lying and frauding and acting and bullshitting in that courtroom all day, every day. I guess it's what it's become. I guess that's the home field for all you lying, grifting, inauthentic corporate males, right? You feel at home there doing it. I wish people would just own the position. Hey, I went down to Fahey's because I believed I had a right. And also I had a feeling he was going to act out and act like a fucking crazy person. And I thought it would be great content and it would be a conversation piece where we could have a teachable moment about pride and ego. You're not going to own that position and go all the way with it. You're going to sit there and talk to the judge like he's a fucking jerk off idiot and doesn't know what the fuck you're about on some level and not even provide him context to own it so he can understand if it is something non-malicious, non-vengeful, or retributive, which I don't believe that it is. I don't believe that you went there because you care like I do so much about psychology, subpsychology, sociology, and all the rest of it, that you wanted to get a reactionary, teachable moment so we could all reflect on it and do and be and have better. No, you wanted to get more clicks and views so you can get more cash to buy more $200,000 trucks. Let's get real with ourselves and each other. If that wasn't the case, you just spent a decade in seclusion like I and others have, going within and attempting to try to understand truth on multiple levels, if not all levels, to a certain point, true enough, so you could be an example of that and bring resolution not only to yourself, but to others. We haven't seen any of that yet. Because again, your first words were you swear to God that your primary focus in life is to find corruption in government, when your primary focus in life was supposed to be to get under God, do what's right, and root out the corruption within yourself. I shouldn't have to be your fucking daddy here, although I really am good at it. Some might say. Best stepdaddy online 3 or 5 years running. 3 to 5 years running. I think it's over 5 years now. I mean, I did run every election and rig every election, but hey, that's part of being in the modern day world. Corporatist males, right?
Property, no trespassing signs. Do not enter. But it always has verbiage that indicates to me that I would not be welcome on the property, and that my implied license has been revoked. And every single time a sign that indicated to me that I was not welcome on the property, or the general public was not welcome on the property to conduct a knock and talk, I never passed a sign that indicated to me that I wasn't welcome on the property. I do bring my 14-foot LED billboard truck to these investigations. In addition to an investigative journalist, I am an activist. First Amendment is my specialty. And I love our Constitution. I love to peacefully exercise my First Amendment rights. I try to remain calm in every situation.
There it is again. More bullshit and lies. I love my Constitution. You don't even know what's in there. Why are you LARPing and lying? Don't you understand that's a lie? You don't understand it as well, if not better than I do. I claim I don't understand it all or know what's in there completely because I've never gone through all aspects of it and what's been there before and was redacted and all the rest of it. And I don't need to, because at a certain point, you start to recognize the game of life, how it applies to everything. Okay. You just lied again. You think everyone at court doesn't know like I know? You're full of shit. You don't know what's in that Constitution. Who wants to do a challenge for Sean Paul Reyes that we'll give away $10,000 here, GoFundMe? Who's going to fund it? We'll do a challenge giveaway. Sean Paul Reyes, you just said you love the Constitution and you exemplify it and stand for it. I say you don't know what's in there. If you don't know what's in there, I say you just lied at court and you're just LARPing because it sounds good and feels good. You and the cops and everyone else don't know what's in there completely. If you did know what's in there and could interpret it on any level, you'd understand that in the Constitution is a dual jurisdiction that gave way to administrative court to slave you. You're an absolute fucking dunce. You are every Italian Long Islander who thinks they know something, who I grew up with, who was better at everything, man, who hated on me. And when we got to talking about truth off the baseball field and all the sports fields, you couldn't make sense there either. And you hated on me for that as well. It's every one of you. You're not competent, capable, and coordinated on any fucking level. And this is why I can't bond with them and relate to them. They go, Paulie boy's so arrogant. Yeah, because I went out with my father and he hit me 10 times with an 80-mile-an-hour ball at 12 years old, taking hundreds of pitches, while you all get $300 bats. I'm using a $40 aluminum one, and you can't put the bat on the ball. But you know, your family is like a famous family and you got a bunch of money, so you got to be value and important. Paulie boy sucks. Well, he's actually really good on the baseball field and in sports. He outcompetes all of us with little to no equipment. While we all have the best of the best, but we suck at everything. And when we go to talking about life and truth off the field, man, he's like pretty with it and makes sense and undoes all of our bullshit. So we hate him for that too. You'll learn that in life, folks. They don't mind if you do good, just not as good, if not better than them. In truth, right? It's not ego and pride. Ego and pride in the toxified is a false statement. Everything I'm saying is on record. Again, where did I learn the dynamics of true value and power versus false value and power? When we lived 10 different places. I'm exaggerating now. What? 4 or 5. I went to 4 or 5 different school districts for other reasons, whether we moved in living or not. I felt like that way, right? I learned the power and value dynamics on Comac, New York, a rich town where at the time my father, I guess, moved there because, you know, you're supposed to go to the nicest place and where you can't afford and barely have any money in the bank so we can all pretend and LARP, right? Yeah, I learned the power and value dynamics on Comac, New York, with a bunch of pussy coward children who come from pussy coward parents who can't perform when the time is right, even though they have all the best equipment, and lie and hate on everybody else to try to create false equalization campaigns. Like when my father ran for coach one year because he and I and all of us were tired of the garbage. So it was like one of those movie stories where you got to pick your people. So we picked a bunch of like ragtag folks who weren't with the garbage, who wound up doing real well. And we got to the championship. I think we went second place. We wound up losing. And there's a famous picture. There's a famous picture of everyone else with the trophy going like this because they're about to go get pizza and ice cream in second place, even though they lost. And I'm the guy. It's the greatest picture ever. We got to ask my father if he still got that one. It's me there with the trophy down at my hip with my head down crying because we'd lost. I didn't care about pizza and ice cream. We get pizza and ice cream every other day. I'm a fat fuck from Long Island, Irish and Italian. Pizza and ice creams every day. You guys are happy about being a bunch of fucking losers. That I'll never understand. I didn't understand it that day. I don't understand it today. And again, if I ever die of obesity or go back on heroin again or like get Charlie jerked, I'm not important enough. More people don't know what I'm saying is true and won't move on it for me to be important enough, most likely. Yeah, you can do the documentary and you can bring up that picture, right? You can go, if it didn't all start here, it was all clear right here in this one moment, what this is all going to be, you know? Right, let's get back. I'm now sharing anecdotes. Sometimes we muse here.
situation that I'm in and be respectful. I've done trainings at law enforcement agencies across the country in regards to First Amendment auditing. I've done trainings at district attorney's offices. I've been invited to do ride-alongs. I've conducted ride-alongs with law enforcement officers. I'm not anti-police or anti-law and order in any way.
No, you and everybody you're complaining about are just anti-truth, life, and way, and that's why we're all fucked in this culture and society if you're a part of it. I'm not a part of it, technically. I just interact with it, comment on it.
I love our Constitution.
By the way, what I just described is literally anti-Christ, in case you wanted to boil it down even more. It's literally the spirit that has inhabited this culture and society. While they all claim to do right and keep everyone safe, they're all anti-Christed and they refuse to acknowledge it.
I respect it, and I exercise that right peacefully in everything that I do. Purpose, on July 11th, 2025, the purpose of me going to Mr. Fahey's house was that I received a tip to look into Mr. Fahey's overtime. Because Mr. Fahey apparently works a whole lot of overtime in the last 3 years, and I was told that it was to boost his pension, that this is a problem. So this is a general problem in the state of Connecticut. There's been other reporting on this as well. So I went to Mr. Fahey's residence to ask him about that and to also see if he was home. And I believe it was 3:30, 3 o'clock when I arrived at the scene that day, and he was home, and it was a weekday. So that was that factored into part of my investigation on these overtime allegations and cooking books, is what I was told. When I knocked on the door, when I arrived on the scene, I saw, probably could have saved this court a lot of time. We looked at the private road, dead end, no turnaround sign, a lot. The state has brought a lot of evidence about that sign. Could have saved a lot of time. I saw the sign. I opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. I read the sign.
So now we're using courtroom because you're a failed actor and Mason. And by the way, you're not great at it either. To be sarcastic and try to get clips that you know you're going to use later in your broadcast. You think we don't know that? You think I, like the administrator, doesn't know that? Now what you're doing at court, you're now attempting to use this court as a way to advertise and market and create content. This is why you create a problem for all of us who want to film at court without using official cameras. Official and all the rest of it, among other things, right? It's not a joke. It's not a game. It's not for clicks and views and content. The fact that you all make it that is the problem. And again, you do that because you don't take the truth, rights, and freedom in the way seriously at all. That's why you don't live it. And we're expected to believe Sean Paul Reyes just went to this guy's house to hang out and see if he was home and talk to him, right? He didn't have a series of problems and issues with him beforehand that would have led him to believe maybe that wouldn't have been a good idea to show up there, right? He didn't know that. He didn't see that. More proof of why you need a daddy, I guess, and to be governed. Do you see what you just did there? You thought you were making a point by lying and pretending, and all you did was undo yourself and prove why they are all the way they are. I guess you need Paulie Boy, your online stepdaddy, to tell you next time, in or out of uniform, not to go to Brian Fahey's house because it's probably not going to turn out well. Oh, it is going to turn out well for you because you got viral clips and you get attention and make more money. Weird how that works. Like almost like a conflict of interest. You're saying one thing and doing something else because there's other intentions and motives you're not being honest about. You just convicted yourself at court as dishonorable and bad faith. Everyone in the room knows it. It doesn't matter if they speak it or not. It's going to influence the outcome like it always does.
I know exactly what the sign said. It said private road, dead end, no turnaround. I understood that sign, and I still understand. On that day, July 11, 2025, and until this day, I understand that sign to mean that the road is not a public road, it is maintained privately, that there is a dead end at the end of the road, and that there is no vehicle, there is not enough space on the road for a turnaround, to turn around a vehicle. That sign to me is a vehicle sign that's meant for a vehicle. That's what it meant to me on July 11, 2025. That's what I conveyed to my cameraman who I hired that day, Mr. Glover. I specifically told Mr. Glover to look for signs that indicate no trespassing, do not enter. And Judge, I was recording. I hired Mr. Glover to record that day. because I record all of my interactions, including with Mr. Daigle. Every interaction I have with the state actor, and Mr. Daigle might not work for the government anymore, even though he has for many years.
So now he's expecting us to believe that he brought a camera and a camera crew to simply document an interaction with a state worker. We're expected to believe that now. That's his testimony. He brought probably thousands of dollars in camera equipment, a $165,000 billboard truck, a separate cameraman to get a different angle. All because we document all interactions with state actors. You just lied again in a certain form. This is why you guys suck at court. You suck in life and you suck at court. You suck with your bitch too. Because after about 15 years of your bitch sitting around you without this good game that I'm putting out, she starts to realize who and what you are, what you're doing. She gets tired of your bullshit. So now you're just dishonorable and bad faith. Everything you say is scratched from the record. I don't want to hear it, whatever. You're a clown. See how it works? Your Honor, I was doing this and not doing that, and I swear to God, you can't prove it, and technically and whatever, and you're not being a man and being honorable, and you're not being good faith, and you're not being honest, and this isn't testimony, this is more cap. You're just like the attorneys, you're putting on a performance, even down to making jokes you're going to take and clip later so you can play it to your audience. This is how we got here, folks. This isn't the solution. Not even saying you couldn't do what you did. It's just when the time comes, if the time comes to go to court, you got to sit there and say, you know what, administrator, I was well within my rights, and I'm going to tell you what I was doing. I went over there because I figured he was going to act out and react, and I was going to get good shots of him trying to interfere with my rights and what I believed I had a right to do. Just fucking be honest and own the position. They'll respect you, and you'll have run of the courts. You'll have run of the home with your bitch, too. But you don't know how to be honest with yourself and others completely. You don't know how to be authentic and accountable with integrity. You're too fucking scared because your mommy and daddy and your teachers taught you in the cult day one to lie like a fucking rug. Matter of fact, they teach you to lie for them. If you lie for them, you lie to them. That's how that works. We're just using logic here. We're now back to a middle school, high school child who's explaining to their parents why they did what they did, and the parents are going, yeah, great stuff, Paulie boy. You're full of shit. You're talking around this. You're beating around the bush. You're denying what you did and why you did it. And we technically can't prove it, but we know what game you're playing. See, Sean, Paul, and the rest of these males have never grown up beyond middle school and high school, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. They've never grown or progressed. You could tell by how they carry themselves and how they choose to live their life when no one's watching or when everyone's watching. See? It's all right there. Inherent hierarchical power and value systems versus the lack thereof. Your power is the truth, not avoiding it and believing we all don't know what it is. Some of us do know ourselves. That's the point of being a judge. Judge is able to make a judgment. He knows himself on some level, listens to you, and makes a presumption and assumption about what really happened, because there's three sides to the story: your side, his side, and the truth. Just like I'm doing right now. I'm deducing exactly what happened beyond what they're both going to tell you happened and what they felt happened. We know, and they're never going to be honest about who and what they really are. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't, because they're not honest with themselves. If they were, they wouldn't do what they do the way they do it.
I don't trust the government. I don't. I want transparency. So I recorded the conversation with Mr. Daigle in accordance with—
You don't trust the government? You are the government of and by and for the people. And the reason these corporations stepped in is because of and by and for the people aren't trustworthy. We just proved it here with you, dummy. You're the best that we got, supposedly. And I'm doing the we as in the people on the ground who are desperate for a hero. Bonnie, what's her name? Bonnie Taylor style. We need a hero. Right. Of and by and for the people is the governance of this land. And because most people are not trustworthy and good faith in God we trust, remember that? The corporation stepped in. And I guess spiritually, well, they should, even though I don't like it. And it's a problem for me at times. I see why it exists. See the difference between logic, understanding why something exists, and even expounding upon it versus denying it because you don't like how it feels? I don't trust the government. Right. Who's going to be the government? You don't stand for your rights and freedoms. I don't trust you, bitch ass motherfucker. And God don't either, because you don't work with God. You try to use God and God's creation here. That's obvious. You don't want to be used by it. You want to use it. Exactly why you're governed the way you are. Exactly why you reflect what is.
Objection relevant to the line.
I mean, didn't you bring up the
With
recording?
respect to the recording of the interview with Mr. Daigle.
Yeah, why he recorded it doesn't matter. The fact he indicated, the whole purpose of bringing up that is that he said he wouldn't record it and he lied. That's the point. That's the credibility.
All right, so the court will sustain the objection, so we can continue.
So, State's Attorney Fahey is, just want to point out that he is indicating things that the witness did not testify to. The witness did not testify that I said I wouldn't record it. So let me be clear, and let me be clear about this. I never told Mr. Daigle that I would not record our conversation. I told Mr. Daigle informed me, as he testified, that he did not give me permission to record our Zoom. And I told him I understood his position. He didn't want to record it. That's on him. But he was recording it himself. So, Judge, I hired my cameraman, Tahim Glover, who testified to this court that he did not see any signs, any no trespassing signs that day.
Objection, Judge. This is argument, not testimony. He's testifying about what another witness said. If he wants to say that during final arguments, Your Honor is more welcome to. Reiterating what he claims another witness said.
He's doubling and tripling down. He's doubling and tripling down. You're proving my point for me here. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. This is why this is why I need to go be administrator at court. I miss my calling. Because I just slave you all every day till you get with the truth, God, and life, and you're better off for it, right? Mr. Reyes, isn't this movement about rights and freedoms, logic, morals, and ethics, common sense? If you need to have to see a sign in order to know right from wrong, you need to be governed. Somebody get this guy a competency hearing, please, immediately. The man is insane. Have you watched that obese character in the trailer who's censored and shadow banned at times? He knows what's going on. He can explain it to you. Not very likable, though. You're not going to like it. You just did it again. You guys think you're standing up in court in your goofy Sunday suit and you're proving something, and you're proving exactly why you all are where you're at, everything you fucking say and speak. Why you got no business simulating warfare and going to war when you ain't a war master. You ain't even a master yourself or the truth on any level. Every step that they make to attack or to make a claim undoes their foundation and the claim that they could make. Proves the claim of the other side. At this point in the trial, how far are we in already? We've already determined through an objective scale that both parties are dishonorable and bad faith. That's why culture and society is the way that it is. They're willing to come to court, swear to God, and lie because they don't believe God is real. And they don't believe they're accountable to anything other than government and fake ass courts. That's what got us here. That can't be the solution. You can't solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it. See how that works? Thank you, Mr. Sean Paul Reyes, for just telling the court and the world that you need signs everywhere and legalism and corporatism to know right from wrong, because you don't know it inherently, because you don't walk with the truth inside of your spirit that is put there by a living God. That's my name. That's why you need to be governed and will be governed, and I'm going to make sure of it. Paulie, I thought you hated the cops and the courts and all the rest of this. I thought you were all oppressed. I was my own worst enemy in life. Once I reconciled that, everything starts to get better, and I still got work to do. You want to deny that dynamic. You want to play the victim, but you haven't been the victor yet. Haven't conquered your own demons. You haven't demonstrated. The word is demon straight. By the way, we have another word breakdown, license. Put it on my slave book. Goes something along the lines of, greetings, class. Today's word is license. Use it in a sentence. L-I-E-S-E-N-S-E. The word of the day is license. If you don't have any license, you might think you need a license to move your own fucking property around. License. Okay? So again, this is why fuck legal lawful, fuck the Republicans, Democrats, all the rest of this garbage. You folks need 1,000 days in the wilderness. You need 1,000 days away from all these people, places, and things. You need 1,000 days to have the revelation and the discovery of who and what you really are on an energetic and informational level, and that everything either co-creates and extends off of that, or is destroyed because of the lack of that, right? The Christed versus the anti-Christed. You need that experience and that revelation. Till you have that and the veil is lifted and you can see things as they actually are, not as you want them to be, right? Then all your best efforts to help and solve this problem are only going to take you deeper into Shaitan's deceptive lair. This is cosmic quicksand, folks. Is what we're dealing with here. But Paulie's too dumb and fucked up from the meth and in a trailer to see it or know it, obviously. And we're too like smart and like successful in the world, we think, to even shut the fuck up and listen and actually look and see and understand, to know, to be, to get the result. Right. Ignorance and arrogance again. And that's exactly why God uses a character like me, because God uses the least among us, knowing that most of you won't take truth, life, and way because you're going to project onto where it comes from, which is why you're not fit to get it and you're not fit to do fellowship with me, right? Because you'll take a lie from your fake ass corporatist president because he looks good and sounds good, but you won't take the truth from a gorilla in a trailer because of where it comes from. That's reprobate corruption. You care more about the likability and the worldly connection than you do with a connection to God, truth, life, and way. That's why everyone is in the situation they're in, and you ain't going to convince me any other difference, because you can't explain any of it, and I can explain all of it in cause and effect, not in mythology, either in feelers and fake-ass history they tried to tell you. Direct, first-hand testimonial experience. What was my other word? I had two words there, license and something else. Slipped my mind. Slipped my heart. I try to do a mindless broadcast that's heartfelt, careful. If anybody remembers to refocus me on the other word that I had there, I'd like to get into it or touch upon it. Right, thank you. Someone's paying attention. Makes me feel good. Makes me feel like I'm involved in something here, maybe, possibly, other than a delusion or denial. Right, the word is right in the word, demonstrate. These folks haven't looked in to even uncover the fact that they're demonic, like Paulie Boy had to, in jail cells and in rehabs and in the broken homes and all the rest. Didn't have to, chose to, because he wanted to do and be better and understood there's a fucking problem here internally and externally. Okay, you just all lie to yourselves and everybody about it. So you haven't demonstrated within yourself. You haven't got your demons straight. And that's why every time you go to present, you do the opposite of demonstrate. You reveal the demon in you and how it's running your life and all your culture and society. See the game? See how courting really works? See how when they come here, I always figure out what's actually going on when they try to lie even about the details? Knowledge of self is knowledge of the universe. If I know me, I know you. And every statement that you make points to the state of consciousness that you are in and or the philosophy that you hold and live by. So once I get a hold of that, what you say, and reverse engineer it, now I know the core of your beingness. I know what moves your heart. And if I know what moves your heart, I know what moves this court. Because the word is conviction. See? It's all right there. It's been right there the whole time. The slave who's never had the revelatory experience and had the veil lifted just can't see it all for what it is and what it all means and what the implications are. You could win all day, every day in legal court and lose in God's court. Matter of fact, that's what the force of this whole thing would prefer. This is why I have so much care for Mr. Cameron down there, who I saw, whether he perceives it that way or not. This is how I'm perceiving it. Now, I may be delusional and just be abusive and a hater and all the rest. Okay. I honestly believe that there's a spirit moving in me and him. And again, the other side of that is true. The Luciferian aspect of both of us and all of us. Because again, there's no special, unique dynamic here where anybody's different or separate or above the program. Quite the opposite. So we can all speak on it and live into it one way or the other, right? Cameron is potentially, like myself, chosen by the God force, whoever, whatever created this thing or however it moves, is chosen to do certain work here. It's obvious and evident. The devil is the deceiver for a reason, because it gets us to believe we're doing the work when we're doing everything but that. We need to reflect on the fact constantly that you can win at court with a legal society or legalese and lose in God's court with the objective truth, life and way. And with what's right and true and correct, right? We have to hold ourselves to that common sense ability and that common core universal beingness. If we don't, that is our soul. We're going to reject that and sell that to win and prove something in the court while also proving something in God's court, that we serve that world in that way and that master, and therefore not this, because you can't serve two. We need to get the courts to recognize man and God and man's rights again in common language, common sense ability, common law. We don't need to become like this legalistic, corporatistic in-suit system so we can win and get false power while we neglect our original true power and resource the truth, life, way, God within our conscience and conscionability, logic, moral, and ethics, right? If we trade that for legalistic civil process and procedures so we can get results and win, we just fucking lost. And the devil's got us again, but it's a damn good performance. Hey, that's more than they all thought we could do, right? That's the game, see? We're going to prove to everybody how we're going to go in there and whoop them and this, that, and the third. Okay, yeah, we did that. Better go to the next level. See, it's real easy to get on the highway to heaven, real easy to get off at the exit and wind up on the highway to hell and think that you're doing the right thing. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Don't argue with me, argue with the cliches. I'm Paulie Cliche now in this moment. Everyone who does evil, fucked up, wrong shit that fucks ourselves and each other at some point in some way thinks they're doing the right thing or what makes sense or what feels good. That's the game. So again, not knocking it, quite the opposite. I'm saying you might be one of the few, if only, motherfuckers out here with a list of other folks who got what it takes to go the distance, presuming I do. And the only way that's going to happen is if we observe these certain archetypal, co-creative, core cosmic values. We neglect that and reject that and ignore that. We're ignorant and we are arrogant because we think we're above the cosmic program because we're going to win in a worldly program. That's how we lose it all. That's cleverness. That's not goodness and greatness. We need to understand the difference. That's compensation for some. That's not justice for all. We need to understand the difference. This is the danger of crony capitalism and this idea of an economy pervading all aspects of our life, to where even the courts become monetized like every other form of expression here. And you wonder why this has all come from a certain place and going another place. So yeah, we got a lot of work to do to get these folks on record and get them to observe man and their rights in their purest form, which is the closest thing to God in this realm, and then serve that. And the only way we're going to get them to do that is by being that. Anything less than that is tricking ourselves and each other out of our power and position. It's going nowhere. It's what got us here. All right, let's get back.
And you're gonna have
Oh, and by the way, this is my version of love, right? Like when I go into here and what I feel like, this is the closest thing to me saying that I have love for you or love for what we're united in. I don't know anything else. And I'm sure that there's a pro to that and potentially a con to that in a sense, right? When it comes to the emotional, romantic love and all the rest of this stuff, I never had that. I never had a mother. I never had none of that growing up. And I think in a way, in a sick, dark, twisted way, it's what prepared me to do this work. I can't afford to be bonded and connected with anything deceptive or transitory, like feelings that change in the wind. I can only choose to truly love and care and be bonded in something that is eternal, this truth, life, and way, because if not, it's going to fuck me and everybody in the interaction anyway, is what I've come to realize. That is true love and care. All the rest of that stuff is just connections and attachments. That comes and goes. This thing is forever, right? You think diamonds are forever? Every kiss begins with K? No. They got off on the exit again. This thing is forever, this truth, life, and way, because this is the thing that's going to, when you go to court, allow you to stand in honor and faith, and hopefully faithfully keep you the fuck out of court. Because if you got this one thing in your relationships, it's the one thing that's above all other things. If you don't have this thing in your relationship, all other things are going to go away, and so are you and that love, and you're going to see how real the hate is when the love was fake. Let me know if I need to say that again, because there's true love and care, and then there's the worldly, romantic, emotional love and care. They are not the same, and the people who defer to one versus the other are not the same. We are not equally yoked. Go away from me, I never knew you. I contend one is Christed love, under God, with God. The other is a worldly love, under the system and your feelers. Okay? And I could prove all that, I believe. Vaughn, I'm gonna see you later, brother. I don't want you here. I don't know why you want to be here, since you have so much bitterness and resentment toward me. You never have anything inspiring to say, and you never get with the inspirational energy. So I don't know why you really want to be here, but I don't want you here and need you here. So go find some other place to hang out and make your little quips and comments.
You're presenting a closing argument as well. You could turn back to your account.
Sure. Mr. Glover was recording that day. He took a recording from the moment I walked up the driveway to the moment I left, and I was on the public street again. I would like to introduce an exhibit. We spoke about this exhibit yesterday. It has no audio. It is just going to show my assent. It is cut from the original video, but other than that, as the court indicated to do, that to show the relevant portion, it is continuous, nonstop, not altered in the manner that, in the way that the ascent up the driveway and the descent off of the driveway was captured and accurately depicted. It was uploaded to my YouTube channel. And I would like to introduce that exhibit.
Mr. State seen this?
It's one of the ones that he sent me, as part of discovery. That's fine. I would indicate to the court I disagree. It's how it was uploaded to YouTube, because the YouTube video was cut. But
you know why Vaughn has bitterness and resentment he doesn't want to face? Because the first day he came here, we had a conversation about how his son wound up in prison, and he don't want to face that he's a big reason why his son wound up in prison, because till this day, 5 years later, bitch ass motherfucker won't face me with any kind of accountability, or himself, or the truth. Sorry, Vaughn. Life has consequences. You got to live out the consequences of your choices, right? Don't take out bitterness and resentment on me because you're not who and what you're meant to be. I'm literally here screaming at you all day, every day to become what you're meant to be. See the game? You're proof of the dynamic. You reject the authority of the truth, life, and way that would have got you and your son out of what yous all got yourselves into. And instead of running with it now, you reject it out hand in favor of what got you and your son where the fuck you're at. You like it. I love it, bro. You don't give us any other option. See? Get what you give in this life.
If it's one of the raw videos he provided to me in discovery, and I'll accept his word on that, then I will accept the edits he made. And if I object during it, I'll object during it. And I know Your Honor will be able to set that aside.
And you have that on a disk or
USB.
USB? And we have some method of displaying it?
I should be able to play through here if you want.
Yeah, I can do
it.
That would be great.
All right. So,
If you could just hand him that USB, that's right there. There's only one video on it.
there's a few here.
Just one of any one of them.
That's the video will be in this defendant's exhibit.
So if I may just indicate that before this video, while this video was being taken, I instructed Mr. Glover to record in front of me so it can capture what I was seeing. And you will see that in the video. Yeah, play it.
And just so it's clear, the video I received from Ms. Reyes was actually parts of the video before this, correct? And then where you're doing some narrating before you. Yeah, that was edited off at the request of the court, but I'm just saying this is a cut of this. It's not the complete video.
Yeah, I didn't ban you. Also, Earth supporter. You're not banned. I didn't ban you. You guys can say the Earth is flat or whatever else. I don't give a shit about that. It doesn't even matter. Earth supporter, I couldn't find you in list to unban you, so hopefully it was a timeout, not a banning. If not, if you have another account that you can use, cool. If it's an issue, just, I guess, message me, email me. I'll make sure I get in there and find you and unblock you and ban you if you can't work around it. That was my mistake.
This is the cut of the third video I sent you that shows the entire interaction. There was other videos I sent you from before, correct?
Person in
Just don't
chat
like
asks,
to
and then we're going to go to this
decide.
video. Let's watch it all the way through because this is the alleged, or not the alleged, this is the recording of the event. Paul, do you remain behind the bar, refrain from giving up jurisdiction? It seems that, from what I remember, well, 4 out of 6, I'm trying to think back. You know what? I'm thinking all of them now that I'm really kind of accounting for it. I think all of them were online Zoom. Even the one where I did the most recent one where I got arrested, I was at the jail, but when they took me out to do court, they took me a room to do it over a computer. Okay, no, I had one at Lakewood. Now that I'm thinking back, I've had so many of these interactions and they all kind of lump together. I had one on Lakewood, which the video of me getting arrested is up there. I went to the first proceeding and then I never went back. Nothing ever became of it. I got wiped from the record, so I guess they didn't believe they had what they needed to move on it, or it just wasn't important for them. I did that a few times, but from my memory, with my knowledge, that day at that Lakewood court, there was none of that. It was basically an open run, very, very small sort of courthouse with limited interactions, it seemed. You know, not very expansive, but I seem to just remember like a run. You walked in through the double doors. Once you got into the building, there was the court area. It was the big double wooden doors, and then it was just a run where they had seats lined up, and then there was a barrier, and then there was the panel, right? The administrator, court clerk, and stenographer, whoever else is, you know, I don't ask. I don't know what they're doing there. I'm really not interested. But I don't think I've ever had a situation where I could have even went through the bars. The guy's talking about the little doors there, the bar, what some call the bar, as in passing the bar, like you know, what some have called the dry dock. There's different ways that it's seen or mythologized, I guess you could say. But I've never had an opportunity to be at a court where they had that. Either I did it all by Zoom, or when I did show up, they never had that, so I never had that opportunity. But I wouldn't. If you have an option to move into whatever they're doing less without them criminalizing it and assailing you, then I would take that. And to me, that's always an option. Like them, you know, it's not an outcome-based education like they do at public school system. We don't not do something because we're scared of what they're going to do. We do it because it's right, and we have faith that no matter what they do to us, what we did made sense to us at the time, right? And that is true self-governance. So we attempt to practice, I attempt to practice self-governance in its truest form, like from the inside out, meaning I will feel the fear and then consciously, actively choose to do the next right thing and have faith that whatever happens is meant to be, even if it looks unpretty for me or my body, right? So, right, and you could take that both ways. See, now, every time that we go to this idea, it could be seen two ways. Don't enter the bar because Well, I mean, I guess maybe not, because it's like, what is your reason for not walking in there? Do you have a fear that God doesn't walk with you inside those doors beyond that bar, right? You see the game? And by game, I just mean like the game of life, the cosmic simulation, and what perspective does. Like, so I would probably stay out just because I don't know the implications of going in there, and it doesn't make any sense for me to. If I could just stay right here and we can court based on the facts, then cool. I don't see why I need to be in there anyway, right? You don't have a reason, because I've seen at court cases, they'll say, I don't want to go in there. Say, you don't have to go in there. But realistically, right, are you telling me indirectly without telling me that you're afraid that this force or this practice or this value system that you walk with, your conscience, whatever you want to call it, doesn't work or operate or isn't valuable and powerful inside of that little area? See, I could make the argument, if you're really sound in who and what you are and connected to God and the truth, life, and way, then you'll willingly walk into the pit of hell. They have no jurisdiction there. Devil don't have jurisdiction over God's people. Devil only has jurisdiction over devilish motherfuckers who reflect, kill, steal, destroy, vengeful, retributive behavior, as we keep going over, right? So the argument would be, there is no such thing as physical jurisdiction here that's legitimate beyond metaphysical jurisdiction. And the devil can't have jurisdiction over God's people. And if I'm reflecting truth, life, and way, then I'm showing up as God's people, man under God with God-given rights. How could the devil do anything to me legitimately in or out of the bar, the court, or anything else, right? And I've ridden on that, and it's worked for me thus far, because I believe that's what this really is. As crazy as it sounds, I believe that's the secret and the hack to all of this, and it is prophetic and biblical. It's not about everything else, right? You could have everything else in the worldly sense, not have that, and you're fucked. If you have that and don't have everything else in the worldly sense, you still get to ride somehow, some way. That's the beauty of the grace, right? That they all talk about. These Christians have these words and terms they talk about. I don't know what they mean. I know what I've experienced, and I can correlate it to what they're saying. Right? So, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil. Why? Because of that which I walk with and that which walks with me. That thing will not allow me to be turned over to the devil and the wolves to be judged and be punished, because I go with it, not with the fear space. See? It could be argued, if you're scared to walk into that bar under God with God-given rights, fear runs the core of your beingness. A faithful being says, I walk in the valley of the shadow of death. I fear no evil, because of what I walk with that walks with me. I will do testimony in the pits of hell from a faithful, loyal position in honor and good faith. Do you see the difference of the perspective and the energy you brought into your inner space and your outer space, and how they got to receive you now? You could even be clear about that. It's my logical, technical belief that by entering in there, I concede some kind of jurisdiction. But I'm going to tell you right now, no matter what yous all in this world, I don't care who you are, due to my body, you never have jurisdiction over my soul and my spirit and my power to choose and conceive. Fuck my body, my choice, my spirit, my soul, eternal truth, my choice, because that's God's will. You didn't give it to me. You can't take it away. I don't care what you do to my body. This body is going anyway. What we're talking about and living is forever, before we got here, after we leave. You could argue the man who won't give up everything to be given everything back is still ruled by the spirit of fear. He's not fit to inherit the kingdom of God, and he's not fit to move a court. He's fit to be moved by the court. Do you see how that works?
Just like get in front of me, like record in front of me, like so that way the camera could see exactly what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? So stay a little bit in front of me and just keep walking, and then I'll talk if I need to. Just because I want to make sure that, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make sure that we're not crossing into any no trespassing.
I never answered the second question. Do I rescind all tickets? Why would I need to rescind all tickets when I never brought life and recognized the authority to begin with? If something isn't done, it doesn't have to be undone. That's why you're cutting down flock cameras now, because you all did slavery for 200 years or more. Now you want to try to undo it by acting out and destroying property, right? What would I need to rescind that was written up by some guy acting as a servant that never got my signature, that I never believed or understood had any weight behind it, because you don't have a wrong, a crime, a valid claimant, or anything else? The fuck do I... Some guy pulled out a piece of paper and wrote on it and lied on it too. Rescind it. I'm gonna frame it. It's gonna be the backbone to my whole philosophy and my way of living and why I live the way that I live. See, you wanted to play the game that there was any kind of power and value and authority to begin with, because you think all these people got together and are going to put a gun to you and take you off somewhere if you don't answer their nonsense. Let's go right to the word. Rescind originates from the Latin verb to cut back or annul. The word rescind entered English primarily legal formal context, revoking, annulling, or canceling an agreement, law, or policy. Why would I have to revoke, annul, or cancel an agreement, law, or policy when we never had an agreement? You can't annul law because it's cosmic and based in conscience. It's the difference between right from wrong. And policy never had no authority over a man who observes a universal law and doesn't create a crime or a victim to begin with. See, you want to keep resisting and fighting. Gotcha, bitch. Instead of just go with God, truth, life, and way. There is no fight there. Just like Jesus told them, we got no business getting physical and fighting wars. We could probably do a pretty good job too. That's not our way. And then he went and violated what he told everybody and got put to death. And you can argue it all has to happen the way it happens because that's how it's meant to happen. If you even believe in the story. I know the story relates to all of our story and conscious and awareness. It's beyond belief. And it doesn't matter if he was even real or not. The power and value dynamics remain the same today as they were yesterday, as they will be tomorrow. As the being said, I am the same today, yesterday, as I will be tomorrow. Truth, life, and way. See, the man was an allegory and a reflection of that. He was not that, just like we all are. You know, or metaphor. I always confuse the two. So reflection is not the thing. Just like we're a reflection of the spirit, we're not the thing, right? If we are, it's who and what we are beyond the illusion and what's perceived. So because God never sanctioned those tickets and that system, unless you're a legalist, corporatist in your heart and spirit, because God knows your heart and judges it, so you get what you give. You get based on who and what you are or are not reflecting, right? So because I never legitimized, nor did God legitimize that system or that ticket or that position for anyone who's not of their father and the deception, it never had any weight or authority to begin with. So there's no need to rescind. There is no need to resist that which is. The problem is we don't come into alignment with that which is. We see what we believe, and what we believe is what we're told and shown, right? Believe half of what you see and none of what you hear is the old cliche again, for a reason. So again, every time you get a piece of paper, they ask you if you understand. You agree to that. They tell you to sign it. It's not an admission of guilt. It's a promise to appear. If I don't sign that paper, why the fuck would I go? You either take me now and we hash this out, or I leave. I didn't sign and I will not be back because I didn't sign your contract agreeing to the policy, as the idea rescind talks about, that I broke the law and that I have to show up at court. None of that is there. So why would I move on that? Well, because you're scared if you don't, they're going to come get you. Well, then you don't understand contract law, truth, life, and way, and you don't understand covenant and God's will, and you don't understand why it keeps going the way that it goes, because it's all counter instinctual. It is somewhat intuitive, but it's counter instinctual. See, it's taking it completely out of our hands as worldly men and understanding how it all really is and works in logic, morals, and ethics. There is no movement and control needed by man. There is only recognition and reflection of that needed by man. You can't give something authority that creation, truth, life, and way doesn't have baked into the thing, right? You can't give it authority, and guess what? I can't rescind something that has it baked in. That's not a thing. It's legitimized on the face of it based on who or what that it is, or it's delegitimized on the face of it based on who or what it is. That's a maxim, prima facie. There is no giving it value and power, and there is no taking it away. That is an illusion of control. That is a deception. That is pride. The thing is true and real and legitimate, or it's not. The movements and what you call it and what you believe and all the rest of it don't fucking matter. By the way, we prove that with content creators, auditors, and everything else, holographic, reflective.
Signs. So as always, I want to be on the lookout for any no trespassing signs, restricted area. I don't see why it would see restricted area. So as always, you always want to be on the lookout for any no trespassing signs, restricted area signs. I don't see why there would be in this neighborhood here, but you know, we just want to ask.
See, the word, even in the word, every time we have the word, we have the societal meaning and like how it applies to the technical description of the experience, and then you have the actual experience. What does the Tao talk about 1,000 years before Jesus? If you want something to contract, let it expand. If you want it to expand, let it contract. See? So the word contracting literally means to go within, right? There's expansion and there's contraction. We're back to holographic, reflective, dualistic, paradoxically seeming complementary dynamics of power and value. Sometimes the most powerful, valuable thing you could do is contract into yourself where the spirit is, right? It's counter instinctual because we think power and control is expansionism. Look at your United States Corporation and all the rest of them. Expanding has to be the only modality of power and control. No, sometime contracting is. Why? Because of the inverse relationship and how both support each other. Something that expands too much, too quick, will pop and will wind up contracting outside of its own will. See, like a balloon? Expansion's got to be where power and value is. Big, 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 more, till now you have nothing, right? So it's the whole less is more idea. Right. So sometimes contracting means the opposite of expansion, or expanding, contracting into oneself so that we can access an eternal truth and spirit. That is literally the definition of expansive. See how that works? You want something to expand, let it contract. So, right, we got to get out of our own way in a worldly, prideful, ego sense, contract into ourselves to access spirit, to access eternal truth, life, and way, to expand beyond and become bigger than life in the room, right? They're like these words and phrases they use. He's bigger than life. The truth he brought, took all the air out of the room, right? We use phrases like this. So, and they think that's a demeaning and devaluing. They'll say to me, Paul, when you go to these places, you take all the air out of the room, right? Because I brought spirit to the room. You all want to lie with that last breath that you have in desperation until I bring the spirit, the eternal truth into the room that just takes your fucking breath and your lies right out of you. Because it exposes it all for what it really is, right? So, again, the dynamics of power, values, and control oftentimes are not what they seem to be. If they were, then the majority wouldn't miss it for false power and value and call it something different than what it actually is, and do something different than what we actually know is goodness and greatness.
Questions, see what's going on with this overtime allegation. Hopefully he answers us.
Right. What is that called, by the way? Isolation. When you contract into yourself
pointed over here the whole time.
and away from the world and its ways, it's I-soul, S-O-L as in sun, Asian. Tapping into the inner sun, as within, so without, as above, so below. There it is again, right? The solar plexus is another.
So apparently this is what $220,000. So apparently this is what $200,000 gets you. So apparently this is what $200,000 a year gets you. It says here, the Fahey's looks like we're in the right spot. Again, there aren't any no trespassing signs. We're just coming in peace to ask some questions.
Judge, and just to indicate, my understanding was, given what we talked about yesterday, was going.
What did the masters, what did the masters of the slave world and controllers tell you it was the most honest you've ever had in your life? And you didn't like it, but you didn't like it because it was true, just like with me, right? So I got to support it. Devil does good sometimes. Told you 5 years in a row during lockdowns and slavery, it spoke through all these people. That's what you don't get. These people are avatars for God or the devil to speak through and present itself, whether they know it or not. And this thing spoke through all of them and said, you're all non-essential. Do you want to get to the root word of what essence and essential is? They weren't wrong. That was as true a statement as anybody could have ever made in one fucking statement. It revealed the whole problem and the solution. And you didn't like it. Why? The same reason you don't like me and what goes on here, because it was a harsh fucking truth that you thought was a slight, that if you looked at it and sat with it, you realize was one of the most truest and caring things someone could have ever said and did to you and for you. Remind you that yous all have been living like you're non-essential, like there's no essence of God and truth and life and way and creation and conscience at your beingness. I agree with them. You have become non-essential. That's exactly why you need to be locked down and governed more. Of course, an animalistic human being who doesn't know God, truth, life, and way and won't do it and be it needs to be locked the fuck down in a zoo, in a cage, in a circus, and put to fucking work or to experimentation. You didn't notice? You didn't see how it works? How it goes? You all did that. Jean Paul Reyes is doing that right now at the court. Everyone else at the court is doing it right now. They just don't know it. They're the last to know. I might be doing it right now and not even be able to see it because I'm witnessing outside of myself and speaking and losing track potentially of my self-awareness. Always a possibility. Keep me honest.
He's going past the sign and then back down the driveway, but not the wrong direction, but to the center.
I understand there's not going to be interaction, right? Reyes is just going to be.
Well, you're going to see Brian Fahey act like an animal, but it's the entire way back from. It's only 4 minutes, Judge. I just didn't want to cut. I just wanted you to see the entire.
I didn't want to cut the slide of the court sentence.
Oh, I'm currently being recorded, his Ring camera said.
Can I help you?
Hey, Sergeant Fahey, how are you?
You gotta get off my property. No trespassing.
Nope, there is no posted sign. There's no problem. Do you have any?
My first question for Mr. Reyes is when he knocked on the door, if he didn't believe he was doing wrong and he didn't have reason to believe Mr. Fahey would receive him in an unsavory manner, why did he take about 10 to 15 steps back from the door and off the porch? It's almost as if he went into this expecting and knowing he was going to get a fight or resistance. See how I just undid your story about how you were just going to hang out and talk and you didn't think anything bad or wrong was going to happen and you didn't. Bullshit. You went up, knocked on the door and took 15 to 20 steps back maybe, and we should count them. This is how we do court to establish the intent, because intent matters. Malicious intent, vengeful, retributive, bad faith, dishonorable intent. It's pretty much the whole of what court decides and judges, right? Along with compensating for the action. So I don't believe you, Mr. Reyes. I believe that you believed, based on your actions, that you were doing something wrong or something he perceived as wrong and that you were going to get a fight and a reaction that day. And you brought a camera crew to film it. Not honorable good faith intent, it could be argued, any court on this land. Okay. especially when you double and triple down and try to lie on it and beat around the bush like we all ain't human and don't know the deal in the game and haven't seen it all and heard it all before. Okay? They're undoing themselves again.
Let's go. Do you have any comment on the allegations that you are, I am moving. Do you have any comment on the allegations that you are receiving? Couldn't even get the question out. Ladies and gentlemen, he was so angry. Couldn't even get the question out. He says that there's no trespassing signs.
That's exactly what it is. The being Sophia in chat writes, I'm seeing the idea of narrow is the way. The scripture, the idea of narrow is the path. That's exactly what it is. If you survey the scene, look at how few folks will even conceive of this, have it revealed, let alone talk about it, let alone live it and be it. Even if they know that it makes sense and it's right. That's proof. Once again, we have holographic and reflective. If you could take what I'm talking about here or what we're living and apply it to the scripture and not have to reach and cop out like all the fake ass Christians do, it's probably a good idea and a good mapping, right? So narrow is not the path of believe on Jesus to come back and save everybody. Everybody's doing that at this point. It's all the rage. You get yourself a little piece of jewelry, in a way, mock the crucifixion, wear it around to the club, drink alcohol, do everything you do with this guy on the cross for your sins that you don't want to face and reconcile. All this culted, fucking idol worshiping, coped out, capped out nonsense, as the kids say, right? That's the real narrow path, walking like, being like Jesus, giving you life for truth, life, and way, throwing off the state, saying, I don't serve two masters, and all the rest of it. Oh boy, that's a real narrow path. I can't find any legal, lawful scholars and content creators out here fucking doing it. And when I show up to talk about how that's what I'm doing or need to be doing, and that's what we all need to be doing, I'm the bully, bad guy, badass, apparently. I thought I was the goody two-shoes in this interaction when I first came into this. Boy, did the public and everyone teach me a lot about truth, life, and way. How you think Jeebus felt? He thought he was a goody two-shoes coming back from drugs and alcohol and crimes and street garbage and gangs and all the rest to do truth, life, and way so we could save ourselves and each other. Boy, was he fucking wrong and mistaken. So was I. I realize how most of you receive truth, life, and way. And a Christed beingness, you call it the wolf and the enemy, and you say, shut up, it's a thorn in our side. Get out of here, something's got to be done. Yep. It all aligns, it all lines up. The more we change, the more we stay the same.
Let's see if there's no trespassing signs. What a coward. He can assault me in broad daylight while receiving taxpayer money. But the minute an independent journalist comes to his home, and he's probably going to try and get me unlawfully arrested now. As you can see, I moved back his camera that says you are currently being recorded. Film this guy. You're crazy. What do you think I'm doing, you psycho? You have a weapon in your hand? What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't have any weapons. I'm a journalist. What do you think I'm doing, you psychopath? What do you think I'm doing?
Get off my property right now.
What do you think?
Get off my property right now.
I'm off your property.
This is my property.
Scott in chat writes, and it wouldn't surprise me, this is more proof of how you do courting, and that's why I keep stopping it. This is all nonsense. This is all for clicks and views. This is all drama. My breakdown is where the real power and value always is, and if you understand that, you take it to everything. That's the thing, right? So Scott in chat, one of our regular contributors and supporters here, he's a core Unslavian spiritually. I want to believe that. It seems to be. Not about what I want. It seems to be. He writes that Officer Fahey already assaulted Mr. Reyes at the station in uniform, according to Mr. Reyes. So again, we're expected to believe Mr. Reyes, according to himself, got assaulted by this cop in uniform on the clock at the station in front of everybody. But he was just going to go to his house and hang out and talk, and everything was going to, he just was so surprised when he came out spitting and acting like a fucking animal. You knew that was going to happen with relative certainty. You gambled on it happening, and you made a whole career off of these type of moments. I'm also not defending the actions of Mr. Fahey. I'm proving how in any court, on any land, at any time, what you all don't get, no matter how they rule, is you're all dishonorable and bad faith. They just never tell you. That's how they get jurisdiction over you, by the way. Because again, the guys in the black robes, like the Grim Reaper, I'm the Grim Reaper. That's a great name. I'm now changing my name right on the fly here. That's how genius, that's how everything great is born, right? Unintentionally, just based on flowing with the beingness. The Grim Reaper. I have been hitting the reef today. There's no denying that. You know, the Castro and others mock that. Paulie boy, take a bong hit, let it all go. Well, I am. I'm now rebranding right on the fly. Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper comes for the Walking Dead, right? Just like the court has jurisdiction over the guilty. The wrongful. If you're full of wrong and you're guilty while you're lying at court, you're all bad faith and dishonorable, and you all do it all day, every day, predominantly. That's why the court has a 95% conviction rating, because I could have convicted 95% of you before you walked in there. Real simple. Did you vote for a master? Cool. Did you pay slave tax? Great. Did you speak out and try to resist and civilly disobey against the merger of state and Israel, endless wars, genocide programs? Oh, right. Got it. You had more important things to do. Did you take 15 or even one booster luciferase vaccine shot and have you repented since then? Have you flushed your system? Who are you? What are you doing? You think I have to hear this fucking bullshit case to know who and what you are, what you're about, and have that on record? Yous already did that spiritually. The rest is, again, another formality, a game, if you will. Okay, let's dress up, let's come to court, and let's argue the facts of this matter rather than pull back and realize before, during, and after this whole thing, you're all on record as dishonorable, bad faith, lying, unrighteous cowards who don't know right from wrong. So you all need to be governed. That is Lucifer's casino. The imagery that we co-created last time we were here. I don't remember the other being who was involved. The devil's casino. Every game you go to play and you win and you grab the ticket and go, I won, and you cash out and you proclaim to everyone else how you won, and you forget we're in the devil's casino playing the devil's games, the devil's ways. You didn't win. Nobody wins until you leave the fucking casino. Come out of her, my people. Like the Christed beingness said, it's all right there 2,000 years ago. If you stay in the devil's casino playing the devil's games, you are of your father, the devil. It doesn't matter what you feel and what you call it.
Property.
Well, do you see me
All
not
the way
moving?
to the cul-de-sac.
Calm down.
Get off my
that gun out
fucking
of your hand.
property.
Get that gun out of
Get
your
off
hand,
my
psycho.
fucking property.
Get that gun
I'm
out
a
of your hand,
goddamn
psycho.
Connecticut State Trooper.
I don't care who you are.
Trespassing
I don't
on
care
my
who you are.
fucking
I don't
property.
care who you
Get
are.
off my fucking
I don't
property.
care who you are.
Right now.
You spit in my
Get off
face.
my property.
That's where he spit in my face.
I'm going to object to the narration.
We had a call.
You're going to jail now.
Get
Look
off
at
my
this.
property.
Look at
Right. You also didn't seem to be somebody who was in fear of this animal in that moment. At first it was because you stepped back from the door, but then you allowed him to get in your face instead of leave or run. And then you wanted to push back and resist, and you wanted to prove a point, right? Pridefully, once again. I don't care who you are, this, that, and the third. Like, I know none of you guys care about what's true and what's right. That's the fucking problem. So I don't see how folks who don't care and regularly say they don't care could solve the problem they've created. See, like, those aren't the words and the actions of somebody who's in fear of their life and in danger, who has somebody interfering with their rights, who doesn't want to prove a point. If this guy's a cop and he's willing to assault you and do bad and wrong things that scare you, and you want to be civilized and sophisticated and not be in fear, not be harmed, then you never should have went there to begin with, knowing what he already did with you and to you and around you. See, this is that hoe shit again. Hoes want to keep showing up at the pimp's door after they got a restraining order and everybody's been clear about what it is and have feelers about it and want to put on a show or play pretend. So again, it's like a continuum here of establishing credibility on all sides, and none of you's got it. Let's be clear about that. I'm not defending anybody in this. You're all uncredible. You're all dishonorable. You're all bad faith. You're all bullshitting everybody and yourselves too, and acting like it's going somewhere. So, right. You're now bucking out to him. You're not leaving. You're faced toward him because you want to play the game of, well, I am leaving because I'm walking backward in the direction toward the exit. You're facing him while you're walking backward. It's not the intentions and the modality of someone who actually is leaving in honor and good faith. You're pretending to walk backwards very slowly while you continue the interaction. Okay? And again, it's not anyone else's problem that tactically you put yourself in a position where you can't turn around to leave because now you put your back toward a supposed threat. It's why you don't go in there to begin with. Rule number 1 is you don't fight on their home turf. You don't do anything on their home turf. They have the advantage on all levels. Dummy. Disingenuous, dishonorable, bad faith, bullshitting me and everybody else, viewing the interaction like we don't know better.
This. He's spit in my face.
He's now in the camera doing a broadcast while the guy's on the phone with the cops with a gun in his hand threatening to kill him.
You said you're going to jail.
I'm spitting as I'm talking to you.
No, you spit
Get
in
off
my
my
face.
property.
You spit in my
right
face.
now.
You spit in my face.
Get off my
You're going
property
to jail.
right now.
I'm going.
Get off my property.
I've been going.
Right
Since the
now.
moment you told me.
Get off
That's
my
not how
property.
criminal trespass
right
works.
now.
Psycho.
Get
You're
off
a
my
psycho,
property.
bro. You're
right
look
now.
at the gun in his hand. This guy's
Goddamn right.
crazy.
I'm a Connecticut State
I don't care
trooper.
what shit who you are.
Trespassing on my property.
That doesn't matter. You can't break
threatened
the
to
law.
kill me.
I didn't.
You threatened to kill
Lie.
me online.
Right? No, I
Get
did
off my
not.
fucking
You're a
property.
liar.
Right
You
now.
are a liar.
Right now.
Look, see the
Get
big
off
beautiful
my
billboard
property.
truck? It's all being recorded.
I don't care.
It's all being. I
Get
know you
off
don't
my
care
property
because you don't face any
right now.
consequences.
Get
You
off
don't
my
face any
property
consequences.
right now.
Don't
This is
spit in
the
my
biggest
face.
mistake you ever
No.
made.
There it is. Mr. Reyes just revealed the dynamic because, again, both folks are unaware that spiritually they're involved in the same dynamic. He just revealed it, what we always talk about. Neither of you cares about what's true and what's right, because just like he's not worried about his court system coming down on him, you don't believe there's any kind of godly, karmic, universal system that's going to come down on you for playing games with yourself and everybody else. You're both the same creature. You're both the same creature. It's hand in glove with you folks. That's what you're not getting. That's why it all is the way that it is. See, they always like to make the statement about the other person and what they're doing and never realize every time you point the finger, there's 3 pointing back at you. Another cliche for a reason. Okay? 85 to 95% of folks in this legalistic culture and society don't believe in God or a God force or any kind of accountable force like karma. So they're not accountable to anything to have to do what's true and what's right. But you want to complain about how you are when it shows up reflected outside of you in who and what serves you / reflects you. Not our problem. God is laughing and crying right now, just like God of all media is. Laughing and crying at the same time, if that's even a thing, right?
No, it's not.
This
It's
is the biggest mistake you ever made.
No,
Get
it's
off
not.
my property right now.
It's not the biggest mistake
Get
I
off
ever
my
made.
property right
It's
now.
not the biggest mistake. It's the
Get
biggest
off
mistake. You
my
don't spit in my
property.
face.
I
You
didn't spit in
disgusting.
your face.
You
I
disgusting.
was spitting
You
on
just-
you.
Yeah.
Why I'm yelling at you to get off my.
Yeah.
So Aaron writes in chat, because Aaron still is in the mode like he has been for a long time of supporting what he feels and wants to be true. He's not interested in what it actually is. Sean Paul Reyes is nothing more than a time, energy, attention, value suck, and a distraction and a deflection from truth, life, and way. But you say you still think he's a net positive in this world. What is he doing, being, and creating of any kind of results and resolution? If anything, he's teaching a bunch of morons who don't know themselves to try to stand up and get active with a system that reflects them while they seek to not see and know themselves. That's the opposite of a net positive for the world. That's literally why the whole thing is and always will be the way that it has been. I'm fascinated by you guys' projection of your feelers and your hallucination and what you want to be true onto what I keep showing and telling and breaking down and exemplifying is the thing. I don't get it. You want it to be that. You feel it's that. It feels good to you that somebody's doing what the fuck you've wanted to do this whole time, which is act out with the cops and embarrass them and prove something. All where everybody's proving at the same time is why it all got this way and nobody can govern themselves. I could argue it's a net negative. You're getting a whole bunch of moronic slaves more and more aware of the fact that they're slaved out and more emboldened to act out when they don't know the truth in themselves and right from wrong. That's very dangerous. sorry, I don't want to take this position. I'd love to be able to ride with these folks, but these are folks who, again, are doing all this for a business and for clout. They're not doing this because they really care about what's true and what's right. If they did, they'd understand it and explain it. And more importantly, they'd be it, and they'd encourage everyone else to do it and be it. Because that's how true leadership, inspiration, and teaching happens. This is just more content nonsense to generate clicks and views and revenue and supposedly influence and inspire and lead while influencing all the wrong things without understanding and inspiring people to act out without being able to generate the proper results in and outside themselves.
Property, right
Get
now.
off. I'm off your property now.
Judge, in that video, there's nowhere that could be, there is no, the white and black no trespassing sign is clearly not posted on the tree. It's clearly not visible.
Aaron, I don't know what you're saying. You know, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm not gonna, I guess, do anything, but it's like, I reach who I reach and he reaches who he reaches. Yeah. What are you saying? That's exactly my point. The audience, how many times we have to go over this? The audience reflects the content creator and vice versa. Certain things reach certain people for a reason. Because they're reachable or they're not. So, just like DeCastro reached 1.5 million people the other day in his live stream. Did he talk or live or present or reflect truth, life, and way? Any kind of objectivity, any kind of co-creativity, anything we know as cosmic universal law? No. Did he inspire anyone else to do and be that? No. Did it matter to any of them? No. Because we get to receive what we receive based on what we perceive and do and don't do. What exactly are you telling me or revealing to me? I know why it's the way that it is. On all sides. I've explained it. You can't give me an explanation that makes any more sense. The explanation I give you is the only thing that makes sense as a generalized mapping. This is why the whole life feels good, I feel good, all that shit doesn't work for you and everyone else. You're lying to yourself and everyone else again. Life doesn't always just feel good. Life isn't always just good. Why do you want to dope out on toxic positivity that allows you to continue what you're doing in this moment, living in denial and delusion and not seeing the connection versus the disconnection? You make a false equalization and equivocation too. Like me and him are the same people doing the same thing and we just reach who we reach. We're not. It's exactly the opposite. I'm bringing solutions and resolutions. I'm living the truth, life, and way to some extent and facilitating that with others. They're not doing any of that and profiteering off lying, cheating, grifting, and deceiving themselves and everyone else. So it makes sense. Truth, life, and way going to reach who's reachable. Very few folks. The kingdom of heaven is few. The path is narrow. Makes sense that 1.5 million tards who are demonic and corrupt and reprobate and worldly and haven't had the veil lifted are going to be reached by the child of the lie. That's the way it always has been, probably always will be. History shows that on multiple levels. So I don't get it. It's like when DeCastro showed up in here and said, Paul, I have a following. I got 1 million subscribers. Why do you think you don't have even close to that? I said, DeCastro, Fauci, Bill Gates, Donald Trump, all them have huge followings, way more than me and way more contributions too. Does that make them true, correct, and right? Oops, there you go, revealing yourself again. You're going to sit here and tell me Trump and all them reach who they reach? They reach the unreachable who are caught up in the net of the deception. They can't be reached by truth, life, and way. You're literally proof of it right here, right now, even though you probably think you're like more locked in than most of them. Maybe so, but you're still proving right now you want to play life is good, I feel good, everything is good all the time. It's not. To say it is lying to yourself and everyone else. You're trying to cope while living in denial, which is what gets us problems, because you're here to face the truth and alchemize it. You're not here to deny it for what you feel you like better and what's more toxically positive and yet out of balance. See? Life is neutral. You want to come up with a new phrase because you want to be honest with yourself rather than say shit that makes you feel good? You can go do heroin and still be honest with yourself. And you can get the feel good and the truth. Life is a neutral proving ground where we get to choose. And if you choose goodness and greatness, then you get reflected goodness and greatness on some level. Oh, that's not a feel good phrase we can sing though, right? Life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening. That's not true. But it feels good because you're in denial. That's what got us here. You don't get to overwrite power and value dynamics in truth, life, and way because you got feelers and you want to cope. The coping in denial and delusion is what creates the problem, doesn't solve it. Go ask your life coach and his constituency.
The camera was pointed in the direction on the way back, in the same direction where the officers and Mrs. Fahey and Mr. Fahey testified that the sign was located on the left side of the driveway. And it's clearly not visible. It wasn't visible in video. It wasn't visible to me at that day. I only became aware that there was a no trespassing sign after I received the highly redacted body camera footage through a open records request. And I just want to clarify for the court that if I would have seen a no trespassing sign or any sign that would indicate to me that my implied license and when my knowledge of an understanding of my implied license to do a knock and talk, it comes from a case that I had read.
Well, that's why I don't like most of you or many of you. Because you play this game in life where you like or love everybody, even folks who aren't love able, and you try to feign false peace and respect with folks who are not respect able. I don't like you. I don't respect you. I don't trust you. And when I see you do it, I go, there's a liability. Because you want to play this game of false equality where even when we're not all equal, you want to make us all equal so you could feel better about life and creation and its power and value dynamics. That's bullshit Luciferianism. You don't get to overwrite what the truth is. Okay? So for people in this life, again, wonder why at certain levels I can only go so far with you because I see what you do. You go other places and you try to like and respect and love everybody. That diminishes the power and value of the love and care, of the honor and faith, of all of it in the world, because everybody gets a trophy. You think inclusivity is where power and value is. It's not. You're in the opposite inversion land again. You're far from truth as it could possibly be. Where the power and value is exclusivity. That's why you date one goofy bitch who's either got or getting her shit together while you do the same and not all of them who ain't. Because inclusivity is liability and demeaning and devaluing and disempowerment. Exclusivity is where the rarity is where the truth is where the true power and value is. But you got taught in a public fool system to water down all the true power and value to do false equalization so everyone could be included. Fuck off. That's why Jesus walked the way he did with who he did, because exclusivity was the power and value. He had 12 motherfuckers, and one of them was a rat. He didn't have 7 billion. And he didn't like everybody, and he didn't respect everybody because he tried to love everybody and they shit on him because they didn't want the truth, life, and way. They wanted their own way. You'll learn that in life. While they called him the egotistical one, while they were in their pride and ego. See how it works? Cut the games with yourself and everybody else. I see right through it. And if that's who and what you really are, you're a naive, duped out rube. and you've never been put in a position to see real darkness and evil and chaos inflicted upon you and others around you and be powerless to stop it. If you were and you did, you wouldn't speak what the fuck you speak and lie to yourself and everyone else. You'd call it what the fuck it is. That's why we have a whole language you're not going to all overwrite, because it describes objective meaning. There's an able after every word because you're either doing that and able to receive that or you're not. And it's called true love and care for a reason. You can't truly love and care if you don't serve the truth. Everything else is fake love till the real hate comes from the real pain of living in delusion and denial. Aaron is here now. I didn't require a response to this necessarily, but here we are. I can't see anywhere that I'm mistaken or that I'm off on this. But maybe you can see and communicate something and know something I don't. Go ahead, Aaron. You're here. We're here. Right. So again, other people see this stuff. They see it in others. May or may not see it in themselves. There's a fine line between practicing unconditional love with a balance of conditional honor, good faith, respect, logic, morals, ethics, and all the rest. If you don't, you're in delusion and denial. You're kidding yourself and each other, and your best efforts to work on it and come together will just end with more problems created by the same consciousness that created the original ones. Lack of accountability, responsibility, honesty with oneself and others, and an unwillingness to let your feelings lead you away from the truth and what cause and effect shows. That is the cornerstone of delusion and denial. I know it's a lot more challenging to just have to face that we or others aren't always as love-able as we could be, because we're not honest with ourselves and each other, and we can't communicate effectively when you lie to yourself and everyone constantly. You want to tell me about loving and liking and respecting all people who aren't love able, like able, or respect able, because they want to live in their own world. Want to live in the world public fool system taught them by a bunch of slacker, loser failures who were disempowered and valueless. They had no power systems or value systems outside the state and its code and its benefits. Of course, they would teach you that inclusivity is where the false power is. They need the state to get all their power and value. Without that, they're powerless and valueless. The person with real true power and value is going to show you how exclusivity is where the true power and value is. The opposite of everything they show you and tell you, because dual jurisdiction inversion land again, worldly versus spiritual. Collectivist versus co-creative, all the way down the line.
Florida be
Show me somebody who likes a whole bunch of people, who's liked by those people, and I'll show you a punk ass lying coward who switches up whenever they have to, who doesn't stand on nothing, so they can't be trusted. Likability doesn't equate to honor and good faith. Respectability and love from dishonorable bad faith clowns doesn't equate to honorability and good faith and true power and value. That's not how that works.
Again, this is argument and not testimony.
Well, I'm testifying as to what I knew and what I at the time.
So to the extent that you're going to make an argument about why the circumstances in this case do not fit the legal.
By the way, this is why when members of the Panelverse want to do award shows where they call everyone legends, 3/4 of which are a bunch of loser failures who are mental, emotionally, spiritually ill, who've never done anything authentic in their life, never lived into any true meaning and purpose, who can barely talk, and you want to call them all legends and give out awards because you want to create your own community of false power and value systems so you can exchange benefits and privileges without ever addressing the truth and the facts, right? And then when I show up, of course, I'm Paulie Pity Party, right? I'm Mr. Negative, Mr. Party Pooper, because I have to be a force for injecting truth, life, and way into every interaction, or you guys will sit there and jack each other off. It's a great term. Lie to yourselves and each other all day, every day, till you start to believe this shit and never actually achieve because you believe you've already made it. Laughable. That's the cult. And in that cult, they'll take somebody who's obviously bigger, stronger, faster, more communicative, more intelligent, make more connections, is more clever, and all the rest, and not even have him in the conversation because the cult is identification with underachieving and calling it something other than what it is. The reflection of the inverse is threatening to them, so we have to act like it doesn't exist. We may then actually have to become responsible and accountable and do the work. We also may have to learn how to lose before we learn how to win. In a world where everybody's a winner, everybody's a legend, everybody gets a participation trophy while you stack the deck to live in delusion and denial. These are people calling themselves truthers too, and enlightened beings and all the rest of it. You guys are fucking laughable.
Requirements for criminal trespass. You have an opportunity to make that argument.
I think I'm just trying to testify to the fact of knowledge of my license or privilege to be on the property, Judge. I'm not trying to make a legal argument. I'm just trying to explain to the court what I understood it to be. I'm not an attorney, just what I understood at the moment in that time.
Yeah.
And I understand.
Well, they reflect the death call. They just don't know it. They're the last to know, right? They don't even know it exists, let alone they're reflecting it. Yeah, the world where Bill Gates and Fauci are like intelligent, communicative, brave souls who are heroes, who are really doing the work on the ground, and Paulie's a gorilla in a trailer who's in the, like, you know, that whole idea. Yeah, that's another reflection of that again. LARPing, role-playing, and delusion and denial, and telling other people's stories. Not that I see myself as a hero and a legend. I see the truth as that, when embodied, reflects that in a sense, you could say, some places, sometimes. They're saying they're that and taking credibility for that while they're the opposite of that. That's the cult. That's the game. Just like they're legalistic, corporatistic folks. Oh, only people who certify can compete. So then we have a group of indoctrinated folks to choose from on who's going to win and who's the legend in the group. But you left out 3/4 of everyone in existence who isn't certified for your cult group by your standard. What's your standard? Lying, bad faith, delusional, denial, dishonorable, and willingness to exploit any situation and be an opportunist and proclaim it something different in front of everybody. Yeah, more lying, more cowardice. Same dynamics everywhere you go. And then when I show up and I go, do you guys not see you're doing the same dynamics here and literally doing it with me and others? When they show up as powerful beings or with powerful truth, you shut them up, you stomp them, you label them, you put them off to the side so you can get back to your loser failuredom and calling it something other than what it is. Yeah, it's reflective of the system. That's why Gerald Celente and others are censored and shadow banned. He's got 400,000 subscribers and can't get more than 2,000 or 3,000 views on his channel. Even though I don't know that he even knows. I don't like his assistant at this point. It's not about like, I don't respect her because she told me one thing and did something else like they always do. It's not professional. Yous are all in business suits every day, Celente and others acting like professionals with secretaries and all the rest of this. When you talk to someone and you tell them you're going to get back to them, you get back to them. If you don't, you're dishonorable and bad faith again. And it's worse for you. I'm a gorilla in a trailer, like you all make fun of me. Yous are all in business suits acting like professionals all day, every day, but got no fucking ethic and wherewithal. Wonder why the society and culture is the way it is. You're complaining about it while you reflect it. We have to censor and shadow ban because Sucker Carlson just came out this week to proclaim he's got the answers, a third statist party, because Glenn Beck came out just yesterday on my Facebook and wrote, Donnie Trump's defeating the New World Order. He's fighting against it. Of course you need censoring and shadow banning when this is the best of your best of the certified minority. Rig the game every which way you can. And then when you have up and comers, you use the system to keep them where they're at. Like Mark Levin said on a speech recently, your little podcast broadcasts don't mean anything. You can't stop what we're doing and what's coming. Really? Wow. They just came right out in the open. Our supposed heroes and leaders and idols who were so conservative and Republican and so small hatty all at the same time, if you get my drift. Sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that. I shouldn't say that because it ain't the small hats. It's the Zionists avataring the Judaic folks. Really. Orthodox small hats don't buy into any of this. They protest against it. that really happened. Oh, absolutely. Most of the things I say here, I played before, or I will play at some point, because I know they'll say, oh, I just made it up, or I maximized it. No. Oh, yeah, you want me to go to it? I'll show it to you right now. I think he means Glenn Beck. I got to thank somebody. Somebody is sowing trust, equity, and faith. Right, Julian Barbary. I mean, folks sit with me for so long. I give away so much good game. You don't get it anywhere else, hardly, really, when you look around here. You know, so spiritually, that works out however it works out with God's will and the will of the people. But technically here, I'm way underpaid if we're surveying the scene on the scales of justice. It could be argued that, right? Comparison is the thief of joy, though, so I won't go there. It is rather concerning, though. It is a call for the fact that we may need more trust, equity, and faith. Right. So let's pull up Glenn. I did a commentary on it, and I do these commentaries like I'm talking directly to the person, because in a way I am. We all are the same self on the highest level and all get essentially the same choices. We're given access to the same experiences and information. I'm talking to the coward liar in me that needs to be repented and reformed and directed, that also lives in him and many other talking heads who are way overpaid. I guess not. You know what? It occurs to me every so often. I got to be reminded of this. If you live in the world and of it, then of course it makes sense that you get millions of dollars from other people in and of the world. If you live for truth, life, and way, then it would make sense that you get way less cash, if you get any at all. Any that you get is like a blessing from God and the people, because you're not serving this system in all its forms. So you don't get paid in its currency, non-currency. I guess then you have to wonder what currency you do get paid in if it's not cash is king in a world where, quote unquote, Christ is king. I guess the power, the value, and the blessings come a different way than the worldly way with the worldly masters. There's something to that. Right. Glenn Beck, as in that band that sang that famous song, I'm a loser, why don't you fucking kill me? Do we have that on file? Oh, no, that'll actually be my next remix. By the way, let's premiere. It's not a premiere because we've already premiered it, but let's re-premiere either one or both of our songs here, where I get to shapeshift as an AI country creature now and write songs about slavery and freedom. That's the new kick I'm on. So there's Glenn Beck. Or yeah, you can't see the name, I don't think. That's his page, right? It's blue check marked, so that's official. It's official Glenn Beck. And he writes there, Trump is trying to stop the New World Order. So of course I comment, just for the benefit of like all of us to like bond in the humiliation, sorcery, mockery rituals that will work on many, but not on us. So we just kind of like remind everyone how ridiculous it is and laugh at it. All the usual talking head agents coming out to gaslight. Yeah, joining with the state of Israel is totally going against New World Order, along with Operation Warp Speed, endless wars for central bankers. I could go on and on here. By the way, I thought New World Order was a conspiracy theory, Glenn. Interesting what is revealed over time that allows us to prove future with past experience and vice versa. What do I mean by that? Well, we are almost always right with these issues. You folks always lie and deny until you admit, then gaslight, if you admit it all. And I get it. You keep doing it because the slaves are dumb and cowardly and they listen to your lies and repeat them and comply and then pay you. So of course I know why you all do what you do, even if I don't do it and I don't see it as truly powerful and valuable. I know that you do because you're godless and faithless and honorless. I know why you do what you do. I don't blame you for it. I just find the whole thing ridiculous and hilarious. Donnie stopping the New World Order, which 10 years ago was a conspiracy theory we all made up that now they're all saying is real, but never credit us with bringing that forth. and then doing the inference, right, that, well, if we were right when you all lied, you weren't wrong, you lied, and we knew still, don't we probably know more than these supposed experts continually lying to you? Yeah, but they're the majority's never going to get with the program, right, of what this all really means and what it is. And again, the only reason we could know while the devil is lying on all of you and you're paying to be deceived is because God touched us. God gave us something, a vision, a spirit. You probably have it too. You just paved over it. They paved paradise to put up a parking lot, you know? They make songs like this for a reason. So, yeah. Shouldn't be a surprise everything is the way that it is, and you shouldn't be unable to reverse engineer the power and value dynamics to explain why everything the way it is, and then have it revealed to you how you can bring the solution for yourself and others. It's all right there.
Your testimony that you did not see the no trespassing sign you testified, and that if you had seen the no trespassing sign or other sign that supported your belief or supported in your mind that you were not welcome on the property, you were gone on the property. So I understand that that's what you're arguing, or excuse me, what you're testifying to. So perhaps we could save the legal citation for later.
Judge, as you saw in the video, the driveway is very long. The branches off two different directions. I guess I'll just finish with this, Judge. On July 11th, 2025, in my capacity as an independent journalist who routinely knocks on public servants' homes, public servants' residencies that I believe to have engaged in misconduct to get further comment, I was doing my job that day. I knocked on a door. I left. When it became known to me that my license of privilege was revoked, I immediately left. I continuously left until I was off of Mr. Fahey's property. That's all I have.
Mr. Reyes is on the stand, and I'll turn it over to you, Attorney Fahey.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, let's start with the animosity between you and Sergeant Fahey. You, back in approximately 2021, went to the state police headquarters to try to make a complaint about something that maybe happened at the airport, something along those lines. Is that correct?
Yes, in 2021, I was unlawfully detained.
I'm not asking that, sir. I'm asking, did you go and make your opinion of what you were or weren't doesn't matter. What I'm asking you is, did you go to state police headquarters, yes or no, to make a complaint about something that happened at the airport?
My answer is that
yes, right? Yes.
My answer,
that's your answer.
My answer is.
I'd ask the court to direct them to answer the question as asked.
I'm answering for it.
All right, and so I think that the disconnect is that if you're asked a question that requires a discrete answer, I'd ask that you answer discreetly. You'll have an opportunity, to the extent that it's not objectionable, to offer further explanation in redirect. But to the extent that you can discreetly answer the question being asked of you, especially if it is a yes or no, I'd ask that you do that, sir.
Well, I don't think it's a yes or no, but I understand that. Judge, can I grab a pen from the table? Thank you.
Yes or no, you went to state police headquarters.
Why are you so aggressive?
Mr. Reyes, why don't you just answer my questions?
See what he's doing? This is the same thing Verily tried to come up here and do yesterday. I was right in the pocket when I did my court simulation here. It's a yes or no question. Answer it, or you're going to presume to be dishonorable and bad faith. We'll get to the rest of the details of the other questions. See, he wants to qualify the yes. Instead of just being honorable and good faith and answering one question at a time with a yes or no, he wants to qualify it. You're not asking for qualifier. Stand mute or answer the fucking question. Why do you go into how you feel? Why are you being so aggressive? Just answer the question and maybe he won't get more aggressive. He thinks you're a lying bitch ass motherfucker like I do. That's why he gets aggressive. The same reason I do here. Are we done? Do we get it? We also understand tactics. What do I mean by that? I don't need to do tactics because it's already in me and right there. I just tap into it and pull from it. We know that when we put you on the spot, you're harder to hold. You're easier to hold accountable and harder for you to remember your fucking lies. So we put you in a scenario just like they do at boot camp where you're under the gun. Now you're just right in whatever it is, good, bad, or indifferent. We're right in there because you don't have the faculties to try to play the game, right? As you try to fix your coat with body language to reestablish the control because he's taking control back over the situation, right? Like we can't read body language. He's so aggressive because how you and he feels has nothing to do with what he's asking and what you're answering. And how he feels does have something to do with it because he's aggressive. Because one, he thinks you're a lying bitch, and you proved that 5 times already this court case. I proved that you proved that, right? And he knows if he puts you under the gun and holds your ass to the fire, it's going to be harder for you to lie, and we're going to get down to some truth here, even if you got to slip up. Same way as when you're in a detective's office. You got one guy there who says, you know, Paulie boy, we want to bring you Burger King and cigarettes, but you're going to have to tell us something. And one guy says, fuck that. He's a fat fucking slave. He don't need no burgers and fucking cigarettes. What he needs is a good lawyer because he's about to do 40 fucking years. And you start thinking about what the fuck you're thinking about. You start talking and saying shit you didn't know you were going to say, and they start getting down to the facts and the truth. Yeah, that's how that works. Because court is a simulation of warfare. We're going to attack you a little bit, poke you to see where your weakness is, and you're going to reveal it, and then we're going to exploit it. Which is why if you're not solid in your armor and your foundation, spiritually, physically, mentally, emotionally, legally, lawfully, all the rest, you shouldn't simulate combat with war masters because they're going to draw you out into the open. NDB, your thoughts, sir? I see a lot of stuff. Is that degrees and certifications and things up there? Because that's really impressive if it is. It is.
No,
okay.
no.
What?
I don't have
He's like,
those.
remember,
I'm a fucking dumb
NASCAR
redneck from Kentucky. I don't have a high
Yeah.
IQ, remember?
Right. Well, no, we're playing off of that. That's the city slicker perspective of you. Is you're supposed to be the dumb redneck who couldn't possibly go to court and get results because you're with me in a trailer, maybe even. We're trailer people, you know, it's that whole game. Those aren't certificates. Those are NASCAR limited edition faceplates.
That's my fine driving award, Paulie.
Right. Memorabilia. Right. But he goes to court and gets dismissals while you bitch ass motherfuckers hire attorneys and don't apply yourself. See the difference? I can use big words here too. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Them ain't my people. I learned them big words early on so I could listen to what the inauthentic corporate beta males were talking about me with over my head. I wanted to know what they were saying.
Yeah.
We could throw that all out, right? Because if you ain't got the God's will and the faith, you ain't got nothing. Them big words ain't going to save you from how little your testicles are. Go ahead, Mr. NDB. You had something for us? Questions, comments?
Yeah. That was ironic, dude, because early tonight I was telling my buddy here, we was having a little supper, and I was telling him about what was you talking? Anyway, whatever I said, I was telling him about us and you and previous shit. And you fucking said it like seconds right after I just told him exactly what I said. You fucking repeated it. It was goddamn a miracle almost. Like it was crazy.
No, it wasn't a goddamn miracle. It was a God-blessed miracle, right? That's that synchronicity.
Bro,
you know?
It was fucking weird, okay? It was fucking creepy.
I go with God at this point. I get the monkey mind can't conceive of holographic reflective synchronicity, but the quantum physics reveals it. So trust the science.
It was weird. I don't know. I can't explain it. I mean, it was goddamn almost word for word, man.
What was it regarding, if I may ask, if you remember?
We was talking about basically contracting. You was talking about earlier about contracting. Don't sign anything. If you sign something, if you contract with them, then they got you. So don't ever agree
think about
anything.
it. The only reason,
don't ever contract with them, and they can't fucking hold you accountable.
Right.
And you said the same fucking shit right after I said that.
And now not only can they not hold you accountable to their legalism, you can hold them accountable to the law.
Yeah.
Right. Because now you have the default jurisdiction. They don't have jurisdiction, or you retain default jurisdiction, which is lawful. Legal is supposed to serve lawful. We know it doesn't, but in theory it was supposed to, right? Again, all codification is supposed to serve the spirit of the law. We know in the Constitution, it reads there, if the codification doesn't serve the spirit of the law, we're free to use our spirit to abolish that code or to ignore it. It is illegitimate at that point, right? And that's exactly where we're at and what we need to do. Stop fucking telling me and everyone else about the Constitution when you don't know what the fuck is in there on any level, and you don't live it on any other level except the administrative jurisdiction. Because if you did, you'd have done what the founders did, and you'd have reflected them just like they reflected Jesus all the way back, goodness and greatness, the same archetypal ideas, and you'd have said, cool, codes for safety, great. I'm a safe motherfucker in rights and freedoms because I'm self-governing, responsible, and accountable. You want to replace rights and freedom with policies and codes that take our fucking rights? We're going to abolish that, or we're going to ignore it. Now, I'm not fighting you motherfuckers because then you'll do me like Jeebus. I'm ignoring it because it's legal and lawful based on what you all put down and what the supposedly sovereign citizens who keep calling me a sovereign citizen, that's you, because you want sovereignty while doing all the things a citizen does, right? So this is where we're at, man. Stop quoting the Constitution when you don't live like what's in there or the motherfuckers who wrote it. If you did, we wouldn't be here talking, doing broadcasts in a car that's licensed, registered, paid, and begged to be used by your fucking servants while you just paid your fucking tax to use your house, while you just gave 40% of what the fuck you made to the Epstein class to give to Ukraine and Israel. Suck me and them in public.
Slave me harder, daddy.
Right. And then want to get on here. And then the worst part is, like always, they got 10, 100 times the viewership, support, contributions, likes, pushing than what we do here, which is the real work. And that's how it's supposed to be. Once you get that and learn that, that's the real mind fucking trip day after day.
Yeah, the few.
That'll get you real. That'll get you real faithful. What do we talk here? Trust, equity, faith.
Yeah.
That dynamic will get you real comfortable with those or drive you out of your mind. Paul, you got to trust in the process and the long game. You got to be equitable enough to give what you want to get without any guarantees. You got to have faith that God's got you when nothing else seems to. Oh, yeah. See, I could act like I'm complaining and then remind myself I can't complain because I'm talking what I'm living, and what I'm living is the test and challenge, and this is how it looks and shows up. It's perfect in its imperfection, you know? And it's the exact opposite of how the rest of these clowns live, and that's exactly the why everything is the way it is. And then I got to remind myself of the blessings and the grace I already have received and experienced that carry me through all the times when it seems like a man is an island, right? In a sense.
Oh, we are. We're an island for sure.
Well, it's got to be that way. There's certain times in your experience where you have to live the shit you're talking, and the universe is going to hold you to that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So it goes, okay, for this period, for this period, take it all from him. We want to see what he really serves, right? It's got to be that way. We can't complain about that shit because we know what that is for ourselves and each other, right?
You can't take
but yeah, man, it's, and again, it gives me something to do when I step back from it, right? Like, I know I'm an asshole on some level, or I get off on being that or working with that based on how I'm told that it is.
Yeah.
You know, so it gives me no shortage of content and people to have these interactions with, and then to listen and then run with the game and be changed by it, or attack it and give us more content, right? It's like, so, but yeah, it's definitely a fascinating thing once you get the revelation to witness these dynamics present all the time, everywhere, and pretty much all of us, right?
Yeah. Did you see where they went to Fort Knox and went underground and was looking for the gold, non-gold?
Was that you? Somebody sent that to me.
Like fucking
Rand Paul is now, they're running around playing monetary games.
Fort Knox.
It really is incredible. You just reminded me.
Explaining the slavery system, wasn't he? Like the dollars and fucking, oh my God.
Yeah, and I mean, I get it, man, because again, there's 5 or 10 things that have to be addressed first and foremost, and most of the time, those are the things addressed the least. Right. So, oh yeah, this is so. Let me share another thought from my Facebook. This might be why I'm not pushing the algorithm too. Just a thought. Stuff like this, I got to take accountability, responsibility. It's not all censoring and shadow banning. A lot of it is just I am not an appropriate person.
You're not positive. You're not positive.
I'm not fit.
You're a Grim Reaper.
Right. That's true. I forgot to rename myself. I'm not, there's no way out with me other than the truth and death, right? Just like with
Yeah.
God, there's no way out of this other than truth and death. Everything else is getting you slaved and tortured as far as what you perceive me as. So my new thing, and this is my Facebook post to all the people, it wasn't received well for some reason. My new thing I do is I bring up rape a lot in conversations and make it clear how much I support rape. Then when people point out it's a violation of someone's body, I call them out right then and there. I say, what are you, some kind of anti-raper? Turns out the vaxxers and government did teach me something, right? I don't see what the big problem and the big deal is. Every time they do it, it's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it, right?
Yep.
All right, what else you got for us? Questions, comments, concerns, presentments? We got to get back to your boy SPR here. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get through this because it's so
Is that the boring
formal
guy?
and
Are you still on the boring guy?
yeah, they're all boring, really. You know,
They are. You're correct.
to me, right? But
To me,
apparently,
too. They're like,
you know,
they're like blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. They're like fucking just lying. They're talking, but they're just fucking lying and acting, and they're terrible actors.
let's go back. Yeah, let's go back to like spitting on each other. That was somewhat interesting. All right, let's continue here.
Stop engaging in commentary with me.
But can you please be polite?
I am polite, sir. Why don't you answer my
Please be
question? I
polite.
asked a very polite question. You just continue to ignore it. Yes or no, you went to say.
By the way, you now have the holographic reflection of mommy and daddy's spirit in the room with us again. Dad's interested in getting to the facts and the truth. Mom's interested in how she feels while she denies the truth and the facts, right? One of them, you know, if you know that dynamic, you know it. Go ask your life coach about that one. She will tell you all about it.
Police headquarters to make a complaint about something that happened to you at Bradley.
Yes.
And you attempted to try to film in the lobby, correct?
What lobby?
Of the state police headquarters.
While I was making the complaint, yes.
Yes. Because it would be normal to film in a restricted area while you're making a complaint about something that happened at a totally different location, correct, sir?
Public lobby is not a restricted area.
Is it a locked door to get in, sir? Is there a metal detector to get in, sir?
That doesn't make it restricted.
Well, that's your opinion, sir.
Any member of the public can walk into that lobby.
And not videotape. Did you try to enter post at some time to videotape despite that being locked?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you try to enter post at some point in Meriden, which is the police training facility, to try to videotape?
I was
Did you attempt to-
let into that facility, correct?
Okay, but did you try to enter, in fact, on your video, you're rattling a locked door, correct? And then ultimately you're let in.
Correct.
Let's go back to the interaction. So when you go to the state police, the person who confronts you and has a physical altercation with you is Sergeant Fahey, correct?
What do you mean by physical altercation?
Did you get involved in a shoving match of some sort, or did he shove you, or however you want to characterize it? Was there physical contact with you as you asked during or talked about during your direct, or
Yes.
during the?
Yes,
Yeah.
Sergeant Brian Fahey made violent.
My question is,
contact.
did you had contact with you, correct?
Yes, he made contact with me violently.
And at some point, you claimed he broke your phone during the altercation too? Yes or
Yes.
no? And as a result of that altercation, at some point, you filed a civil lawsuit?
Yes,
And you went back to headquarters another time, and at that point, during that video, you indicated, and maybe we'll run into Sergeant Fahey again? Do you recall that?
he does work there, so yes. I went there to file a FOIL request.
Okay. But you made that comment on your video, correct?
He did work there.
That's not my question. Again, please answer my question, and I'll be
I
polite.
did, yes.
Was the civil lawsuit pending before or after that second?
Do you notice what this attorney is doing, by the way, right now? The same thing I always do in an interrogatory interaction with somebody. The same thing that I did without asking him questions earlier by his own answers, which is establish a pattern of behavior and an intention and a motive, and to establish and reveal what Mr. Reyes knew or believed before he ever entered into these interactions, because he won't be honest about it. See, and that's just common sense. I didn't have to be a certified, graduated attorney slave to use common sense, question and answer period, or to observe somebody's answers and reverse engineer their intentions, their motive, and understand what they thought and knew when they won't tell you what they thought and knew. By the way, that's the cornerstone of all criminology, psychology and sociology, and spirituality, I would say, plays into that. There's an energetic reading as well. And that's going to determine that he's dishonorable in bad faith, even though he wants to present an image to the contrary of that. The facts and the reverse engineering and the common sense dynamics and power and values that come forth, mostly through folks convicting themselves, reveals who and what everybody is, right? That's what courting's all about. That's what criminology is all about. That's what courting with God is all about, really. You know, so that, again, we have the holographic reflectivity all the way down the line.
It was.
He's gonna, I bet anything, I don't know where this goes. I bet anything, just like I came to determination within the first 10 minutes, he's going to make the case and come to determination that Reyes knew this guy was going to be hostile with him and he did it anyway because he had a motive to profiteer or a motive to get Mr. Fahey to look unprofessional so he would lose his job or be criminalized. That is malicious intent. It could be argued that is not honorable in good faith. And you entered into a situation where you perceive danger might be present and did it anyway. That proves you can't govern yourself. You're a danger to yourself and others. I could go on and on and on here. And again, silly that you would do all this and act like maybe you didn't know it, but silly to think you're going to do all this and that people who can see and talk like me aren't going to know you for who and what you are and expose that. But again, you're banking on that because it creates more controversy. Controversy sells tickets. Tickets get more cash. Cash gets more comfort. And the cycle continues. You get weaker. Things get shittier. We're back to that Hopi prophecy again, right? Weak men create hard times create strong men create good times create weak men.
Okay, you filed that afterwards?
Yeah, I'm hoping to hold them accountable.
That's not my question, sir. Could you please answer my question? We'll get through this a lot quicker. Did you file it afterwards? Yes or no?
Yes.
You can keep mumbling under your breath as much as you want, sir. You are. Please answer my question as the judge instructed you.
Question I'm answering.
No, you're not. You're commenting afterwards. Feel free to do that during argument. So at the time of July 11, 2025, you had a civil lawsuit pending against Brian Fahey, and you had two encounters with him that you videotaped at State Police Headquarters, correct?
I had a pending civil rights lawsuit for violation of rights, that's correct. And I did not have a physical encounter with him.
Did you have an encounter with him that was argumentative the second time?
I didn't argue with him.
That's not my question. Was there words between you? What was the point in videotaping and hoping you saw Brian Fahey that day?
You're characterizing it as hoping. Now, I didn't characterize it as hoping to see Brian Fahey. That's your testimony here today.
On July 11th, 2025, had you had two encounters with Sergeant Fahey at State Police Headquarters, and did you have a civil lawsuit pending against him?
Yes.
And you drove, as you term it, a journalist, you drove an LED truck showing that encounter to Brian Fahey's house on July 11th of 2025, correct?
That is correct. I would just like to clarify.
No, there's no question pending, sir.
I want to clarify my previous answer. I didn't drive it up his driveway to his house.
I didn't ask you that. I said
I
to
was
his
over
house.
to the public street in front of his house. Correct.
Did you do some research on how to get to his house?
What do you mean?
Well, you had to figure out his address at some point, right?
That's public record.
Yeah, how'd you do that?
I went to the town of Groton.
You made a separate trip to the town of Groton to find out where he lived, or did you do it that day?
I don't recall.
Well, do you recall driving to Mystic once or twice?
I didn't have the billboard truck with me, so I must have been a separate day.
Do any Google searches of his property?
Not that I recall.
In fact, about a week after the July 11th, 2025 incident, Brian Fahey was scheduled to be deposed by you in your civil lawsuit, yes or no?
I don't know the exact date of when he was supposed to be deposed.
Was it a short time after the July 11th date?
It was after that date. I don't know when it was.
Was it a year after that, or was it within weeks after that?
I don't know.
What, has it happened, or was it scheduled to happen before now?
Yes.
So we're about a year and a month out from that incident, correct?
Correct.
It was much closer to the time that he was scheduled to be deposed, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. But he was scheduled to be deposed before you went up on his property. Scheduled to be deposed.
Possibly.
Do you recall making comments to Sergeant D'Angelo that day that you didn't like Brian Fahey and he didn't like you?
I don't recall.
This sounds like something you might have said.
It's possible. I don't recall everything I said.
Did you like Brian Fahey on July 11th,
So-
2025?
I don't like Brian. I didn't like on July 11, 2025. I didn't like Brian Fahey's actions as law enforcement.
There we go. More equivocations. So there it is. He's now pulling a Hillary Clinton in court, right? I can't recall. You know what you said and didn't say. You know how you felt. And you can try to create a separation there between what he does and who he is. The guy's establishing your credibility and you're not doing a great job for yourself. If I don't like what people do and I claim they're assaulting and abusing me, I don't show up to their house and walk up to their door with a camera crew and a whole LED truck. I stay the fuck away from them and I handle it at court. Like the man said, you already had civil litigation pending. You wanted to create a public spectacle. You wanted to humiliate the man. You wanted to get him reactive for content. You threw your fucking credibility right out the window. And he's going to establish all that. And you're establishing all that, even in what you're not answering and not admitting to.
That's what that was about. The whole thing was about his actions with law enforcement officers.
Yeah, the lack of accountability he gets when he engages in criminal conduct.
So you keep referring to criminal conduct. The reality is, with respect to the overtime, did you do any research into union contracts in the state of Connecticut as it relates to police officers and their departments on how they accrue overtime? Yes or no?
I never received anything when I put it on.
Did you?
request. Yes,
You looked into union contracts.
I looked into the payroll.
No, that's not my question. You specifically looked into union contracts as to how officers may accrue overtime as it relates to their pension.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Thanks for the tip.
No, you're welcome. Because the reality is, sir, you're not really a journalist, right? Journalists vet things.
Well,
You,
I'm
let me,
testifying as to what
I'm asking leading questions. Journalists vet things, don't they?
And I did.
Okay, the allegations you hurl out in your videos, nice videos like, TSA's doing a really good job. That wouldn't get a lot of clicks because that's how you get paid, right? You get paid by clicks, among other things.
Just like journalists.
Journalists on CBS are getting paid by clicks?
Of course they are. Ad revenue, of course, counselor.
Well, that'd be CBS, that's not the journalists. But the reality, sir, is that, you keep laughing, and I know it's funny to you, but the reality is, your
I
videos,
have no idea what you're talking about.
have you started GoFundMe pages before you had encounters with people to cover legal expenses?
Before I counted
Yes,
people?
before you've ever
Not
encountered
that I
them.
recall.
Have you started GoFundMe pages afterwards?
Yeah, lawyers are expensive.
You here you are representing yourself. You said that as much. You saw the
I saw the sign.
Yeah.
I clearly saw. I opened my eyes and I saw the sign. Yes.
great. And so you did no further looking as you talked about how important it is to look for trespassing signs. You did no other looking for any signs that was 5 feet in front of that sign, right?
I'm not going to dig through the bushes.
You want to do a thorough investigation whether you should be on someone's property, right? Now you say you're always respectful in your videos, right?
I try to be always.
Really? So last night's video, when you said that the Fahey's daughter, you heard it's really easy to get with her. That's being respectful or has anything to do with this
Objection. What
case?
does that have to do with anything?
Did you say it?
What objection?
Did you say it?
Can you let him roll on the objection, or you're going to be aggressive? You're better than this, counselor. Come on.
The objection is full in the answers.
Did you say it?
I was reading a comment.
Did you say it?
I was reading a comment from one of the viewers.
Quite a journalist.
Opinion journalism.
How many lawsuits have you filed, sir, out of these cases where you go in for all your videos? How many lawsuits have you filed?
I couldn't tell you.
Lots, huh?
Probably on one hand I can count.
Okay, and you threatened to file another one last night in that video when you were being respectful?
No, I didn't threaten.
Yes, yes, you did.
No, I
You
said
said-
I was going to file.
Okay. And when you were found not guilty, you were gonna file a lawsuit and you were gonna own that house and you were gonna go back to that circle.
When you tell the guy you're reading a comment, he's establishing you're in your pride. He's doing a pretty good job. I'd have done the same thing, and it was obvious. It's like the whole first breakdown of this broadcast. But that's more bullshit. When you read a comment, you do it on purpose because it allows you to make the comment without making it. You're the mouthpiece. So, you know, again, he acts like we all don't know the game and how it all works. Back like when Howard Stern used to pick up the phone and only take phone calls about how the guy in front of him was a complete loser jerk off, but then say, well, I didn't say it. I'm just taking calls from the audience, and specifically only take calls that deal with that, right? It's a way for you to say it without saying it. And again, this statement is made from a place of pride and toxified ego. What does his daughter being easy to get with have to do with anything else going on here? This is the danger of making the law and courting a public spectacle and display for advertising and marketing and crony capitalistic purposes. This one interaction we just did in the whole breakdown in the court case, once again, holographically, reflectively mirrors all of culture and society and why it's fucked at this point, just from every angle.
Correct?
The protest is my First Amendment right, correct? Not the property.
You are a convicted felon. You have a conviction for attempted robbery in the first degree out of the state of New York. Goes to credibility.
A 15-year-old.
You were released in 2016, sir.
A 15-year-old, and I was convicted more than 15 years ago. When I made
2016.
I wasn't convicted of any lies. I wasn't convicted of any fraud.
Robberies inherently goes to credibility in the state.
It was 15 years ago.
Ooh. Were you convicted of attempted robbery in the state of New York?
That's correct.
And you've also been arrested for criminal trespass in the state of New York?
When?
Multiple times probably, but at least in 2023.
Was I arrested or
Yes,
convicted?
arrested.
Was arrested.
Yeah.
Was not convicted.
You were arrested though, goes to knowledge. Were you convicted of simple trespass in Danbury within the last couple of years, Connecticut?
Violation?
Were you convicted of simple trespass?
Yes.
Have you been arrested for criminal trespass charges in addition to the two I've noted, or other simple trespass?
Well, yeah, law enforcement is violating my rights.
That's not my
all the time.
question. Were you arrested for it?
Yes, you violate my rights all the time.
That's not my question, sir. Yes or no? Have you been arrested? Other
People like
times?
you hate it when you get challenged. You hate it.
Sir, were you arrested more times than that for simple trespass or criminal trespass?
Yes.
How many would you estimate?
Maybe once. One more time. I'm not sure.
What did you mouth Sergeant Fahey on the stand yesterday?
I did not decide to fake that article.
That you recall? I mean, it was yesterday. Did you or didn't you?
Did you see me mouthing?
I'm just asking you a question, sir.
I don't recall mouthing him.
Would it be fair to say you have absolute disdain for Sergeant Fahey?
No, I don't hate anyone. I hate the conduct of certain people.
Have you launched allegations on your video after the encounters with Sergeant Fahey that you claim people have told you about, but you don't know for sure? Like that he was with hookers or that he sold drugs when he was at New London Police Department out of the evidence room. Things along those lines, have you said that?
Yeah, people give me information and I share that information. That's what the journalist does.
And you vetted it beforehand?
That's why I said they're allegations, sir. I didn't say, I specifically say that I didn't confirm them to be true. They're allegations. Everyone's innocent until proven guilty in court of law.
Well, it's not that. I mean, you haven't come up with one shred of proof beyond what you said on those videos, correct? Did you go research any of that?
Research.
Any of
them.
So the only proof.
For those of you who've been here for long enough to know, he must have went to the snafu school of journalism, where you just let everybody say whatever they want, and then you report that and go, hey, I didn't say that, and I didn't vet it, but everyone else is saying it. They're allegations. That's hashtag journalism, right? That's not how that works, Mr. Reyes.
I needed the proof that Sergeant Fahey spit in my face.
No, that's
you
not,
covered
sir.
for him.
No, sir.
You
That's not
covered
the
for
question,
him. He
sir.
menaced me with the firearm, and you covered for him.
You done now?
Are you done defending criminals?
I represent the state of Connecticut, sir.
Well, there you go.
That's my job. You have overwhelming animosity for Mr. Fahey and what.
Now you just proved everything he was trying to get to right in front of our eyes, because you just claimed he's defending criminals, and when he said he works for the state of, you called all of them criminals. Dishonor, bad faith, belligerent, combative, dismissive, demeaning, I could argue at least some of these guys in the legal society and system are more honorable and good faith than you. They tell you what it's going to be and they adhere to some kind of formality and program here. You're just, dancing, shucking and jiving and playing games. So again, as within, so without, as above, so below, you just pointed a finger, they're three pointing back at you. And you literally just gave him the case because he's trying to establish you have contempt and hate in your heart, and your motives and intentions are motivated by malice and contemptuous core beingness. And you just answered that he and everyone else part of the state are criminals objectively. And that's not even a true statement. Like, I would agree with you. The whole thing is just riddled with fraud and there's dishonor and bad faith enough to go around with everyone. You can't say every one of these people is a criminal and doing wrong and bad, because if they were, I wouldn't have 6 cases in 5 years where I didn't go half the time or got dismissals. So that's cope, that's cap, that's projection, that's denial and delusion. You won't face that in yourself, but you project it to all of them at all times. While you're actually giving testimony to try to convince everyone you're not that, and you just convinced everyone you're that. This is what I mean. You guys are, it's beyond tragically laughable on 10 different levels. If you see through the hype and the extra shit, if you see what the rest don't see, that is like the majority of what making determinations is here.
You claim his actions are.
No. Is it for his actions? I don't have animosity for his actions. I don't think you can have animosity for actions. I disdain the actions that he has engaged in multiple times unprovoked against me. Yes, those actions are reprehensible and he should be held accountable for them. He's a cop, so he's not held accountable for them. And the world sees it. The world sees it.
I have no further questions.
Judge, I would like to address the felony conviction that State's Attorney Fahey brought up. When I was 20 years old, I made a bad decision. And the difference between me and Brian Fahey and every other cop that engaged in misconduct, I'll move on. I made a bad decision. I took accountability for it. I paid my debt to society, and since that day, 15 years ago, I have not been convicted of any crimes. I have built a business.
Notice what he just said. That was a pivotal moment right there. For those of you who understand how to reverse engineer words. And I'm eating now because these people bore me. So don't mind my breakdown over me chomping. He specifically chose the words. He hasn't been convicted for anything. He didn't say he's changed his behavior and his ways and ain't doing none of it anymore. People choose their words for a reason. They don't choose other words for a reason. You better get to know that like you know your name. Because I was just about to say, I thought he was going to go down that road and lie to us. He didn't. He lied by omission and obfuscation, indirectly. If he'd have said he'd have changed his ways, he took account, because I knew where he was going. Oh, the difference between me is I did some wrong and I took accountability and changed my ways. I was going to say, no, you haven't. You just changed how you lie, steal, and rob and play power games. You haven't actually changed. Your heart hasn't been changed. Your intentions, your motive, your perception, your discernment, all that hasn't changed, right? You just changed what you do. He didn't even go there. He said, since then, I haven't had any convictions. He won't even lie. I respect him for that. He won't even lie about the fact that he's changed his ways and his behavior. He's just saying technically, legally, he hadn't been caught doing nothing and nobody convicted him, right? I could believe that. You know?
I have a wife. I have 2 children.
Here we go.
I've been invited.
This is the second thing they always do. If you understand psychology, they start pointing to the things they have, getting away from who they are, what they've been, what they become. See, I don't do none of that. Notice what we do here. All I talk about is the bad, evil, wrong, fucked up shit I've done and how I've had a change of heart. And that led me to this revelation of truth, life, and way. And that correlates with the scripture and other ancient texts, right? So he did the first couple classic things they always do if you understand how to interrogate and what criminology is all about. Put distance between his actions and his conviction, right? He used that as his shield. And now he's putting his wife, his child, his house, his things, his profession in the way of you seeing him for who and what he really is, which is someone who hasn't changed at all his mind, his heart, his deception, his ways. He just changed what he does and how he structures it all to be seen. And that's most people's rap, right? That's most people's game. The change of life is not really a change of life. If it is, it's a change of lifestyle. It's not a change of heart, right? So it's not really a change of life.
to speak as a convicted felon at police departments,
Objection.
ride-alongs.
Whole line, Judge. It's simply a character.
And I'm rebutting my character so you can understand who I am.
Court will allow what you've said already. It's not going to permit us to.
He now just revealed, thank you, that's number 3. You just wrapped it up for me, and I already knew that when you started speaking. You just admitted to you believe that what you do as a profession and what you have equals who you are. It not only doesn't, that's what got this culture and society where it's at. Thank you for confirming, sir. See, I do court on a whole different level. We do metaphysical jurisdiction here. Where's my courtroom setup? They can't see it on the, oh no, we're on, what do you call it today? We're on long ways. So yeah, just like dual jurisdiction, metaphysical jurisdiction, physical jurisdiction. They want to court about the physical facts and all the rest of it. I use the physical facts to get down to who and what you are at a soul, spiritual, metaphysical level. And I do that through your conviction or lack thereof with your own words and reverse engineering them, right? By what you choose and what you go to, I could tell what you don't have as an option. You only select from the options you have. So when you go to start pointing at your house and what you do for a career, it means you don't have the option to point at the change you've made as a beingness from within, right? And again, that's exactly why this culture and legalistic corporatistic society is exactly where it's at on all sides, because of what Mr. Reyes just revealed is in his heart and what he believes make the man and what he believes a changed lifestyle in life is. He just convicted himself in my court. Every time.
Understood, Judge. Being a convicted felon, I have a family who loves me. I have friends who love me, who trust me. Haven't been convicted of any crime since, and I've since worked with police departments across this country. I invite police departments onto my channel to speak and bridge the gap between law enforcement and the public. I don't just put out negative content. It's just unfortunate that when I do put out negative content, it's because of the actions of the other officers involved on the scene. I have no animosity for Mr. Fahey. I could never spit in his face. I never pulled a gun on him.
He's not allowed to be convicted.
Oh, so funny. You are a state's attorney acting like a child.
It's not.
You're acting like a child. You're not supposed to be speaking right now, are you? Thanks. Appreciate it. Judge, the state's attorney, John Fahey, I don't even know if he has a relation to Mr. Fahey. Who knows? We don't have a 23andMe DNA test. But he's trying to disparage my character for some.
So Judge, this is the argument later if he wishes.
So the person writes down there that they don't believe anything is metaphysical. Maybe not the best term. I should probably start using the term intangible. Probably a more accurate, better description, right? You could argue even things that are intangible here are physical. It's just, you know. So yeah, we may have a language thing there, but yeah, I'm pretty much talking about what I mean by what I'm saying is that all the power and value is in what you can't see and hold. All the things you can see and hold that are proclaimed to be the power and value are a deception or a corruption. So we'll spare the argument over where physics meets quantum physics meets metaphysics and all the technicalities there. It's really not. Right. Semantical technicalities. I think we know what I'm saying here and what I'm meaning. And then when I explain it and I show you the reflection, I think we get the idea, right? And then we can then reverse engineer the cause and effect potentially in the intangible realm and then see karmically, dharmically how the whole thing takes shape, right? And why it is the way that it is.
I agree. This is argument, sir.
I never hoped for Brian Fahey to come out and see him that day.
Yeah, I just got to do some FOIA requests and things like that. A FOIA request for your body camera footage and Sergeant Brian Fahey's disciplinary records.
You have to send it in writing.
Yeah.
Who's the guy behind you?
I have to conduct business here, Sergeant.
Sir, what can we do for you? Come on.
Oh, you're the Sergeant pistol permits, aren't you?
Come on.
Go ahead, come on in, sir.
Sir, excuse me, sir. You have to get out of the way.
Sir, I know your inclination is wanting to assault me, Sergeant. Stop pushing me. I'm trying to get in. I'm trying to get in the building.
You have no business.
I do have business here. Stop acting like a savage. What are you doing?
I want to hold every action I took was to bring awareness, including my beautiful 14-foot LED billboard truck,
All right, yeah, we get it. Billboard trucks, big money, fanfare, attention, all the symbols of power and value, none of the real shit. I know. That's what got us here. So has ND been in the back technically? I guess he has. I didn't even realize it. I saw him down there. I thought he was up here, but not being shown, but whatever. So, yeah, if you got anything breaking, NDB, but I'm going to call back here. The only broadcast that calls you back, it looks like someone called. I didn't have the phone situation up and running. So let's see what we got here. 616, I'm calling you back. You don't get that anymore. I've never seen that. Broadcast that calls you back. Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello? Who is this?
I'm calling about your car's extended warranty.
Who is this?
You called into a broadcast. No, I'm calling you back, right?
I gotcha. Are you still on a broadcast?
Yeah. Let's get into it.
Gotcha. I don't
thing later. That's a part-time gig of mine. I gotta pay the bills. I can't grift like the rest of them. So do what you can.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't answer unknown callers with anything other than who is this. So how's it going?
I respect that. So yeah, I mean, you're live. Questions, comments, concerns, disagreements, whatever you want. You got the floor, and yeah, we'll see where it goes.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I tuned out a while ago.
Okay, so you don't really remember what was going on. You don't really have anything specific to get into.
No, I called like 2 or 3 hours ago.
Right. All right. Well, I mean, I guess that was pretty simple then, huh?
I suppose so.
What else you got going on? How's the family? How's the kids?
They're great.
Right. So
what do you do?
What do I do? All right. Well, depending on who you ask, I'm a guerrilla, essentially. I live in a trailer. I talk rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. I attempt to practice it. And then I point out how pretty much everyone else is full of shit here, just to boil it down.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What makes you think you're the right opinion?
Oh, the facts, logic, morals, ethics, facts, common sense, reverse engineering of events, stuff like that.
And what exactly do you have opinions on?
Oh, what don't I have an opinion on? Ask these people who come around here whether they like me or not. I'm an opinionated MFer.
What do you think of Christianity?
I think about it. I try not to think about it. If anything, I try to be it, or I just surrender in faith. But same concept. I think you got a lot of folks running around here claiming to be Christians, didn't listen to the prophet that they worship while he said don't idol worship, aren't living like him, doing what he was doing, not serving what he's serving, but claiming in his name some kind of status and standing and title, right? Back to that whole thing I just told you. Remember when I said what you asked me what I did and I said that general thing and now it applies to that, and it's going to happen all the way down the line, right? Watch, try it out. Like, ask me what I think about people voting for the left wing, right wing. Ask me what I think about the medical system. I mean, just pick something, right? It's going to be that same...
Well, I can tell just based on your vibes that you're against the grain on pretty much every issue.
What is the grain exactly? Can you define it?
Well, I mean, in this American culture, voting is sort of the American patriotic thing to do, choose your party, that whole thing.
Well, you mean United States corporation culture. In American culture, we were self-sufficient, self-sustainable. We got our rights from God and we lived free and brave. There didn't require a member of the Epstein class on either side to decide where our life and our land goes and our people go, right?
Right, but I mean, there's been political parties ever since the founding of this nation. I mean, look at the Whigs and the Democrats.
Well, let's be clear. They didn't found a nation. They founded a corporation with a contract and then tried to insert everybody into it and get us all to swear to it and take out applications of it and buy it and for it. And if you're not with that philosophically, you're a crazy sovereign citizen because you can actually realize how life works.
What's a corporation to you?
Well, we'll start with what they say that it is legally. It needs a president, a vice president, a treasurer, and a secretary. Check. Do I have to go on? When we go to U.S. Code, United States is defined as 1A, a federal corporation. When we go to the U.S. Code again, we find that a citizen is defined as a business entity of said corporation. It's not what I call a corporation. It's what they themselves call themselves and even title themselves based on what it is. It's not what I believe it is. I'm talking about what it actually is while everyone keeps living by what they believe it is. See how that works?
Well, I'm just saying, how do you define it? Because people can define things different ways. Some people are wrong. Some people are. That's why I'm just asking for a definition.
Right. I define it based on the actual definitions, not what I want it to be. I'm weird like that. Most people seem to do the opposite. That's what this broadcast is all about. Yeah. We're back to that original theme. So,
gotcha. Well, it's been so far. It's been pretty interesting talking to you. I've been on a lot of call-ins, and people are assholes on basically every end of the spectrum.
Oh, that's definitely me. So I don't want to, make you believe something different than what it is. I'm definitely an asshole on multiple levels, but I'm an asshole, I believe, with some level of truth or true enough. So that's what redeems me.
Well, I mean, that's better. Yeah, I'd rather a true asshole than a nice liar, which we've got a whole lot of those around here.
Yeah, we got one here. This is going to go somewhere, possibly. Like, share, subscribe, and all that, because you just gave back one of my catchphrases that I give constantly. That I play up the fact that I'm an asshole here with the truth or true enough, because I'm not looking for, but it's only going to work if people come here who care more about the truth than the fact that I'm an asshole, because most of them are willing to take the lies and the corruption from a nice guy, or at least someone who seems very nice, right? And I get to have more fun in that. I get to play a bad guy. If you were going to be a wrestler, would you want to really play a good guy? Even if you were on the right side of history with truth, life, and way, you want to play a bad guy. It's fun. It's more fun.
Yeah, I think Gypsy Crusader.
Yeah, like Jesus. Jesus was the bad guy in the WWE who the whole state hated and all the public hated, who was actually there for everyone's own good. It's perfect in its imperfection. It's beautiful in its ugliness.
Yeah, Christ was humiliated, and that was for a reason, because back then it was foolishness to say to a pagan, "Oh, God is going to lower himself to that of man," and they were like, "That's stupid. Get out of here,"
Well, they went to the next level now. Forget that; it doesn't exist. So you're damn sure a fool if you think God could even exist, let alone lower itself to be inside a little old you. You're just a sovereign citizen, right? So I agree with that. They went to the next level.
What makes a sovereign without a moral agent to determine whether we are sovereign or not?
Well, this is back to the rap I have to give folks, because they don't care about the words and terms and meaning, aka the truth. Sovereign means supreme authority. None of us are that. We can never be that. You don't want to be that.
Right.
Your power comes from recognizing you're not that and working within the law that's laid down by that. See?
Right, but laws are made by people. Who makes the laws?
Whoever would ever created this simulation, the same person that made the law of light, speed, and gravity and everything else that you observe with tools but didn't create and can't undo.
Right. So would you say then that might makes right?
No, that's not how that works. Right is right, wrong is wrong. It doesn't matter who's empowered and who's in control.
But if those that are in power and in control have all the ability to enforce what they want, to impose their morality on someone else, does that not make them right? Because who are you to argue morality with someone who can just do whatever they want to you, right?
I don't have to argue morality to someone who's already decided to do whatever they want to someone else, including causing loss, injury, and harm. They verified themselves through action to be immoral. No argument needed.
Right. And the source from that, the source where we get morals, has to be from something that can enforce said morals, right? Otherwise, who are you to say I can't rape and kill this woman?
That's called your conscience. If you do wrong, when you know you did wrong, it's going to plague you for the rest of your life.
Doesn't seem to plague a lot of people in so-called third world countries.
You don't see the signs. Why do you think they got so many hookers? Why do you think they're on so many pharmaceuticals and street drugs? Why do you think they're tipping that alcohol all day, every day? Why do you think they spend 80% of their day chasing false power and control? You just don't see the signs. Of course, it's doing its worst on them. See, you reveal who and what you are when you think because you see people with power in the world and money means they got it all together and that they're happy and fulfilled and that they're purposeful.
No, I'm getting to a point there. I don't believe in might makes right unless we apply it to a cosmic scale. God being the creator and the prime mover of all things is that which we determine morals by, right? He's the moral anchor. Right, everything else flows from that. God can do whatever he wants because who are we to say anything different? You know, you shouldn't have made me, said the clay to the potter. Right, in the same way, we can't do that with God. But the reason humans are immoral is because they are not the standard. If they were the standard, if humans were all that there were, if they were the mightiest, let's say. They would be able to control morality. And, you know, to some people, their limited view, they can see, oh, the people at the top, I'll just do whatever they say because they're the right, you know, the WHO, but whatever they say, the CDC, you know.
All right, I'm not really getting what your point is or what you're trying to illustrate here, because you made a pivotal statement to me, which was controlling morality. What makes anyone believe you could control an objective understanding or experience? Can't be done. And why would you want to?
What makes it objective?
The fact that it applies to all the subjects, whether they know it or not.
Right, but
yeah, that
what determines
detail,
that?
Right?
What law? What moral order determines something to be objective? What makes the speed of light the speed of light, right?
Well, that wouldn't be an adequate thing that we can analyze as far as morality comes in, because it's not really based on right or wrong. You know?
Well, I mean, sure you can. All creation, right? If we're going with the analogy of God again, comes from a source. Right, just like the speed of light having a fixed set position and speed. So too with morality.
Let's make it a little bit more sort of palatable and productive, and maybe even triggering. Your evidence of objective morality is the fact that we can define it and apply it to self and every other self, and then observe that when it's not either defined or adhered to, we get a certain result. Ergo, look around you. Right. Like we see.
I did not understand a single facet of that sentence.
Right. So if you look at the world as a whole, the one theme they have in common is they're amoral or immoral people. They don't know right from wrong objectively, can't describe it with logic, make it make sense, and support atrocious atrocities that are based in illogical, unreasonable, immoral, amoral behavior. So, you know, again, it's like we have a conscience.
Okay, I think we're on the same. I think we're speaking past each other. I don't think we disagree on that point.
Right. So it then sets an objective standard and law for all of us, whether we adhere to it or not, is our free will choice. What's not our choice is the consequence of having to live out the consequences of our choices. So if you have three-quarters of people who are immoral, amoral, sure, if you're immoral and amoral because God created a conscience and gave you the ability to know right from wrong, but you don't use it because you want cash, because cash is king, Christ ain't king, and I'm just talking allegorically, then you get a Babylonian culture and society. Christ is a response to a cause. The cause is a lack of recognition of the true cause, which is everything that created the law and what we're supposed to do and be here, right? So that shows a universal program that at certain times, I'm evidence of that. At certain times in history, when the lack of logic, morals, and ethics becomes overwhelming, the universe sends in a Paulie boy to run his fat mouth like 20 hours a day or more to all these people to level those scales. And somehow, some way, he's able to outcompete the folks who have the graduation and the certification, who can't use or understand logic, morals, and ethics. That is evidence of God and objective morality and objective process, program, and procedure that's unfolding on all of us, because I'm like beneath these people who I'm at this point calling out as far as track record goes and an origin point of origin. Right? And then now we have the revelation of the completely faithful and equitable that is completely illogical, right? So we're now going into paradox. How could somebody who comes out of complete brokenness and darkness and pain and nothingness with no seeming prospects be a vortex to this state of beingness or this energy to bring it about, right? So, again, there is, I guess you could say, there is a otherworldly component here that isn't as logical as we want to believe all of reality is, but it has an effect on this reality. So we kind of have to know, go ahead.
I should probably move on to a topic that we actually disagree on, because it's kind of boring to argue about a topic. You're both kind of trying to say the same thing, going about different ways to say it,
Well, I mean, it can be productive when we're just philosophizing, because what it is we're seeing the same thing and experiencing the same thing, but we have a different perspective on describing that. And what's good is if you describe it from across the street and I describe it from over here, the guy who's over there can see it from two different perspectives and maybe get a handle on what it is from his perspective, right? So we don't necessarily need controversy in order to engage in productivity when we understand that, once again, one truth, one life, one way, holographic reflexivity. The more we all think we get it or experience it and then describe it and confirm back with each other with feedback, the more we can correct our mapping of this whole thing for ourselves and each other, right? Which is all it's supposed to be for anyway, so that we hold an accurate mapping of creation, that when we lay it over creation, we can correlate that with what's going on, and then we can determine to some extent what's going to happen next, right? That's really all of what a testimony, a belief system, or wisdom, forget belief system, wisdom and experience really is. It's just a mapping of reality that we can correlate with our experience and speak about, so that others can potentially make different choices with more informed consent. And even that's a gamble.
Right.
Because everything is done through the idea that I just handed you my inner space mapping of reality and told you to walk into a fucking burning building essentially with it, right? If it all goes bad, you can't do the whole Paul Enslaved made me do it. Come up with your own mapping of reality and follow that. Oh, wait, you did. I see how that goes. Did you get your latest booster, by the way? PSA? PSA. Do you know where your latest booster is? Okay, sir, go ahead. What else do you have? We might agree on everything. You never know. This might be the one time where there's complete simultaneous apprehension and synchronicity happening.
I'm really terrified of how people have been reacting, or I should say not reacting to flock cameras. I can't believe people are just, there are some people doing stuff about it, but other people are just going about their day
I'm gonna get you on this one. I'm gonna get you on this one.
Yeah, go for it.
I already got you. What should they do about it, sir?
What should they do about it? That's a good question, but I'm not going to answer it because I'm on live.
So you're saying that you support something that you're not proud enough or secure enough in speaking in front of the whole world? That might be something you're guilty about that maybe you shouldn't do, no?
No, I'm not guilty about it.
Did you hear that? Did anyone hear that? Someone heard that. You almost jumped out of your skin on that one, sir. Come on. Let's get back in. Let's get back. Grab your spirit, bring it back into the body. Or maybe not. Maybe you'll be better if you...
I don't believe in astral projection, so I think we're good there.
Oh, I've experienced it.
In any case,
That's the thing. I don't have to believe in. I've left my body, so I know it's a thing. Now,
would
whether
say
it's a
to you, Lord have
hallucination
mercy.
or not, whatever that means, because I'm living a hallucination apparently, or alongside one. If you ask 85% of the folks who call themselves my countrymen. So, again, I knew where you're going to go. I asked the question because I knew the answer, and the answer is you think we should all get on board with destruction of property. And I'm saying that even though that's cool and hip and exciting, that slaves are finally waking up and not being like bootlicking and spit shining. You're going to create a narrative where they're going to write you up as everything that they needed you to be so they can substantiate governance, right? Because destruction of property is not the answer. You getting your shit together and not being a slave was the answer for 200 years. No one did that.
I never said anything about destruction of property.
I didn't say that you did.
You're the one that imposed that on me.
I didn't say that you did. I'm presuming and assuming, since you want to play lawyer legal games and do technicalities. I believe that you know that I know that you know that I know that you were going down the road of supporting potentially destruction of property. I can't prove it. And I'll take your word for it that maybe I'm projecting or presuming and assuming here, right?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption.
Right, but then why is it when I ask you what should be done, I can't get an answer if it's not destruction of property? Surely it's not something unlawful or illegal, right?
Of course not.
Of course not. Oh, they wonder why I do what I do. You guys are so fun to play with while you play with yourselves and the truth and reality, right? You want to take me along for the ride, like I'm not a god of all media, like the god of creation. I can't know your heart and see right through your garbage. Okay, let's play. Fun.
You're taking yourself a little too seriously, guys. Like,
You're taking the truth a little bit not too serious, is what's happening here. And you're mistaking me for the truth or for the lie, as you always do. It's not about me. I'm not taking me seriously. If I was taking me so seriously, I wouldn't be laughing at you with 80 live viewers watching me while decastrated gets 1 million views and $1 million this year. I can't take myself seriously and do what I do the way that I do it and have an effect. So let's not project there. Okay? I take the truth, life, way, the process, procedure, and my role in all this seriously, as I should. Pretty much all I have left. Pretty much all I ever really had, if we want to define had or am. So, right. We're not going to get an answer from you about what should be done about flock cameras because you are not secure in yourself and what you do to speak it in front of God and the world without fear of retribution, because you know in your mind and heart on some level you're guilty or fearful. So you've already convicted yourself. That's my presumption.
Not really, because here's the thing. An evil government or an evil population or an evil culture will destroy the things that you love based on the things that you say. It just is what it is. It's not a matter of fear out of, oh, I'm guilty of some moral issue. It's, oh, I actually, care about my livelihood and the people I care about more than, oh, the system needs to come down, this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah.
That's a nice way of saying you care more about your worldly comforts than you do about being authentic and living the truth. I already knew that. That's what I said.
I care about people more. I don't give a fuck about how comfortable I am.
We found it. I don't.
I don't give a fuck about how comfortable I am. I give a fuck about the safety and the spiritual wellness of my wife and kids.
Right. And the paradox here is that the lie is the danger that everyone goes along to get along with, and it's pervasive. The truth is the safety that most reject because they're told it's scary and you may have to be challenged for it and by it, right? And then again, the difference between metaphysical and physical jurisdiction as well. So, right, we found our first disagreement. I care less about
when there's a cause that I need to be martyred for, I will
people's safety and comfort than I do about the truth. Because if we don't get to the truth, we're fucked with ourselves and each other anyway. I've already experienced that. I know it firsthand.
Well, ultimately, when we say the truth is Christ. When someone says, give up the lives of you and your family on account of your faith in Christ, that's the first thing that will have me step up to the plate. But when it's about social change, about upending the world order, Like, things come and go, man. I'm not some
So you
hero.
idol worship Jesus, but you won't practice being like him. That's really the bottom line, right?
What is being like him?
You know, telling everybody they're a slave, cursing at the fig tree for not producing fruit, like I do with all the slaves here. He was cursing trees. They say, Paulie, don't curse. It's Antichrist. Bringing sight to the blind. That's what I'm trying to do with you right now. You just don't know. Healing the sick. That's what I do all day, every day. When I know that's funny, but it's actually true if you step back from how it feels and look at what it actually is. Healing the sick. They got a bunch of folks got disease of slavery and genocide. You asked me a question. I'm giving you an answer. You're cutting me off because you don't like correlation with firsthand testimony and experience. You want culturation and culture, root word cult, about your idol worshiping. You want mythology. I'm giving you reality. What would you like?
I mean, mythology is part of reality. Myth isn't necessarily.
It is till it's not. It is till it's not, right? Art imitates life. Mythology is sort of a lore, if you will, about certain good and great aspects of our beingness. So it is till it's not with most things, right? So when you want to tell me there's a guy going to come on a cloud and leave on a cloud, a physical guy, and he died, but then woke back up and he went in the cave and came out of the cave and he was walking actually on the ocean and all the rest of this. I'm the idiot here because that's the crux of your belief system or faith is doing little to nothing, not changing yourself, giving it all onto a guy who walks on the ocean.
That
I talk about faith with works and co-creation and cause and effect and logic, morals and ethics, and basically what every story of the Bible was actually centered around doing and being.
Yeah, you can have both. You know that, right?
I bet he has a degree.
You can have both when one takes precedence over the other. When the story of Jesus is correlative, it's not the citation for where you get your power and value and authority.
Do you or do you not believe that Christ came down as the Son of God in the flesh, was crucified under Pontius Pilate?
When you say come down, what does that mean? On a fire pole, on a cosmic fire pole, like a stripper? He came down? What does that mean? I mean, he incarnated? He ran. I don't know where he got disconnected, whatever. I didn't do that. So even in what he's describing, it's all mythology and lore and culting, right? He came down, you know? This is where I write my Gospel of Lukewarm, where this guy's like the main character and I'm the savior, but everything is just double speak where I ejaculate on him and he just takes it and goes, this is warm, loving.
Came down on him, Paul.
I did. And then you watch the scribes next to him describe what happened and you realize it's a completely different reality and it's a bit non-bit again. We're back there again, right? And some say I'm a genius and morbid. And most say he's completely inappropriate, probably crazy. What kind of medication is he not taking? You know? So yeah, Jesus came down on us and he was God in the flesh, and then he died and rose again, and all your sins are gone forever because believe on him and the blood, and you're culting so fucking hard right now, I can't believe it. And the whole crux of it is like fake religions from fake ass states where you don't have to be accountable, responsible, and you don't ever like become a man or a real woman. You're a bunch of Pinocchios with strings lying to yourselves. Your nose is growing and you're wishing upon a star, right? I'm your Jiminy Cricket. Let your conscience be your guide. Isn't that what Jiminy Cricket showed up to tell Pinocchio, lion ass puppet whose nose was growing? Fashioned in the wood shop, you look and sound like every other fake ass boy that I meet. Why don't you become a real boy? Stop telling lies and let your conscience be your guide and act from that space. Oh no, Jesus wouldn't want us to do that, even though that's the whole thing he came to show and teach and why he died. That's the reason why you won't do it. Because you're afraid if you act from your conscience and do the right thing in a wrong world, that world's going to put you in jail or put you to death. How do I know? Because I look inside of me. You ain't special. You ain't unique. You ain't different. You ain't going to bullshit me, and your fake ass laugh doesn't mean anything for power and value either. I see right through that shit. As a matter of fact, all it does is reveal you in your position. See, I'm someone I'm everything Sean Paul Reyes isn't, even back to robbing and scamming. You want to go there? He acts like it never happened. It was a one-off. We know Long Island, New York culture, Sean Paul Reyes. I was there and lived it. I talk about it all the time. Don't bullshit everybody. Own it. Own your criminal mind and ways so you can repent from it and turn from it and reform yourself and be renewed in a different truth, life, and way, and then go back to tell the other rubes and dupes how they're being rubed and duped with that criminal mind God gave you. The devil does good sometimes. See? These people want to come here. These inauthentic corporate beta males want to come here and play with somebody who literally at one point didn't know what his point was in the world because he could see and was told he was crazy for it. So he completely abandoned all reason and hope and went into criminality and addiction. And I used to set people like you up all day, every day, because I could read you 10 fucking ways to Sunday. And I could direct you if I wanted to 10 ways to Sunday. I don't do that either anymore. I literally will repel all of you who are not meant for truth, life, and way. I'll do the opposite of trying to manipulate you because it has to be that way. Don't come here and try to manipulate me and play games with me. It's an insult to my intelligence. If you don't have any, it's an insult to mine and intelligence in general. Again, you guys think that life is the only game where you don't have to show your hand. You don't have to show it in poker either. You're bluffing right now. And you just told me across the table you got 4 aces. How could you have them when I'm holding them? And at some point, you got to put them cards down. And we got to show it. Cut the game.
Yeah, or you run.
Right. But I'm just saying, even in the game of poker where it's all archetypal, it's all the same reflection, holographic beingness.
Yeah, you
bluff all you want. Cross-talk all you want, laugh and giggle. At some point, you got to put them cards down, just like in life. At some point, you got to live all that shit you're talking. And it can't be anything other than what it is. And I'm holding the 4 aces. I know you ain't got it. I know what it looks and feels and sounds like, and I know what it ain't. And I know if I got it and you ain't got it, you can't claim it. Go ahead.
No, it's kind of funny that he brought up the flock bullshit and then didn't want to like speak on it. He wanted you to speak on it.
Because he's a bitch.
Say bad things and
right.
shit.
He, like they all do, want me to do his work for him, say all the shit I'm not going to say because it's not right. And then do all the time for it like I always do. While if he gets called, says I made him do it. Right? We know the game. He's a bitch. We know that's the. If you want to get back down to in the parking lot outside the train station, 4 a.m. with the gang members and all the rest of it, it's who's a bitch and who's not, who's going to die today for what they believe in or not. That's all where the respect and the honor comes from. I'm not even saying that's all the way functional. This was born out of me not wanting to live, doing heroin every day. When I would come up against the people who were supposed to be authority on the street, they go, look at this crazy fucking white boy. He just got heroin off of us, just flipped it for 2 or 3 times the amount, got arrested, came back out, came to us with the money and told us give him more and didn't tell nothing. And then when we pulled the gun on him, said, pull the trigger now, you got to pull it. I'm not saying that's functional and you should do that. I'm just saying you need that in you at some point to call on some form of faith and trust in something to move past your fear and to question these false authorities. There's no difference between a thug and a gangster on the street and a thug and a gangster in uniform. Get to know it and understand the dynamic and understand what they respect and recognize. And the only path is the one path you ain't taken. That's the one path to freedom and respect. And it ain't destroying their fucking property.
No.
Destroy their property and see what the fuck they do to Paulie Boy and everybody else. And I played with that too at one point. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I was scared to death. Because if they saw what I had stole from them at one point when I was high on heroin to try to prove some kind of, because I wanted to die is really what it was at that point. I was self-sabotaging, self-destructive, stealing from blood gang members when I'm scared in my heart and know they're going to fucking put it to me if they find out. And what this is such a great story. What wound up happening? I stole a hat from the trap house that was laying around and I started wearing it around town. Knocking on devil's door, right? On every level, just every which way that I could, not even knowing what I was doing. Looking back now, realizing, oh, that's the subconscious mind and a bunch of games that self plays on self. Wearing this hat around town, even having these guys riding around and riding by me and whatever else, and they're not even putting it together. They may not even known the hat was gone, whatever. They're not even putting it together. This guy's walking around fucking wearing the hat. So I go to the bar. Who knows why? Because I didn't even drink at that point. Probably to get involved with lowlifes and jerk offs, either to buy drugs or try to sell them. And I wound up stealing something, stealing a radio or something from over there. A guy had a Sirius radio in a convertible just sitting out open and whatever. And in those days, hey, that's license for me to take it because you didn't protect it and keep it safe. By the way, inside the mind of a predator at that point, I'm looking for opportunistic come-ups. You won't secure yourself and your shit. I'm taking you and what you got. That's the same thing your government is all about. Don't you see it? So me, like the fuck up loser that I was, high on drugs, not making no sense beyond a certain point, doing stupid shit, self-sabotage and self-destructing. I took the fucking Sirius radio, put it in the hat, and put it in the bush. And then went back in the bar to do whatever I do. Next thing I know, the cops show up. They say somebody said a radio got stolen. We found a hat in the fucking bushes with the radio in it. The cop took the radio out of the hat, took the hat, put it on my head, and he goes, "The hat just happens to fit you, huh?" I think that was one of the reasons I originally took the hat, because I saw it lying there and it was my size, right? The old, it's my size. It's not on anybody's head right now in a blood trap house, so I'm going to take it, right? So he puts the fucking hat on my head. He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "You didn't do this, but we got you on camera walking up to here." I guess they couldn't see the rest of it. It wasn't open and shut. It was somewhat open-ended, but, you know. And they go, "And it just happens to match what you're wearing and all the rest," because at that time, you know, you try to have a coordinating thing or whatever going on. So yeah, I don't even know how we got off on this.
What did the cops say?
He wound up telling me, "We pretty much know you did this. We can't prove it. You're going to confess to this, or we're going to shove a baton up your nose," was his exact words. The back of a police car. And I told him that essentially I don't make a living off of confessing for anything, whether I do it or don't do it. So I don't believe that you have proof that I did anything at this point, and I'm not really gonna say that I did something that, you know. And again, it was probably, I wouldn't even have said that much. It would have just been real simple. I don't really have anything to talk about here. We got nothing to say. Yeah. At that point, it's already like I'm sitting there going, "Oh, they got me nailed," you know, a few different ways. And, you know, right. So he never wound up doing nothing to me physically. They let me out. They returned the radio. I think he even gave me the hat. I think I took the hat and left with it. And was wearing it again after that, if I remember correctly, like the asshole that I was. So then this guy took to follow me around town, this cop. And there's a I was going to say famous, not famous to anyone, famous to me in my life, whatever that means. Notable interaction with me and him, of multiples, where he used to follow me around town, and it's so sick, surreal. He would follow me around town like 5 miles an hour, and we would get into it, right? Because it would be like the middle of the night, and I'd be like either going to get drugs or high on shit or whatever. And this is how it even got. So he, at one point, he grabbed me. That's what I was going to say. We were in front of 7-Eleven, and he I don't know what his pretext was. I don't seem to remember me doing anything directly at that point. He wanted to get me in an investigation, or he wanted to interrogate me, and I wasn't complying. So he grabbed me and tried to take me back behind the building, and I just planted my feet, and I told him, "Whatever you're going to do, you're going to do it here on camera in front of everybody. I'm not going back there with you." Because I didn't have a good feeling about it. So he wound up just saying to me like something along the lines of, you know, "This is the old cliche shit. This is my town. I run this shit. You ain't going to do whatever you want here. If you think you are, then I'm going to be in your face all day, every day." You know, something to that effect.
Yeah.
And when I went to go, this guy had hundreds of complaints on him. But again, this is a reality. It got so silly at one point. I started carrying a Bible around, smoking dust, because I felt like these people were devils and demonic. And once again, pointing all out there and maybe having a point, but forgetting all the shit I'm involved in and the karma I'm generating and what I'm doing that I'm not being accountable for, right? So, and again, one is a reflection of the other and a response to the other, right? Because they may be pushing policies and codes and interfering with rights and all the rest of it and not following legal process and procedure, but on some level, it's a reflection and a response to guys like me at that one point being broken, being opportunistic, doing what I'm not supposed to in places I shouldn't be, and generating a whole bunch of bad outcomes for myself and others, right? But again, is it really a response to that dynamic if it becomes a reflection of that dynamic, which is exactly who and what we were? Unknowingly, we're both reflecting each other walking down that street in our own ways.
He knew you and you knew him.
For both of our criminality.
Yeah.
Regardless of what everyone else in town knew or believed or whatever else, we both saw each other for exactly who and what we were.
Exactly.
Inverse reflection of the same dynamics, right? You're here to kill, steal, and destroy and call it your livelihood in your system. I'm doing the same.
Yeah.
You're just a thug, wannabe gangster in uniform. I'm just one out of uniform, right? We're both the same fucked up, dysfunctional, immoral creature who need a spiritual awakening, right?
Yeah.
So the difference was he was 50 fucking years old at that point. I was 19 and on dust, and I was still in my head in the Bible and trying to study and research and spending all my time to try to seek truth, to be set free from my own sickness and evil without seeing it at the time for what it really is. I knew I was fucked up. I knew my life was fucked up. I knew it needed to change. I just didn't believe it was possible, and I didn't know how it was going to happen. They already decided they were right. They don't need none of that. There is no problem with them. Paulie and everyone else are the problem, right? But again, the first shall be last, the last shall be first. We're now time for a report card. Officer Zelle, whatever the fuck his name was, with 400 complaints that never went to court for abuses and violence and all the rest. He's sitting somewhere right now, slaved and genocided out, if I had to guess, based on the probability. I'm someone who's a completely different person who serves truth, life, and way in their community, even if I don't have it all together. And I was one of the reasons why you folks pushing your policy and code and shots on everybody, they had a renewed sense of faith with me being and doing what I'm being and doing, right? So I know just by my beingness and doing this, I'm serving that. So again, that's the Sean Paul Reyes speech you're supposed to give at court. I know I'm a low life piece of shit without this truth, life, and way. Look at my fucking history and background. I know with that, I'm the closest thing to God on earth, and so are you. That's what Jesus came to teach and show. And that's where the redemption is. And everyone has that available to them, whether they know it or not, right? That's the beautiful thing. That's why nobody's exempt from the conditions and the judgment, right? The question is, do you have the will to go past your fears and your pride to seek that truth to be set free? Or do you think you already got all the answers and you're good and it's everybody else and you can continue to do like you've always done? That's not my story and my journey and testimony at all. And that's not my practice, program, process, procedure with others who facilitate here and do fellowship at all. And you know what, really, once again, the mitigating factor is one of them is it's got to get really bad for the individual before they get really good or great. You just haven't hit rock bottom yet. You know? And that's why. Well, that's why there's a good chance that the officer I'm talking about has had an awakening by now, because he's lived another 20, 25 years and seen it all and heard it all and experienced it all. And the more you live, the more that life has its way of working on you and bringing down those walls to get you to see past what you were ignoring this whole time, what you were trying to wall up and wall out, right?
Well, if he's still alive, I mean, you're presuming he's alive.
Yeah. Right. Well, again, the themes are archetypal. Everyone is a poly boy at some point in their life to some extent, walking down the street, lying, cheating, stealing, thieving, playing power games. Everybody's got an officer Zelle in their life, if they aren't one, rolling down the street, lying, cheating, stealing, playing fucking power games.
Yeah.
And everybody making justifications all the way in between. And everybody all in between supporting one side or the other instead of supporting the truth, life, and way and what's right and calling out the wrong and bad shit and being a reflection of stopping that, which is always the answer, right? We got to finish here if we can. We're going on 5 hours almost. I knew I'd never get through this thing. I never do. You don't even care, right? We don't even care, really.
No.
Doesn't even matter.
No, it don't matter.
You only have another 30 minutes. You know how I do a 30-minute broadcast. Each 30 minutes is another 3 hours at least.
Brian Fahey's misconduct was to bring awareness to the residents, to the public at large. He's not special. He's not the only person I've ever protested peacefully with a billboard truck. I've never engaged in violence against a public official. I have never even, that I can recall, cursed at a public official. I try and remain peaceful during these interactions. And the fact that Brian Fahey couldn't control himself should not be a negative, should not paint a negative light on me. I did go to the police headquarters 2 times for legitimate business. 1, as State's Attorney Fahey said, to file a complaint. 2, to do an open records request, which I never got. Yes, I went to film inside of the precinct. He's talking about me filming inside of the police lobby. He asked me about that. I'm explaining that in court. Yes, I attempted to film inside of the Connecticut police station lobby. And when I was told that I couldn't, and I couldn't enter while recording, I said, fine, let's do the complaint outside. And that's when, unfortunately, I first became aware of former Sergeant Brian Fahey. He did the complaint outside. I was very cordial to him during our conversation. He was the aggressor. And when I went back the second time, was not looking for Sergeant Fahey.
Yeah, your mommy and daddy did.
Another state trooper.
We've been over this dynamic too. We grew up with fear. We were just taught directly or indirectly what to apply it to. And it starts with your mommy and daddy with that slave mind and heart programming. As soon as you start to question what they want from you, that doesn't need to happen. As soon as your mommy and daddy tell you something they want for you to happen and they're going to make happen that doesn't need to happen because they said so, and you question it and say, why? I want to do what I want to do. And they say, no, you're going to do what we say or else. Bam. Start the clock on the slave training. Paulie doesn't have children. I don't need to have children. I don't need to stick my head in a sewer system to know there's shit and piss in there, okay? That's fucking logic. The same fear you saw carry to mommy and daddy. By the way, this is another one theme that didn't take with me. I was the kid they told everyone not to play with. Imagine that. I could see that. Because they could never put fear on Paulie Boy to stop him from doing what he wanted to do. I used to do all types of outlandish wild shit, whatever I want to do. And if it didn't cause loss, injury, or harm to someone else, I really don't care what you think about it. And I'm now being reminded of stories of doing heroin at people's parents' house and then them finding the remnants of it. And me copping to it. And then their own kids lying to them about it. And me laughing about the fact that your children are doing this shit and inviting me here because they're doing it. And you want to all put it on me when they're the ones bringing me to it and initiating with me. But they, of course, are the greatest guys ever. And I'm the evil bad one. While they're doing the shit in your house and lying to you about it. And then when you catch me, I just go, yeah, I do heroin. Now what? You want to know why? No, they don't give a fuck why. They don't care about the pain and the suffering and all the rest. And not that it's an excuse. All they care about is lying to themselves and everyone else and buying their child's bullshit so they can cope. But yeah, it's the same cause and effect scenario. It's the same empowerment versus lack of empowerment. Now, what we direct that on obviously makes a big difference, of course. But the first 1, 10, 100,000 times that you tell your child that it can't do what it wants to do, that isn't causing harm or doing wrong because it's going to do what you say it's going to do, you just set it up to be trained as a slave because your state's going to come in and be their next cosmic form of parents after you with the same fucking rationale or lack thereof and employ the same emotional reasoning, right? You do what we say because if not, we're going to do something to you that you're not going to like. That's coercion and duress. It's the absence of freedom and true self-care and free will. That's ungodly. See? They always want to sacrifice the unpretty, unkind, not nice, empowered, godly state for what's nice, kind, polite, sophisticated, or controlled and orderly. And again, it has its time and its place. But the problem is when that becomes the whole basis for a whole culture and society, fear-based reality. where there's an authority, as the man said before, might makes right, and you're going to do what that authority says or else. And anybody who doesn't fall in line with that dynamic, we're going to alienate them too and say that they're bad, wrong, and evil. Something's wrong with them. And again, this all goes back philosophically to this one concept, this false idea of legitimized authority. The only legitimized authority here is the truth and cause and effect. And if you can't appeal to that, then everything else is immoral and based in coercion and duress. It looks something like, get out of the street, son. You're going to do it now. Why? Because I'm actually going to keep you safe. So we get a buy on that. The child doesn't get to retain its free will there because it doesn't see that a car's coming and he's going to fucking die. So we're going to overwrite your free will to push you or knock you out of the street to actually keep you safe. We're not going to claim safety every time we want to have control over you to get you to do what we say just because we say it, even if there's no wrong or harm going to be done to anybody in the equation. False power and authority dynamics, illegitimate on the face of it, based on logic, morals, ethics, and ability to reason, cause and effect. So yeah, don't give me the nonsense about the state and all the rest of it. It starts within you, and it starts with your mommy and daddy, and it starts with this tyrannical urge to create order through being in constant control and never letting any other living being express based on the life within them, because you got a better idea on how they should be them. Right. That's the rallying cry and the credo of every tyrant. By the way, that's also why most of your children, whether they won't cop to it in front of me because they think they're supposed to say they love you so much and everything's cute, that's why most of your children don't fucking respect you and trust you, because they know you're a coward tyrant in your heart, and your actions prove that.
Sergeant Fahey appeared and waved at me. He waved at me, knowing we had that other interaction. He came out and waved at me. Waved. And I was permitted to record in the lobby that day.
All right, so you can come in.
Thank you.
Anything in your pockets, go ahead and take out. So
Sure.
His wallet, put right over here.
Is Sergeant Brian Fahey one of those important people that's in this building, ma'am? The one that you just saw assault me and didn't do anything about it as a law enforcement officer? In broad daylight?
Yeah, so come down. You have to go through the metal detector.
In broad daylight, ma'am? So there he is. He's so mad. Why are you so mad, Sergeant? Oh, yeah, after you assaulted me, right? Yes, you did. You did it last time. You did it again. Because you're scared. You wouldn't do it without a uniform. Because I'm what? You're scared. You wouldn't do it without that gun on your hip and that badge. You wouldn't do it without that. You wouldn't do it.
And Mr. Fahey stood there in the lobby. He didn't go to his office. He didn't go to the pistol permit section. He stood there in the lobby. Because Sergeant Fahey's not scared of me. We've said that many times. Regardless of a felony conviction 15 years ago. I went to the house, the residence, to conduct what I believe to be a knock and talk. I did not see a sign that said no trespassing or anything to me that would indicate I could not enter the property. I fully believed on that day, as I fully believe on today, that I had an implied license or privilege to knock and talk. And I want to clarify something for the record. Yesterday I said I wasn't on trial. And obviously I am. But that's because I shouldn't be on trial. Brian Fahey should be on trial, but he's not, because he's above the law.
This is the words of a faithless fool who doesn't recognize the holographic and reflective. This simulation is the trial ground in the court. We're all on trial here every moment of every day, dummy. You just revealed how limited your perspective is. God is the limitless, other than arbitrary limits imposed or arbiter-based limits imposed, because I wouldn't say it's whimsical, which is one of the synonyms of arbitrary as I remember it. So, right, you think that justice begins and ends inside of some administrative goofy court somewhere where everyone pays or gets paid to be there. You don't understand the holographic, reflective, and the continuous, the eternal, the real, by the way. What seems to be fake and fantastical and miraculous is the most real thing or more real here thing. Everything you see and what you hear is all bullshit. That's fucking fascinating how that works. Try to figure that out. So, right. And more childish fucking denial of your responsibility and accountability. Brian Fahey should be on trial, not me.
So what's he
We
on
all
trial
wanna-
for? Well, what is he there? What's he whining about? What's he there for?
Oh, I believe it was criminal trespass. Again, it doesn't matter. They're all in these courts thinking that end all be all is their culture and society while they neglect the cosmic and the co-creational. That's what got us all here.
I was just curious of why he was there and why he showed up when he didn't cause any loss, injury, and harm.
What is everybody guilty of in God's court under U.S. code as well? Because that's where they get U.S. code from, is common fucking sense, reason, and rationality. That's the foundation, philosophy of all legal and lawful proceedings. That's why I say the best legal law professor is not a legal law professor. He's a philosopher first, spiritual practitioner first. So, right. It's not I shouldn't. It's the words of a coward and a child. It's how can I, how am I? You already are on trial in this simulation by what you do and don't do. You will create a result with that. You'll have to live in that result. There's your trial if you don't want to bring God into it, cause and effect style. On a micro and a macro level, it all works together. What you put out is what you get back. These are the laws. So
Yeah, he's doing a lot of yapping in that courtroom, from what I have heard and witnessed.
he's undoing his whole position with the court. He doesn't know it. These people are occultists. They know what I'm saying is true. They've studied what I'm talking about. They teach it. They live it. They love when guys like you get on the stand and think you're representing yourself, representing yourself, start yapping from your bitch ass mama spirit and convict yourself as dishonorable and bad faith. They fucking love it. You don't talk and act like a man. You don't act like a godly man either. You don't act like an honorable, faithful man. You act like mankind. Kind of like man. Kind of looks and sounds like one, but when you listen to it speak and reverse engineer what it's saying, you find a coward and a child. Child of the state, to be precise. I shouldn't be on trial. Brian Fahey should be. But the whole simulation in the third dimension is we're going to choose constantly and essentially gamble. And based on our choices, we're going to get a result and a reality. And then we're going to be judged by that over and over again. Watch, rinse, repeat. It's literally a trial of our spirit and our soul. We're literally being tested and tried. It's an actual trial of who and what we are and what we serve and whether we honor that or dishonor that.
Every day.
Do you see how every statement reveals who and what the being is and just leads toward their conviction under God and in a legal court? You think the participants here, the ones who really, I'm not saying all of them, like any other profession or any other discipline, there's people who really care, who make their whole life about it, and there's people who do it like it's just a job and they go home and jack off the rest of the time. People who fucking live this shit in and out, who study the occultism, philosophy, and all the rest of it, and have a historical reference for it as well, know what I'm saying is true, and that's why I get respected at court. I don't need to know any of this crap and do what you do. It's because I don't know any of it and do it that I retain my power and value. And not only do I retain that with the courts, I retain it with God and the people. That must be proof of a good idea. See, if you sell yourself out one or two other places to win one other place, did you really win and honor yourself? Are you really integral? And again, it's not me. It's about I am that am, where it works through me, that works through everyone else. That when understood and revealed and harnessed is the way to the way that moves mountains. There is no other way that this can work. So again, stop with the whole I shouldn't be, entitlement, selfishness, denial, delusion, deflection, disempowerment, lingo, and energy. Get back to what the fuck I am and what I'm a part of and what I can do and be and co-create and how I'm already always on trial here. And what I do is going to create the reality that I got to live. I'm going to be tested and tried in my soul and in this life. There's my trial. A lot bigger. Do you notice, by the way, how I get bigger than the whole situation and almost seemingly life itself with the words? That's what the experience is, the all. You're worried about Brian Fahey on his lawn, which you all play in power games, instead of what this all is really revealing and signifying. and reflecting.
I'm innocent. I hope this court finds me innocent. I have nothing further to say.
I have a couple more questions. So the fact that he waved at you in state police headquarters set you off. I mean, you were mad about that. You just said that, right? You were upset that he was standing there staring at you and waved at you.
I had great emotional control.
That's
No,
what
I wasn't upset. I was
the-
indicating to the court that you are indicating that I went there searching for him, but yet he came out and found me.
No, I wasn't saying that. You did say before you went in, maybe we'll run into Sergeant Fahey, correct?
He works there.
I know, but then you said it before you ever encountered him, right?
Right.
Okay. And so you just made a big point of the fact that him waving at you and he stood there while you were conducting legitimate business. And I'm not questioning your legitimate business at all. I'm saying that was upsetting to you somehow, that you still remember that he waved at you and stood in his doorway.
No, that's not my testimony. That's what my testimony is that he waved at me. Obviously, if you don't want to be around somebody, you don't come out and wave at them. You stay away from them.
And so you went to his house thinking you were somehow invited there or welcome there by Brian Fahey, or had some license or privilege to be there?
I think I have a license or privilege to knock on anyone.
I understand what you think. That may or may not be the law. That'll be up to the court. But I'm saying you knew this was going on between you and Brian Fahey, and you thought it would be a good idea to go to his house in the middle of a civil lawsuit and approach his door. Is that what you're saying?
I exercise my rights peacefully.
Okay. Well, if you have a right to. The other thing is too, you indicated you never expected him to even come to the door and encounter you. Yet you went up his driveway. You indicated in your own direct testimony that you somehow knew he was home. I don't know if you waited there or
That's not
whatever.
my testimony.
You said you knew he was home in the middle of the afternoon.
I knew he was home when he came out. I didn't know he was home. How could I see? I couldn't see if how would I know if he was home or not? I did not testify to that, no.
Did you not say on the video that you knew he was home because it was the middle of the afternoon and now you're checking because it's 3:45 and how could you be making all this overtime being home?
Sir, you're misunderstanding me. I said that once I went there to determine whether he's going to be working at 3:30 in the afternoon on a work day. I didn't determine that until Brian Fahey answered the door.
Okay. But you didn't say to him then, oh, what are you doing home at 3:30, right? You just said.
He pulled a gun on me.
Not then, sir, not then.
I couldn't even get the question out. He told me to leave my alert.
He went back in the house before that whole.
He had to get his gun to shoot me. He said he was going to shoot me.
You're still here, he didn't shoot you, right, sir?
Thank God. Thank God for my
I agree with
cameraman.
that.
Thank God.
I agree with that. But he never even raised that gun at you, right?
He said at 911 he was going to shoot me.
But he didn't, right?
Thank God.
I agree. My point is, you said you didn't even think you were going to encounter him that day, or you didn't think he was going to come out or anything.
I had no idea if he was home. Mrs. Fahey could have answered the door. I had no idea if he was home or not. I was knocking on the door to see if he was home and to ask him questions about a story I was working on.
After you filed the civil lawsuit and had those two previous things, you think you're the most unbiased reporter to be working
I'm
on that story?
tenacious.
Oh,
That's the word.
that's good. No further questions.
Anything, sir?
Okay, Judge, just going to clarify. I went there as a journalist. Regardless of what the state attorney Fahey's opinion is, he obviously doesn't know the definition of journalist. So he doesn't know.
Right. No, he just embarrassed you and used your own words because he asked you if you were trustworthy, fair, and equitable and honorable, essentially. And what did you respond with? None of that. You're tenacious, which is a synonym for another way of saying you think you're a tough guy. And that's exactly why he rested right there. You guys are so stupid. Great for the audience who doesn't know shit and can't move court. Horrible when it comes to legal and lawful and actually people who want to get a result here and actually mean something and be a part of something that matters. And Jeeps is still asking down there because she's another one who barely listens, I guess, or doesn't understand what I'm saying. I already said the guy wants to get him in a mode where he reveals who and what he is. The same way I did with the Castro. I show you better than I could tell you guys and you still don't get it. The attorney's not mad. The attorney is in a space of care and truth and passion to get the truth out. So he's going to come at him a certain way to get him to reveal who and what he always was that he's been lying about this whole time. And he just successfully did it. That's why he stopped and said, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor, and sat the fuck down. He just got the guy to admit he's dishonorable, bad faith, not equitable, not trustworthy, not reasonable, not rational. He thinks he's tenacious. Here's this D, right? Like the tenacious D, right? So, they did it again. What I show you guys here all day, every day. Just did it again. Did it with Vera the other day. Didn't even really get louder, just got forceful and direct. Yes or no questions. Let's get down to who and what you are. Go ahead and tell me and show me. It's all right there. It's just nobody else in the room understood what he was doing, why he's doing it. You think it's the elements of the legalistic crime. It's not. It's your character. We're going to establish who and what you are when nobody's looking in your character. The way we're going to do that is we're going to push buttons till you reveal yourself. And they do it every time.
He's talking about, but I am a journalist. Whether you like the kind of journalism I do, whether you like the kind of opinions I give in my journalism, I went there.
We're not looking for tenacious people. God's not looking for tenacious people at court.
And to ask him,
he's looking for honorable, good faith, equitable beings. And I'm doing the he thing as a daddy reference, right?
And trying to intimidate him. I knocked on the door and immediately backed off of the porch into the grassy area. That's what I did.
Yes, Sean, of course, had to win this, according to him, because everyone who reports on themselves always wins constantly, even though they can't explain how or make it make sense to anyone else. So, yes, he posted this. This is an unprecedented win. He destroyed the prosecution, is what the claim is on the title. Again, and then they'll just say, I'm just a jealous, envious hater because I'm censored and shadow banned and I don't get pushed like him and make as much money as him, but I'm actually saying words that are making sense. And I'm fairly consistent here. I'm unbiased and equitable and objective. I'm supposed to take the position of Sean Paul Reyes in this because the other side is the state. Well, I called out the fraud of the state and all the rest of that. We already know all that and what that is. I'm saying the reason that's the way it is because you all are just like this guy and the way he just showed up at court today. And it was 10 out of 10. Couldn't have wrote it any better. I knew what I didn't know because I didn't see it, but I had a pretty good idea what I was going to see and deal with because I know how these people operate, what moves them, what matters to them, and what they don't focus on and what they don't care about. And I know that's why we meet most resistances in life all through my life, right? It's the same type of people, same type of experiences. So yeah, we're winning. Everyone's winning. Donnie's winning. Israel's winning. BB's winning. America's winning. U.S. corporations winning. 40 trillion in debt. Sean Paul Reyes is winning. He's wrecking prosecutions. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here and I'm telling you, they don't even care about the legalistic facts when you go to court. They only care about your character because there is no one on the other side. Once they get you shown, but in front of the court to be dishonorable and bad faith, they're going to presume you to be guilty of something. You know, it's not even about the whatever's on file right now. That's what you guys don't get. It's not about the little fucking charge. And I point out every step of the way where the administrator and everyone else knows you're full of shit, because I know you're full of shit. I mean, yeah. So everyone was on trial here, whether they knew it or not. Everybody failed, whether they knew it or not, just like they did during the trial of COVID and statism and tax paying and income tax and carrying guns and all the rest of it. You guys have been failing every trial and test on every level while you claim you're winning. And as long as an audience watches it and supports it and pays you to lose while you call it winning, it doesn't really matter, right?
I looked for signs. I read signs. That's not what somebody who wants to commit criminal trespassing does. That's all Thank you, Judge.
That's bullshit. Even that's bullshit. Mr. Reyes, people regularly read and look for signs when they're looking to not follow the signs or to do something in bad faith that they don't want to get caught for illegally. They purposely look for the signs so they can continue in dishonor and bad faith and technically not do anything illegal, or at least make the court believe they didn't do anything illegal. I was really looking out for signs to try to stay safe, and I didn't see any, so I just walked up because I wanted to hang out. No, you looked around for signs because you wanted to make sure they weren't going to lock your bitch ass up for doing something you knew was probably not the best idea to go and do. Just be honest. People don't trespass. Oh, I guess people who rob houses don't look for burglar alarm signs either. Ridiculous logic. Well, couldn't be guilty of trespassing. I was looking for trespassing signs. Yeah, like burglars look for beware of dog signs. You're an idiot. Don't even make any sense. This is why I say don't even talk at court. You guys are not good enough on the fly, on the balls of your feet to be response able and account able. It's never going to happen. Just put the claim on file, shut up, and let it ride. Because if not, all you're going to do is undo yourself, and then you're going to post clips going, I just won. And then I'm going to do a breakdown and laugh at you. And somewhere right now, there's an attorney or a prosecutor or someone else laughing with me because they know that I've been right about all this. and they don't like me, and they think that I'm an asshole or a crazy person for what I do, but they're intrigued by what I do and how I do it. Just like I'm intrigued with them, quite frankly.
No, Judge, the defense rests.
Parties prepared to proceed with closing argument.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge.
Judge, in looking to the connected jury instructions, Your Honor has to find that in order to find the defendant guilty, that he entered or remained in premises that are posted in a manner prescribed by law or reasonably likely to come to the attention of the intruders. The reality is, Judge, that sign that was posted, forget about the no trespassing sign. There's been a lot of talk about the no trespassing sign. Now, it is curious that the defendant would not have done further research, including looking anywhere else on the property, given how narrow that driveway was after seeing that sign. But that sign is enough. Quite frankly, Judge, I don't even think the sign is necessary. And the reason I say that is because just simply based on the animosity we talked about that had previously existed between Sergeant Fahey and Mr. Reyes, no reasonable person in that situation would think that they were licensed or privileged to go there. When Mr. Reyes talks about an implied license, Judge, one, he started to cite, I'm sure he'll cite again, a Florida case which has no power in the state of Connecticut. But the reality of the situation is...
and there you go again. You want to cite cases where some guy in a dress made a decision about right from wrong instead of citing objective right from wrong directly itself. That's another way they prove you don't have any real status and standing as a man with God-given rights and that you can't move a court. Because if we take away all your papers and Chile DeCastro's cards and his why try cry fold and all the rest, we see who and what he is and what he stands on, right? We seen it. Remember? That's why it's, it's all right there every time. Yep. That's you. Take away all their lies, deceit. I know because I know me. I know what it's like to have to go to the cell and sit with myself and God and account. Be real with myself and others. See? Take away all your case sightings and your fucking codes and policies and statutes and your worldly garbage, and that's all we have left standing before us. A fake crying, sobbing mess who doesn't know anything about anything, but wants to masquerade like they got it all together, right? That's what got us here.
Because every state's laws are different. The reality of the situation is the animosity alone should have told him that he had no license or privilege to go, that he would, as the jury instructions talk about, to be licensed or privileged, the defendant must...
Notice how he invoked one half of the dual jurisdiction right there, because Sean Paul Reyes talked himself out of the jurisdiction of a man when he invoked codes, statutes, policies, and rulings. This guy doesn't even think you have rights at all. He won't even mention them. You see the game? On the legal side, you don't have rights at all. The more you all keep playing into that and reflecting it, the more it becomes a reality. And you think I'm crazy when I tell you, stop citing other people's citations. That's not the resource. That's not a resource. If it's not within you as a conviction, then don't cite it. You can't stand on it. Because then they're going to hold you to that whole system and they're going to take away your heart and ability to reason and care and be in conviction supernaturally, spiritually, because you did that. So there you go. You didn't have a license and a privilege. Rights aren't even on the table because he's in a corporate capacity and he's going to talk like someone who only the corporate capacity and the legalistic world exists. Nothing exists outside that, including man, God, and God-given rights. And if you don't invoke that, it's a maxim in law. A man who does not invoke his rights does not have any. I have to agree with that. If you don't know your rights, you're not fit to govern yourself. How could you? You got to be governed. You think I'm going to help you lie, cheat, steal yourself and the system out of what you need to become what you're meant to be? No, I'm going to let you get slaved. This ain't Captain Save-A-Ho. It's Captain Slave-A-Ho. That's the only way you're going to fucking learn. Paulie's a crazy sovereign citizen. His stuff never works at court. Stuff never works. Oh yeah, no, don't make faces because you went to court and got dismissals while this guy's crying and whining for 3 hours and bullshitting and lying. And you didn't have to do any of that because we have an understanding of how law and legal process works. We just invoke that and good faith and surrender. And it's like, they can't box that in. They can't limit it. They can't bind it. They can't it's out of their jurisdiction. See, the key to having your power is never letting them take power. And the only way to do that is never accepting their system and their ways as your system and your ways. They'll never see it. They'll never get it. And they'll continue to gaslight and deny that we get results over here while they not only don't get results, they're all absolute embarrassments at court on every level.
And paying thousands of dollars for somebody to speak for them.
Mm-hmm. And paying to be absolute pathetic embarrassments.
Yeah.
On top of all of it. You know, you can't make this shit up, man.
That's the fucked up part. The judge lady told me I should get a lawyer. She told me I should get a lawyer 3 different times before I didn't return. And
you practicing law from the bench, ma'am?
Yeah. I didn't say that. I just nah, I'm good. I don't need a lawyer.
You're probably better off that way. She's trying to help you, ma'am.
I know, yeah. Well, I advise you. I highly advise you to get a lawyer, she said.
Well, because she presumes and assumes you're like the 85% who are vax, taxed, and lax and don't know yourself and don't know your God. If that's the case, maybe you should. I don't know.
Right, yeah. She thought I was going to get scared, I guess. I guess she thought I was going to get scared and be like, oh, goddamn, I better get a lawyer. No.
Yeah, they don't, just like I don't here. I don't want to waste my time with a bunch of slaves trying to LARP and pretend, right? You either got it or you don't. If you got it, let's get to it. If not, call somebody who maybe thinks they have it or can pretend like they have it. I don't know. But, right. You want to take us through that? How that went? Real quick?
Who, me? Yeah. I mean,
basically. Go right behind you.
Well, yeah, he's got the fucking munchies back here. He said, I'm hungry as a motherfucker. Yeah, so is Paulie. He's fucking munching on some nuts or something over here. Are you? He said, I gotta eat some tuna.
So tell us all about how you being one of hundreds of people at this point who come here who've practiced certain things and gotten dismissals and results without signing, paying, begging, and being a bitch ass slave and not taking 2 hours of our time out to have back and forth like children and bitches arguing from our feelers.
Yeah, no, I didn't go to the court, the first court that the dumbass cop said that I should go to. I didn't go to that hearing the first time, and so because I didn't do anything wrong, and I didn't contract with them. The cop just handed me a paper saying that I did this and I should show up to court, or he was going to slave me up. And I was like, well,
if you hear people yelling, "Why is he free?" from the back row, just don't focus on that. Just continue because it happens every so often.
I know. So I didn't go, and then the judge's secretary Facebook messaged me saying, where was I at? How come I wasn't at court? And I'm like, well,
that means you're retaining your jurisdiction because he's messaging you man to man now.
Yeah, that was the woman secretary of the judge. That
woman to man, whatever.
Yeah.
You're outside of their legal, administrative, corporatist process, and now they're hitting you up. That's how you know you're on the right track. When you get them on your phone line, your messenger, doing common sense, common law, common day-to-day practice. Right now, we're just talking man to woman now. You ain't my God. Perfect. Continue.
Yeah. Well, she says, you missed court, so you're in contempt of court, and we're going to have to put out a fucking warrant or whatever, bench warrant. That's what it is.
Did you put anything on record with them?
Huh?
Did you put anything on record with them up until this point?
No.
And that's why she said contempt, because what it's supposed to be is failure to appear. She didn't tell you that. She said you're in contempt of court. That means you didn't fail to appear. You made us kind of offended by the fact that you didn't show up and acted like we were a bunch of meaningless, valueless bitches. Why couldn't you at least put a securitized instrument on record so we can make our money over here and pretend to pimp? That wasn't nice of you. And I agree with them. They're trying to do grifting and fraud, man, for these slaves. The slaves got to believe in them. You can't destroy their illusion. Give them something. Build your enemy a golden bridge to retreat across is an old Sun Tzu cliche, right?
Yeah, right.
Give them everything they need to run off and call it a win. Who really wins at that point, right? Man. So again, you got to watch the words and terms they use. They use them for a reason. If you don't show up at their court and they don't hit you at failure to appear, it means they didn't have jurisdiction and can't force you to appear. The contempt of court is You dishonored and disrespected the process and them. And I agree. There's no reason you can't take out 2 fucking minutes and put 3 lines on paper and tell them all what it is and sign it and let them get their money on the back end and put you to the side and get on with their slavery. They got to account for their books, and there's no reason you shouldn't be on record anyway if an honorable man presents themselves and makes their intentions known. But okay, we're learning here. We get it. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, well, I thought the fraudulent court appearance and the whole thing was not even, it's bullshit. It was like, anyway, it showed up to be bullshit because it didn't hold water. But anyway, so
I'll put it to you like this. If I'm a pimp and I got my hoes and my hoes love me and I love them and we all agree I'm going to pimp on them and beat on them, who are you to tell me that shit is fraudulent? You don't live this life in this world. See my point?
Yeah.
Just focus on who you are in the world you live in and stand true to that. Don't tell me how to pimp and hoe when I know it better than anybody. These hoes need me. If I tell them I'm not going to pimp on them no more, they're going to exclaim daddy and beg me to do it harder, right? That's the reality of a state and the citizens. It's a pimp and hoe relationship. You got no business calling them fraudulent when they're giving these slaves exactly what they beg for and order for. As long as they don't do it to you, right? We're separate. Right, yeah. Oh no, I'm the real.
I didn't call them that. That's just how I felt.
No, I get that, but
yeah,
I'm saying if you feel that and don't see it for what it really is, to feel a different way about it, then you're subconsciously, unconsciously going to start to be bitter and resentful and act dishonorable, and they're going to exploit that, right? They're gonna root that out of you, right?
I never did act dishonorable because she told me that I needed to come to the next court hearing, which was like 2 days later, July 3rd, the day before July 4th. So I showed up because they threatened me under duress, said they was going to arrest me. So I was like, okay. Yeah, I said, I showed up. I showed up, talked to the county attorney. I tried to look in the books. We went through 2 law books, legal, lawful books, trying to look up a code, statute, policy, or code that I actually broke or committed. And we couldn't find it. Me and the county attorney, I went in front of the judge. She goes, well, you need to explain it to the county attorney what happened. Because there was nobody there that I caused any loss, injury, or harm to. So
what were you charged with?
What
were you charged with?
Failure, leaving the scene of an accident, non-accident. Yeah. So, but what happened was not that. That was just what the cops said that I did. And so anyway, there was no loss, injury, or harm done. There was no injured party. There was no damage done. There was nothing. And anyway, so me and the county attorney couldn't find anything. And all the judge did was she just said, come back some other time. And well, they was going to, what she said was, we're going to need more time to see if we can slave you up, basically.
Yeah. You got to give them some time.
That's basically what she said.
That's okay. I don't mind that, right? I tell them, take all the time you need to figure out what bullshit and power games you're going to come with, and I'm going to defeat them on the fly with the truth. And we're going to prove who and what we all are here, right? It's so great. I love it.
That's what I did. And so she's like, she give me another court date. She goes, we're going to see if anything happens, if the guy has an insurance claim for any property damage, yada, yada, yada. I said, okay, whatever. So I went back one more time because I said I would. But then the last time I went, and I got the videotape, I got paid $25 for the fucking court proceedings, got me on record saying everything I said to him. Basically, I told him, I said, I didn't cause any loss, injury, or harm. I don't want to have to come back. She told me I needed a lawyer. They're going to fucking prosecute me. And there was all the threat of jail time and fines and fucking blah, 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 blah. And I basically just said, whatever. I didn't do anything wrong. There's nobody, I didn't cause any loss, injury, or harm. You can't harm the fucking state. There's nobody over here that if I cause a debt, I'll pay it. There's no one here that says I did. And I can't fucking injure this fat fucking lawyer over here that wouldn't speak up.
Now, you didn't say that. You didn't say that.
No, I didn't say that. But I did tell him to speak up because I couldn't hear him because he was talking real low, beta male. And I was like, would you speak up, sir?
That's good. That's good because you're showing that you are powerful in the truth. It's not about your pride. You are here to get the facts on record. You ain't running and hiding from nothing because the facts and the record are in your favor. Wouldn't you know it? Imagine that.
So
That's, by the way, how someone establishes who's not a guilty man in the room, right? When the attorney's barely talking and the guy who's on trial, who's getting slaved, is telling him, talk up and talk like a man.
Yeah.
Right? I immediately, as administrator, go, you realize this guy's not guilty, right? Because guilty people don't act like this. It's just, it's right there. They go right in the back and go, Kathy, we could slave him, and he may even, but he didn't have the willful malicious intent. He's not guilty. You could tell by how he's carrying himself. Now, the attorney over there working for us in the state, he seems to have some skeletons in his closet right now. This is the irony of it, right? This is how comedic it is, and how the felt presence of inherent hierarchical power and value systems that cannot be denied and ignored take all the energy and power back from in the room, right? And inside of each being. There's no denying it. Yeah. Go ahead.
Anyway, so after them threatening me and telling me I should get a lawyer, and they're going to set a pre-trial court date, whatever, again, some other month away or whatever. And I basically told her I didn't want to have to come back, and I didn't want to keep going. I put it on record that I didn't want to have to keep going. I didn't want to have to come back, and I didn't come back. And nothing happened. There was no bench warrant served. Then they sent me. I got the paper up here in my fucking file here. They also sent me this. They sent me that in the mail. The Taylor County Attorney's Office, James Beard, 49 Bear Track Road. They sent that to me prior to the third at this point court date. The first one I missed.
And what was it?
It is what they had on record from the cop, and what his bullshit statements was, all their paperwork. The county attorney sent me the uniform citation copy.
Well, yeah, that's supposed to scare you, but what it does for me is empowers me more, because then I just start circling all the places they did fraud, didn't fill it out right.
Yeah.
Just threw away the whole case, because if they don't do what they're supposed to do, then their whole record is technically, quashed.
Yeah, they got a bunch of shit on here that's supposed to scare me, but I was not scared. So,
like I had one case where the guy said, we're charging him with felony bribery, and the cop swore to on an affidavit that I told him, quote, if you interfere with my rights and my property, I'm going to hold you liable at a lawful court on this land. And he charged me with bribery for that. He wrote that and signed it. I go, I don't even need to say or do anything in this. The guy's going to look right at it and see this guy's a fucking liar or a moron. And either way, your main guy is out now as far as testimony, because he obviously doesn't understand the difference between honorable notice and an attempt to bribe an official. Right? I didn't offer him cash or head. Excuse me. It was, what time is it? Yeah, 10 o'clock. That's
hours.
Yeah, it is. HBO, I think, does like full on brothel. This is what's so laughable. They go, Paulie boy, no one's going to listen to you and share your content because you used a curse word while you turn on HBO like 8 o'clock, like once the sun goes down, and they're just having full on brothels and orgies and like shooting heroin, like in your living room.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, we're dealing with people who are not very evolved people. They're not very competent and capable. They're not very courageous either. Without their system and their backing of their buddies, they're really the biggest moronic cowards ever. And I'm talking about the cops. We can't conflate the cops with the courts. You get to the courts and there's at least some more competence, capability, and willingness and orientation toward justice. I want to believe that, and my experience and others shows that.
Well, I got proof of that. Right. Because they sent me the court date that I missed was October 21st. Okay. I didn't go.
Right.
And then December 10th of 2024, Susie Skaggs' clerk made this and stamped this and signed this and said that the defendant was charged with the following: leaving the scene of an accident, failure to render aid or assistance. And then it says dismissed with prejudice.
And there's your common law side. Because really all that is common law, right? They're saying that you caused an accident and knowingly left without rendering aid. I tell you guys all the time, your main duty in a society, any society, is to render aid. So if they can't prove that you knowingly with malicious intent caused an accident and then ran, which I don't see you doing that,
I didn't.
And I don't see you being involved in an accident and fleeing either if it was not intentional, right? Which again, you can't intentionally cause an accident. I don't know why I just said that, but
I know,
I gotta put up there, right? You can't. You get my point. So yeah, again, they were trying to hold you to even what could be seen as a non-legalistic common law idea, but again, no valid verified claimant on the other side, no man or woman showing up, and they can't even prove that you didn't follow universal law, right? Let alone did something illegal, which again, the legal doesn't matter as much as lawful when there's no claimant, because who's the victim? Oh, society, right? Give me a break. And I guess you want me to pay you, to compensate for all that victimhood, right?
Yeah.
We know what that game is.
Well, I basically knew that I didn't do any wrong, and they were trying to do wrong to me. So I was gonna take a chance. I was gonna gamble, Paulie.
Right, and once again,
I won.
How does the saying go? Well, to the victor goes the spoils is one of them, but that's not really where I'm getting at here. Is yeah, there's an old cliche that I use all the time. Fortune favors the bold. There's one of them, right?
That's pretty accurate.
And the other side of this is, I never come at this presuming, because each person's their own person. You gotta see it that way. You can't play this game, even though there is some continuity when we look at the connections of the spiritual realm. You got to remember, we all move in and out of the over and underworld to some extent, either throughout our life or day to day or whatever. So, I can't presume that when I show up to court, these people are all trying to do me wrong. I'd rather roll with the perspective, even if it seems silly. I'd rather roll with the energy of there must be some mistake here.
Yes.
There must be some mistake here. I'm a man under God with God-given rights. I was simply doing X, Y, Z. I didn't create a victim. Surely we all understand here. I mean, you guys are the professionals. You know law like the back of your hand. You know philosophy and logic and morals and ethics like that. Surely we must have a mistake here with this cop or somewhere along the line. Let's rectify that.
Right.
Oh, there is no mistake. I'm going to be your property and your slave. No more interaction. I stand mute. We're going to surrender in faith. I'm going to put the claim on file. If I have to, what I've done in the past is I'll up and leave because I don't have any residence. I'm a traveler, right? Technically on file, I don't have any legal residence. So I'm not saying I'm evading capture and trying to skip out of town. I'm just saying Paulie Boy has a habit of spontaneously just wanting to move for whatever reason. So I might just happen to spontaneously want to move. The day you decide you're not going to recognize man and his rights, I might also be on my way to somewhere else where, you know what, I feel a little bit more at home there with rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. So, because I'm not going to say I was actively fleeing at one point. I was already leaving Colorado. I already wanted to go to Arizona. We already decided to do that. Shit was already done on file for years, and then more shit came up, and I could see how they might think that I left Colorado to run from charges. I didn't run from anything. I ran to something that I thought was going to be better off for me on multiple levels: land, weather, sunshine, rights and freedom, principles, culture. Boy, was I naive.
I just remembered something too. I also recorded the interaction with me and this law enforcement officer. And before he handed me the citation to go to court, to appear at court, he told me that, oh, I got to do this. My boss, my supervisor says that I have to do this. And if I don't, I'll get in trouble. The judge will dismiss it anyway, is what he said. And I told the judge that, and I told her I had it on film. And she goes, well, do you have it with you here today? I said, no. I said, but I can provide it if you need it. I said, but you already got it because it's on his.
They'll tip their hand. They'll tip their hand from time to time that this is a business, and they make decisions ahead of time, and they pretty much put you on the list of do not call. He ain't good repeat business, this guy. We got 85-90% other people who are, right?
Yeah. So I forgot about that little tidbit that I recorded him, and I told her what he said, and she's like, oh, really? Do you have that with you? And I was like, I did have it with me, but I wasn't going to give her my phone and give her the video from my phone because they kept my phone.
That's why it's partially a secret society, because they don't want the slaves knowing tips and tricks of the trade, right? What they might consider trade secrets is one way you could put it.
Yeah.
They don't want you to know how that court clerk and that back room works and how they all decide, you know, they want the mythology running, right? Santa comes down the chimney, he eats the cookies, he leaves the gifts all day, every day. It's nothing but that. Till one day you realize for yourself, they've been running some kind of game on me this whole time. That's most things in life. I've learned, right? Again, that was one of my first experiences. I'm weird like that, I guess, according to these people. Say, Paul, you're going to be a horrible parent one day. You're not going to lie to your children about Santa Claus? No, I'm not. The fuck is that? No, I'm not going to lie that there's I'm going to tell them the real truth. Bill Gates and Fauci are coming down your chimney because they want to put shots up your ass, son. I got a truth that's more interesting and entertaining and exciting than whatever lies they're out here telling on every level. You want to get down to it? Harvey Weinstein's coming in, going into your poop chute one day, son, right? If you try to go off and chase worldly power and value. We don't need Santa down the chimney.
Harvey will put a baby in your butt.
Man, you know that Fleece Johnson hangs around these parts.
You got his baby up in your butt, man.
Please. And I never contracted with them. I never signed anything or agreed to anything. I never contracted with them at all. So I think that's the main thing. And I was honorable. I never raised my voice. I never got mad at them. I never got belligerent.
Right. That's why you got your way or the way to be recognized.
Yeah.
Because you were direct, straight to the point. You didn't play their power games. You didn't try to employ power games.
No, I didn't try to
overpower them. Part of it too is there's a human element in every situation. If they start to interact with you and establish a relationship with you and they see that you are not only competent and capable, you're more measured and disciplined and focused and aware and communicative than the majority of their own people, it hit different, bro. Like they say on the ground in Chicago, right? It hits different. You know, they can't deny that. Then it comes down to what you get is the same thing you do in any venue, either automatic commanding of respect and a level of certain privilege or rights upheld, or they resent you and then they have it out for you because how dare you come in here and know as much or more and be able to move and have some energy and not suck up, right? They get uppity. But again, a big part of how you come with the goods is going to kind of dictate that response, right?
Yeah. Well, they'll respect
you. You got to come with the 12 inches without bragging to everyone you got the biggest dick in the room. It's that whole deal. There I go again. And unslaved after dark. Once you start bragging about the 12 inches, people start getting uppity, right? You got to bring it, slap it on the table. And
who does he think he is?
Right. Hey, if we put three of ours together, it's almost bigger than his. How dare he? You know, it's that whole game. So again, the exact opposite of everything decastrated and the rest of these clowns involved themselves. Just do the opposite of whatever they do and you'll be good to go.
Yeah.
Right. Let's try. We still didn't get the raise.
Charges all the time on people. I mean, they're, you know, all you got to do is just know, keep calm. I mean, you can't fucking be belligerent. You can't get mad. Even if they threaten to fucking fine you thousands of dollars and put you in 180 days of jail, you cannot get triggered.
I think we need a little music interlude, and then I'm going to do, like, I can't believe that this always happens. It really is. It's sick. It's evidence of looping insanity. Although I don't expect different results. I just have a different intention that I always ignore and just roll with the energy, even if I'm hurting or whatever else. So, yeah, I have an unwavering zest for whatever this is here, and talking about it with you folks and presenting it. But yeah, a little musical interlude because I shapeshifted once again into, hold on, I'm going to get the guy's name and come back. Slaveson Evans Have No Worth, right? I don't remember the guy's original name. It's like that, but different. Slaveson Evans Have No Worth. And it's inspired by the I wish I was in Dixie idea. But yeah, I shapeshifted into a country music star AI sensation. So so that I could entertain myself and inspire myself and therefore all other selves out here. And I think it's going pretty well so far. It went pretty well. It's going pretty well. So let's share that. Then we'll come back and then we'll probably do the rest of the half hour. We'll leave it an even 6. How appropriate? Because part of the time here I am the honorable judge on slave, and I just have to reflect 666 District Slave Court so that we can use the dark side of the force to reveal the truth, life, and way, you know, because they kind of move hand in hand. We don't like to see it that way. It scares us, but there is something to that idea, right? And what we talk about and what we show here is evidence of that. Sometimes some of the darkest and macabre, you know, folks with the most checkered past actually have had the biggest change of heart to do something right here. Sometimes some of the most nice, kind, polite, sweet people are some of the most lying, cheating, stealing, and wicked. Yeah. I mean, look around. I guess Donnie was one of the few who he broke that trend and they bought into it because they said, this guy must be a real person and not a politician. Not only is he a reprobate, corrupt, worldly slime, he tells everyone about it. He's a real guy. I got that. So everyone but Donnie usually comes at you to take your whole property and soul and your whole life with nice, kind, polite, sweet, for your safety presentment, right? The drill instructor who's telling you got to break yourself down to be built back up in something that is discipline that works for you and everyone else, he's going to be the most nasty and offensive. He might be the one looking out for the group the most, even though it doesn't seem that way, right? It is very trauma culty in a way. I get it. I can see how people can see it that way. And there might be aspects of that, right? As the man in chat said, he acts like I make a secret of this. Part of what I do is born out of true pain and trauma and loss and disconnection, right? That might be the whole of what spurs on the energy and inspiration to go to truth, life, and way is the darker side of the force and the darker aspects of me in creation, right? So I'm not going to transcend that. I'm going to hold that close to access that or to remind me of what I will do and be if I do not serve this. I will reflect this. Right? And again, none of us have to be the perfect person or the perfect presenter to perfect a practice in a perfected understanding that is not our own. It is of whoever and whatever created this place. We come to know it and try to be it or be with it, right? It's not our whatever, fill in the blank, idea, trip, you know. No, musical interlude first. I was going to go back to SPR. But yeah, look away, coward man. And that's me, AI LARPing, shape-shifting as country music sensation. Slaveson Evans have no worth. And this is Memoirs of a 20th Century American Family is the album. And this is based off an original song and album, but the words are completely different. The format, the melody, it's all. You remember I Wish I Was in Dixie, right, NDB? You remember that old tune? That's a famous I Wish I Was in Dixie, hooray. Yeah, a part of that song, they talk about look away, look away. So I took that and I made it the inspiration for this little ditty right here. And then we might even do some Flea Brownwood just because I'm kind of feeling in this moment. And I feel
God
like this
U.S. slave.
God bless the U.S. slave, right. And this is just something.
Brownwood, he's a fucking rock star, I'll tell you what.
He is. And I'm not going to sound gay. I guess I am. I'm okay with that in this moment. Flea Brownwood is extremely well hung, I'll have you know. And the man's an American patriot. He's a hero. He's a legend. He doesn't really do much of anything. He just writes amazing songs about slavery and genocide and submitting to it. And that's cool because that's like most of Hollywood and everyone else. They just don't come out and own it. He's owning it, which he's double and triple the stardom, star power, right? So yeah, you're right. We're gonna go to that. Forget Mike. We're gonna go to Flea Brownwood back to back.
You gotta have
Unslaved AI shape-shifting country music sensation, bringing us what we didn't know we needed. And now that it's here, we can't understand how we ever lived without it. Okay.
coward man. In this slaved out place where I was born, codes rule lands and people more. Look away, coward man. I wish we weren't cowards and we acted like a man. In this slave place we comply and we don't take no stands. They try to cope and throw up their hands. We live and die in slavery. Look away, coward man. Oh, Mr. Fauci was a willing liar while Billy was out there starting fires. Look away, coward man. You complied with lies from all around. There went rights, the whole thing fouled. Look away, coward man. They tell us that we must comply while we shut up and stand in line. Freedom's fading, see the signs. Look away, coward man. Screens glow bright, a digital cage. We scroll through fear on every page. Look away, coward man. They promise peace, a golden age, but bind our hands and turn the page. Look away, coward man. Chains of mind are real for sure. The cowards here choose to ignore. They follow codes from shore to shore. Look away, coward man.
Right. So God Heart Guardian, I was actually dare I say hoping or putting out the energy, or maybe I was receiving the energy that somebody would get a hold of some of this music I'm making and put it to a video. And again, I just doing this broadcasting thing, I've learned a whole bunch because I put myself to it and practice it, and that's good. I get to learn more, talent, skills, abilities, tools, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, that's my next one I'm going to have to put myself to, is the video editing, right? Because I've never done any of that before. But yeah, I'm sure that I'll take to it like most things, and it'll frustrate the shit out of me. And I'll either continue it or I'll throw my hands up and throw the computer and just go back to being fat, because I'm really good at that. And that's like, it's really intuitive for me too. I don't have to think about it. I don't have to like push past anything. I don't have to like work at anything or overcome. A lot of it too is the tech. The tech is not intuitive, or there's hangups, there's copyright licensing bullshit. There's all this extra shit that in life I just get really easily frustrated and annoyed with, beyond the frustration of being like a chimpanzee learning to start a fire with sticks. So yeah, no justifications and excuses. They're just letting you into my world. God forbid. And yeah, man, I mean, if you want to be part of that, if you want to take that, everything is always posted. It's public record. Of course, I'm not going to strike anybody. Quite the opposite. I let them go viral off me over and over again, make a ton of money while they lie on me and shit on me and never correct the record. So it is what it is. They got to live with that karmically. The spirit's going to do more to them than I ever could have. So, and I'm not happy and proud of that. It's just, they do it. So yeah, if you want to take whatever I put out there and you want to put some video to it because you're inspired and that's your thing, by all means do it, because it'll be better for us here. We can re-put it out and post it, and people will probably get more out of it, right? I actually, my thoughts are, my next one is, Oh Beautiful for Spacious Skies. I do a rendition of that, but we just go down the line for all the things we actually see on the nation. And then during that song, it's just like slideshow pictures of all the things that I'm mentioning in the song, right? But right now, go ahead, because I got to get to Flea Brownwood. We're riding off that high and that inspiration right now, and Flea Brownwood's really going to take us to climax right now. I'm feeling.
U.S. slave. U.S. slave.
Yeah. Give me what you got. What do you got?
I want Flea.
Oh, okay. So you were just telling me basically, shut the hell up. Let's get to Flea Brownwood, the real star. Right, the real star of this broadcast. Flea Brownwood, everybody. God bless the U.S. slave.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I worked for all my life, and I choose a greater depression with just my children and my wife. I'd thank my lucky stars to be voting here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, but we gave that all away. And I'm proud to be an Epstein slave, where I'm slaved out and not free. And I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me. And I gladly sit down next to you and comply like slaves today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love my chains. God bless the U.S. slave. Aspartame in soda to the clots from the vaccines. Shout out to slaves of Texas who have some guns but don't have weed. From Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, well, there's pride in every slaved out heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be slave, and you know I pay the fee. And I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me. And I gladly sit down next to you and comply with codes today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love my chains. Love my chains. God bless the U.S. slave. To be sort of free, and I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me. And I gladly stand up next to you on a vaccine line today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love my chains. God bless the U.S. slave.
Okay, so here's my vision of how this works. Hopefully we troll everybody, and I keep writing Flea Brownwood songs, and they go viral because the slaves are so inept and just inane that they think it's an actual person, and they identify with the slavery, and they start playing it and bumping it at like tailgating events and shit like that. And they're just sitting there eating wings, and then like, I'm a loser, failure, gorilla in a trailer, whatever, like, and then I just now created a dual jurisdiction once again that reflects everything else. So like, I get to walk past. This is how I envision it all in my mind. I live a movie, whether it's happening or not, right? It's I've turned my schizophrenia into productivity, is what it really is. Okay, I'm like beyond Charlie Sheen. I fixed myself. I got tiger blood, and it just, everything is like heroic after that. So like, I walk through I'm now walking through, like, no one even knows Flea Brownwood's not even a real person, let alone that it's me, just AI shape-shifted. And I can put on the voice, but there it's definitely enhanced. So right, no one even knows Flea Brownwood is there, but also not there because he doesn't exist. And I'm just walking past all these people, and they're just grilling, slaving, vaxxing, popping open cold ones and just bumping Flea Brownwood. And I just smile and I go, I get like a warmth over me and a tear in my eye. And I go, this is what real love in America must really feel like. This must be the feeling I missed out on this whole time. With like Bruce Springsteen and the Beatles and KFC chicken and Christmas trees in the house and all the rest of it. I've always wanted to really feel it, and I'm starting to, you know, this is like my weird, morbid sort of dark therapy where I'm starting to feel it now. Like I'm the America, the energy, the vibe, the patriotism, the inspiration. So yeah, that's the simulation. Immediately make that happen. No person down there who doesn't even really, I guess, has a name, but it's not nameable. I person in chat. Thank you for being here. That person asked me, is any of that music, my shape-shifting new genre country music of slavery, is it on Spotify? No, it's not. But, and this is how it happens. I just won't get to it because they're going to make me try to like post pictures and identify and give them licenses and shit. So I won't do it, but you're going to go take this music that I made and you're going to go put it on Spotify and get $1 billion. And no one's ever going to know that I'm actually Flea Brownwood, but also not. And that you're a billionaire off of it because of all these sequences of events. And that's okay. Like, just promise me you'll cut me in. If this does go viral and everyone starts playing it at football games because they identify with the mockery and the slavery, like they do with their masters and their government all the time, right? There's a good possibility it'll happen. Just promise me, like, I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm going to come chase you. When you get the $1 billion off Flea Brownwood and just the core constituency of America that gathers around it, just look out for the old boy, right? Maybe a new trailer every so often. You know, I'm not, I'm not hard to please. Just look out, do the right thing. You know, if you got $1 billion, even if you looked out with me, like if you looked out for $1 million, I might have to set today's donation goal at $1 million, by the way, in true decastrated fashion. Yeah. If you get the $1 billion off Flea Brownwood, just look out for me with like $1 million. I'm good to go. I'll be perfectly happy with that. All right, let's finish up SPR and then get the hell out of here.
Possession of the
Everybody's, by the way, there's whole groups to this guy saying he just beat the prosecution when he failed miserably and doesn't know how to court at all and doesn't understand rights and law or anything, like most folks, it seems. They're now with whole things like he's the next Charlie Kirk going, he's our hero, he's the leader, he's doing what no one can. He's like Batman at this point. At this point, Sean Paul Reyes and these auditors and Chili DeCastro and others are like our Batman. That's where we're at. Interestingly enough, I'm the guy doing what they're saying they're doing while they're not doing it. And I've become everybody's Joker. I love that. I love that protagonistic sort of dynamic based on perspective and perception. We could do a whole 2 hours on the Batman Joker series and who represents what and how it can reflect. They can seem to reflect each other at times because there are certain archetypal consistencies, but it's a whole other idea. God bless Corey. Right. I don't know who the fuck Corey is, but God bless him. Corey sounds like a very American person. Most people I've met a few Coreys in my life. They were very American. I seem to remember Corey from Minnesota. When we went to Wisconsin and Minnesota that one time or a couple times. I got a story for everywhere I ever went. What's my story for that? Where did I wind up? I flew into somewhere and didn't know where the fuck I was actually going because it was bad enough that I had to just make arrangements to fly anywhere, and that was already hell. So I was like, I'm just going to go there and I'm sure it'll work out. And I got there and I was like 2 hours. It was even longer than that. My memory's horrible for this shit. It was a seemingly long car ride after a certain point. Because I got in a car with pretty much surrounded by black people, and not black people as in the ones like Obama, like the clean and articulate ones. I got into a car surrounded by black people who, let's just say, could have doubled for NWA in the 80s or 90s. As a matter of fact, NWA probably would have been slightly intimidated by these folks, but I was in one of those modes where, you know me, everyone kept asking me if I was albino, so then I forgot and thought maybe I was, and I put myself in a bunch of positions where I may as well have been albino, and then it just kind of gets awkward sometimes. Because, like, I walk up to, like, 5 black males in the airport, and I go, hey, are you guys going this way? And they're like, why? And I'm like, because I'll give you money to go. That's not something that, I mean, you can. Well, whatever. Let's get back. So, yeah, like, I'm trying to remember back how far away this trip was. I should go reverse engineer it to get all the facts. Where the airport is versus the town that I was going to. Somewhere between 3 and 5 hours. I would say maybe 3 hours. Long enough to where it wasn't one of those trips where people would just take it because they're, because you're going to give them money, unless they were kind of desperate. And maybe they're going that way because they have family or whatever, and they're going to make money off you and then go do other stuff, whatever. About like 3/4 of the way, everything was cool. We were smoking dope, music was going, whatever, we're riding. At some point, it was communicated to me that I was going to be paying more money than what we had agreed upon. That didn't go well. So I told them, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. I get it. If we're going to play the game of there's 5 of you and you think you could do whatever you want right now, but you all made an agreement with me. And if that was the case, we should have made that agreement back there. And I think I remember I said, I'll throw a few extra bucks on top as a show of good faith and goodwill, but I'm not giving you I think they wanted like double or, significantly more than what we'd agreed upon. And the guy kind of went back and forth with me and then, he just kind of let it go at a certain point. And I said, okay, well, just let me out wherever over here. And then I figured out the rest of my way from there. But, yeah, people like to switch up on you, because I mean I did, and it could be prison games. I'm smoking their weed or whatever the case may be, and they're riding with me and whatever else, and it's like, I'll look out for an extra 10 or 20 bucks, but I'm not giving you double or triple what we agreed upon, because you want to see, where the white boy's heart is at, right? How much we can get up out of them. But right, that's one of those instances where my father, I'm sure, especially back in the day, as they say, I said, Paul, that's why you don't get in the car with 4 or 5 fill in the blanks. Whatever, everything worked out. I don't really, and again, not the clean and articulate ones. We have to make sure that we don't lump everyone in of any color. But certain types of black folks, more often than not in my life, even if they try to see what they can get or push buttons, usually it doesn't end too bad. We come to an understanding based on mutual respect and ideals. Those people aren't unreasonable. You can reason with them. All right, let's get back. We got SPR, I think another 20 minutes or so, because I turned an hour and a half clip into 6 hours. It's what I do. I do the opposite of what culture and society does. They turn 6 hour clip into an hour and a half clip. I turn an hour and a half into 6. This is an anti-broadcast here. This is anti-content.
Or have some other right to be on the land, simply calling yourself a journalist and going to the door when there's a no trespassing sign and there is animosity such as this, one does not knowingly have any right to be on that property. When one talks about implied consent, in the state's opinion, what that would suggest is you can't order something.
Oh yeah, I never even finished my story. I'm an asshole. That was all about Corey. It wasn't about the black people in Minnesota and everything else. See what I do? This is why they say I'm insane. I said all of that and forgot the main point. I went there and I met someone named Corey. And Corey was amazing. And he had tons of weed oil and guns. And he was from Minnesota. And he had a four-wheeler. He would just ride it all over, even places where you weren't supposed to. Corey was cool. Very white, very American. The good kind of white, though. The kind of white that's right. All right, now we can get back. Shout out to Corey's everywhere. Shout out to Corey. We love these Corys. Nobody knows Corys like I do. Okay. Corys have lives. We have lives. I'm going to play the clip after this, I think, if I remember, where Donald Trump said this quote. Because, I mean, when I do this broadcast, I have so many things that just fly, like, you know, they just float like clouds past me. Not even like clouds. They just, like Matrix code, just fly past my head. And one of them that just flew past is the time that Donald Trump said, quote, "I know a lot about grass. No one knows more about grass than I do. Grass has a life. We have a life. Did you know that?" That's one of my favorite clips. We learned a lot that day. Grandpa Don is never short for words. He's a very illustrious and eloquent speaker. Very articulate. Yeah, we're going to go to that. Look, we even have a Corey down there right now. Shout out to you, an actual fucking Corey right here in our goddamn presence. Let's even look up what Corey is and means, because every name is the same themes. Don't be a slave. Interestingly enough, every name you look up is the same theme. Stop acting like a fucking slave. Literally encoded into every name, but they say I'm an asshole. So let's go Corey. No, not Corey Mills. Who is Corey Mills? Corey etymology. I mean, I don't like the name Corey. I'd never name anybody or anything Corey. If I had a dog, I don't know, maybe a dog's name. Corey, come here, Corey. But even that. I like to try to LARP as ultra alpha and masculine. If I'm not that, I like to try to pretend that I'm that. So like if I have a dog, it's got to be like Spike or King or like even like Dong. What's that dog's name? Dong. Just anything that reflects large genitalia and empowerment and domination. Pretty much. Corey is not really that. And I'm sure there's Corys out there who kick my ass. Maybe Corey from Minnesota could kick my ass. You never know. A lot of these Corys from like Midwest and mid-country, they fucking wrestle and do all types of shit. They grow up like cutting each other for fun. So, but yeah. I mean, shout out to Corey's. Corey from Minnesota was awesome. Corey in chat's awesome. We love these Corys, but I wouldn't. Not my first choice of name. I wouldn't want to be a Corey, honestly. No offense. But let's double check on it. Might actually Corey. Oh, there it is. Corey is a unisex name with Greek and Gaelic. So it's unisex and Gaelic. Not looking good for you, Corey. All right. Not looking good. But Norse origins meaning maiden. What? Your name literally means you're a maid. You're a maiden. You like milk cows and have aprons. You wear aprons. Yeah, really not looking good for you. This is what I mean. They would have said to me that I'm a shallow, judgmental, egocentric Italian New Yorker, right? If I'd have said Corey. Corey sounds a bit effeminate to me. Paul is a strong, powerful name. Commands respect. Biblical. There's no Corey in the scripture. Oh, wait. There is a Corey. Gospel of Lukewarm, chapter 3, verse 1. The woman who used to milk the cows, the maiden, is, interestingly enough, named Corey. See? This is why our culture and society is going the way it's going. Because Corey in Minnesota is awesome. He's powerful. It's inspiring. They named her after a fucking milkmaid, people. That's not right. and they'll get mad at me for pointing it out when I'm trying to save us from this, whatever this is. Corey is derived from Greek name meaning kore, meaning maiden or daughter. You're literally a man named daughter. I can't make this up. I'm sorry I just did this, Corey, and everyone else. I'm not sorry to Corey's dad and mom. You are the reason why everything is bad and wrong. Why do you hate America? Is my question. Why do you hate America? Why do you hate yourselves? And why do you hate my friend Corey, who now we're going to pick a new name for? Because you named a man literally daughter. Do you see why I'm the god of all media? I literally can't do any wrong here. I go, let's go into this bit and see what's there. I go into there and it's your mama's spirit again. They literally named you after a woman. And the whole reason I went into the bit was because I was like, Corey is kind of an effeminate sounding name. And this is evidence to me of inauthentic corporate male, female culture. And we're lacking in power and values. I didn't know what I was going to find. And wouldn't you know it, holographic and reflective. Sir, Corey in the chat, your name is Corey, I'm the OG, and you keep yelling you're the OG. Is it because you know, either directly or indirectly, subconsciously, that you're named after a milkmaid and that your name means you're literally someone's daughter? And how do you feel about that? I'm going to go into Phil mode, Dr. Paul. How do you feel about that, Corey? What does that mean about your mother and father and you and this whole life? I'm going to leave it there. Corey's everywhere right now, having a somber moment, really kind of tested and challenged in themselves about where they're at. What does their life really mean if up until now they didn't know that they were named after a milkmaid and someone's daughter? Oh my God. And it continues. Another name for the daughter of Demeter and a queen of the underworld. Oh my God. Oh my God. Guys, we got to end this broadcast. You know what? We got to go to SPR and then we got to get out of here because I can't continue. There's some kind of, I can feel some kind of fabric of reality tearing and ripping, some kind of mandala effect happening around me. I don't think we should even be doing this. I am so deep in the truth, life, and way holographic reflectivity that it's bad for you guys. You shouldn't have had access to this. Look, I'm even glitching right now. I'm starting to glitch. You guys never should have had access to any of this. We're altering the space-time continuum. You guys are going to have no idea what to do with this information, and it's going to destroy you from within. And then on your gravestone, it's going to read, Paul Enslaved made you implode with holographic reflective truth. Corey, how do you feel about the fact that your name literally means you're queen of the underworld? And that's been what I've been saying this whole time, is destroying this culture and society is an effeminate underworld spirit that is trying to dominate the sacred masculine overworld consciousness and awareness and beingness every fucking time, guys. Every time. I even went into it saying, well, what do our names all mean? It means like stop being a slave. Or what was the other thing that occurred to me that I didn't say out loud? Or the opposite, reaffirming exactly the antichristed antithetical dynamic that we point out here so often, right? But now what do we learn through this extrapolation? Because I could do the bit non-bit of coming at it from sort of the worldly or cultural or limitedly spiritual perspective. What we learn is that these are complementary. They're not at odds. They're seemingly opposed complementary dynamics that by reflecting each other generate an experience or a rubric for our experience. If that makes sense, if I'm languaging that out properly. So, but yeah, it's interesting because they'll say, well, you're just schizophrenic and you're projecting that reality. Really? Because we'll take every single name that exists and it'll always boil down to one or two things: Queen of the Underworld, or like my name, something along the lines of, you know, the humble little king doorway portal, right? And of course, humble little king would be before God, not before other people, and the doorway would be truth, life, and way. So, you know, and again, there's a bit of sort of reach there, I know folks will say, but I think Brian William O'Shea has one of those names too, where you put the name together and it's like godly servant of truth or something like that, right? So yeah, this shit is archetypal all the way down the line. Paul, don't backtrack. Corey is ICBM and gay. Oh, there you go. Corey, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about his feelings about your feelings? All right, let's get out of here. We got to go to SPR. I'm never going to get through this clip.
Something from Amazon, and when the Amazon driver comes up, have him arrested.
What? Oh man, this
At the start of the game, you can choose any shelter you want, but once you
must be like, wait, how are they doing that? I am signed in, and I have, and it's the one thing I know I have it because I begrudgingly did it just to do this broadcast. I would never pay YouTube to fucking not have ads. I just don't want to subject you folks to it, and I don't want to go through it while I'm broadcasting. Yeah, they slip one in there even when you got unlimited somehow, some way. See how they are?
Utility services such as water or gas or electric, and when the meter reader comes up to your house, claim they're trespassing. There's an implied consent with items such as that. There clearly is no implied consent. I'm unaware of any implied consent cases in Connecticut that would suggest journalists have an absolute right, especially when property is posted, to be able to enter that property despite the signage. That sign is very clear that it was a private road. It is a driveway. It's flanked by 2 mailboxes, and Mr. Reyes chose to walk down past that sign, admitted that he saw the sign, and effectively ignored that sign. He had no license and privilege, especially, and he has knowledge of that based on the animosity and the ongoing civil lawsuit that was pending with a deposition pending. To suggest that he went there simply to ask about some other story is ludicrous. And I would ask Your Honor to find him guilty of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree.
Judge, it's curious to me that State's Attorney Fahey now says I should have known because of
I
animosity.
gotta thank Scott. You know what? Let me go off on the rest of these supposed free men and women too, who act like a bunch of iniquitous, bad faith, dishonorable slaves. Thank you, Scott, for being a generous man continually and contributing and supporting those of us here who contribute and support to the rest of you in our own way, the only way we know how, mostly by insulting you and revealing you're a slave. But that's what we're good at, being obnoxious while doing it. He writes, another fire motivational stream, be well. Paul, see, he's motivated by that. Now, the rest of you, not so equitable and generous and trustworthy and honorable. You sit around here, you use me as a god of all media, you take all the good game and then you repeat it on Slavebook and act like it's your own and whatever. I don't say anything. And then you eat up the few expired snacks that I put out that were laying in the back of my trailer. I just put them out because I figured, who's going to eat this? I got to put something out. You guys eat those all up. You leave crumbs everywhere. There's a funny smell in the bathroom that everybody uses collectively. And there's a powdery substance in there too. All right. So let's get it together, people. Honor, trust, and good faith and equitability. All right. Plus, I want to buy me an ad truck for maybe instead of $160,000 for like $1,600. My ad truck. My ad truck is real. It has character. It may even also harbor illegals. May or may not. I don't know. Can't comment. Oh, the best one was when they ran the dog around. I forget where that was. They ran the dog around and said, the dog smells for illegal Mexicans. And then I said, what does the dog smell like? Beans and rice? That's how are they smelling for specific illegal Mexicans? I mean, you got to wonder this stuff, right? Is this really a thing? Because if it is, I mean, I think it leads to more answers than it does questions about life. If the dog can somehow figure out a way to tell an illegal Mexican from every other human being based on its smell, what is that? How does that work? Or wait, maybe it might lead to more questions than it does answers. I guess it leads to answers. We just don't know what they are. Aaron J. AJZ, as we call him in the biz. Aaron James writes, thanks for streaming. Well, I do what I can. I did it for you, AJZ, because I love you and I'm going to help you and save you. And this person, can you stop scrolling me? Why do I have to keep telling you to stop scrolling my email and taking out my email box? What kind of horrible person are you? Seriously. I block you and ban you, and then you make new accounts to email scroll me and try to tell me about whatever, scripture, 15. And it goes up and down from there. They're all the same person. I don't know what I was saying. Where was that? Let's get back. SPR and then we're out.
Testimony that there was animosity. You heard testimony that I didn't approve of his actions on those days. I don't have animosity towards anyone. State Attorney Fahey says to tell you that the implied license, and obviously he has no idea what he's talking about. The implied license for Amazon driver, a delivery driver, utility worker, and he says that I cited a Florida case. Florida v. Jardines is a Supreme Court case, Judge. It's not a Florida case. It's binding on this court. It is a Supreme Court case that acknowledges that the police and the public in general, me being an independent journalist or whatever State's Attorney Fahey thinks I am, that doesn't give me some special privilege. The general public has a privilege, just like Girl Scouts, solar panel salesmen, Jehovah's Witnesses. The general public has a license or privilege to do a knock and talk. And in some circuits, the 10th Circuit, I'm going to hand you a memorandum of law when I finish. They have said that signs don't negate. And I understand that's persuasive, not binding on this court, but they have said that signs don't negate your implied license or privilege to conduct a knock and talk. State's Attorney Fahey wants to make this case now about this animosity. That's a pure fiction in his own mind. He's provided no evidence of animosity. He didn't question Mr. Fahey about any animosity. There's nothing in the record that indicates that I had any animosity towards Sergeant Fahey. But I would argue, even if I did, it wouldn't revoke my implied license or privilege to knock on the door, to conduct a knock and talk. That's what he's saying. His case is so weak. Put together the no trespassing sign, put it to the side, Judge. Put the other sign to the side. Because the animosity. Well, the statute requires a sign be posted reasonably likely to come to the attention of an intruder. I wasn't an intruder, I was a visitor. I was conducting a knock and talk. Judge, this court has narrowed this case to two questions: whether the premises were posted in a manner reasonably likely to come to the attention of intruders, and whether I knew I was not licensed or privileged to be there. The state must prove both beyond a reasonable doubt. On this record, it has proven neither.
We're looking for people 40 plus who want to actually master Claude in 28 days.
What's that keep happening?
No free time needed. Just.
Also, Romansky is the man who testified that.
Hold on, let me reload this. Shouldn't be happening.
You are right.
You do that, sir. Well, I don't think it's yes or no, but I understand, Judge. Judge, may I grab a pen from the table?
No, it just went back for some.
Take Mr. Fahey. I did what the license permits that I do, nothing more. And Judge, I did not learn that no trespassing sign even existed as I testified to on any other property until after my arrest, when I reviewed the body-worn camera footage produced to me in discovery. I could not have known July 11th when a trained officer had to be shown where to find it. A word about Mr. Fahey's testimony, both Fahey's, I guess. They're both testifying today. Judge, because this court has to decide what weight it carries. He did not come to this courtroom to help you to find facts. He came with something else in mind. He showed you what it was. Without being asked, the answers that were non-responsive to the questions put to him. He told this court more than once, I have a felony conviction. He didn't say it was 15 years ago. That conviction, 15 years ago, predates my marriage, my children, my business, and has nothing whatsoever to do with whether a sign was attached to a tree in 2025. He knew, and he knew it when he said it. He volunteered it anyway more than once. That tells this court nothing about the sign and tells you everything about why that man was on the stand and why he said he was on the stand. This is a man who spit in the face of a journalist.
Now, I will give him this. Not that I can't give him anything or take away from it. I will respond to this. This man has inspiration and courage in him. This man potentially has a heart that could be orientated toward justice. This man has an ability to speak that is unconventional, uncharacteristic of most slaves. This guy has everything he needs if he will tap into that God force within him and his conscience and move from that and speak in common language and use common sense. This guy has, again, I know he's already perceived as a hero, a legend, and a leader, but I'm not seeing that in certain ways. I think he has all the potential and the makings to be that if he would just, you know, the 6 degrees of separation, right, as they say. So yeah, and I'm sure that life and just the cosmos and the state of affairs have a way of working on all of us to get us there, right? Like, who am I to, presuming I'm even correct and true about the should and what's meant to be? We're all on our own time till we're on God's timing, right? So to speak.
Pulled a gun, said he was going to shoot me as I was retreating from his property. He wasn't scared. His own wife begged him not to go.
Well, this is the point, right? And thank you for saying it, because oftentimes I wonder if I'm being hypocritical or people aren't receiving me based on the response I get, but that's precisely the idea. He's resisting in all the places that are inappropriate, and he's going along to get along in all the places that are inappropriate. If we just flip those, and again, we're in inversion land, so it makes sense. You got to flip those, and then he's going to move into, if and when, I just believe he's going to move into complete alignment with that co-creative sort of energy and force within him, and he's going to be with a force to be reckoned with. I think right now he's standing on his own with his information and his platform and his audience. He's not standing with the thing, right? So when you have all the other stuff and don't have that, it's almost as if you have nothing when the rubber meets the road. You could have none of that stuff and stand with that thing, and it's almost like you got everything when the rubber meets the road, right? So, and again, I see the same thing with all of us all the way down the line, that we have to flip the dynamic of what we're actually resisting and going against and turn that inward, become the thing we're meant to be, and then bring that to everybody else and give them a reason to actually serve again in honor and good faith. So give them something to be honored, that can be respected, that is based in good faith, trust and equity, truth, right? Not the benefits and privileges and the legal policy and code and all the rest of the language he's using and what it all invokes, right? By the way, when you invoke all that, you're basically saying they can decide to do whatever they want to do today. They don't have to observe rights and freedom and truth and all that. You're talking legal lingo and legal privilege and policy and code and ways. So the legal society now gets to decide according to you, because that's what you recognize and observe and give life to. See? So that's exactly what it is. He's resisting in the wrong places and going along to get along in the wrong places. And if we flip those, we're going to be right in the pocket where we need to be. And they're going to not see you as so much of a threat. It's going to feel like that and look like that. They're going to get right out of your fucking way, because they're going to go, this is the guy who understands self-governance. He doesn't require external governance. And when external governance tries to step in and interfere with his rights and property, they're a wrongdoer. You don't live that. You don't express that. It doesn't emanate from the core of your beingness, and you don't invoke that with your claim on file. Quite the opposite. So don't complain to me when the results don't go in your favor, because I'm guessing that by the energy going here, he knows he lost. That's the energy he's talking with. He's a beaten man, as far as I'm concerned. This speech he's giving right there, he's a man talking from what it should be, that he doesn't believe is about to happen, because he's already projected onto these folks that they're all corrupt, while he and everyone else is doing corruption as well. And now we're doing one last ditch effort to prove that the system is corrupt, and they're looking out for this guy and this, that, and the third. Everything but accountability, responsibility, truth and facts, invoking the law, faith, God, all the foundations, honor, everything but that, right?
As the court to disregard his testimony, he's not 90% about anything, sure about anything, about sign, about Judge, I want to talk about the two men who were on that lawn on July 11, 2025, and about what happened to each of them. One man walked up to a front door, knocked on it, and asked a question about $75,000 in overtime. The other man went into his house, retrieved a loaded firearm, came back out, walked down his driveway, and after a man was already retreating towards the road,
Objection irrelevant as to criminal trespass 3 assertion.
spit in his face.
Right. Also, this is another dynamic I'm noticing more and more is this energy of trying to convince what you think is daddy to believe you. The energy is, I'm in the right. I know I'm right. I got the facts and history on my side. I'm going to put the facts on record, what I am and what I'm not. And I'm going to leave the rest for you all to do whatever you're going to do, because you rule here today at this court, but you don't rule over me and in the truth. You got to deal with the karma of coming to a wrong decision if you do that. I don't care if the administrator or anyone else in there believes me. And going over all the various legal facts, right? So, and again, this is more proof on the opposite side. He doesn't really believe he has rights or within his rights, because if he did, he would stand on that and not on this crap that can't be stood on, while neglecting the only thing you can actually stand on.
That is not in dispute. Never has been. He admitted it. Judge, you heard in this courtroom how carefully the law was parsed that day on his behalf. Nobody performed the analysis for me. Nobody on the property that afternoon opened up 53A 109 and asked whether a sign laying in a brush 10 feet off the driveway is a posted sign. They found a reason not to charge him with it, and they found 3 charges for me. I've spent my career documenting injustice in this country, Judge. Standing in courthouses, holding a camera, recording what happens to people who have no one to speak for them. I've never expected to be standing inside one of those injustices myself when I started my activism 5 years ago. Answering for a sign that 3 officers couldn't even find, Judge. And another sign that doesn't indicate anything about revoking license or privilege. They can't prove I knew, because I didn't. They offered no testimony, no evidence.
This is what I call, by the way, a court, exactly what they call it, pleading. Because that's how it sounds and how it comes off. And I don't do it when I go to court. And when they ask me, how do you plead? I say, I don't plead because that's begging. Why would I beg? The truth is the truth. You're going to adhere to it and recognize it, or you're not. If you don't, it's on you. If you do, I'm walking out of here. Either way, I'm walking out of here. Where I go, here, hereafter, is apparently in dispute, here or cosmically. What hell are you going to fashion for me? What tests and challenges you got for me? Right? So again, this is why I don't do these processes. I don't voluntarily go along with this shit. Why would I? I just took all my power. I'm sitting there begging an administrator now to try to observe the truth and the facts. Why? He doesn't hold the ultimate power in his hands about who and what I am and what the truth is and where my life goes. Far from it. Judge, please. Judge, please. Judge, I did this. I did that. Oh, Daddy. Man, I called up to try to get my tapes. I got to have some kind of private investigator or somebody look into my whole background and get some kind of tapes or presentment that I could put on and either critique myself or show you the difference of the presentment at court, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess I could have pushed the issue with recording proceedings or just did it surreptitiously, but yeah, I didn't. I think I did it a couple times, but I never posted them. They were audio recordings. Every step of the way, you've given over jurisdiction, including begging the administrator to believe you.
As to, I should have known, other than their own made-up animosity that I don't even have, Judge. That's what the state is resting their hat on. Animosity that they can't prove. Testimony from the state's attorney. Animosity. That's what they told you when they're closing. He should have known because of animosity that doesn't exist, Judge. This prosecution is another spit in my face, Judge. Difference is, last time nobody was saying.
No, like I said, Red, I'm totally, I get that. I respect the guy for standing up and doing something at court other than what the rest of these clowns do. This is still better than decastrated. He's at least trying. He's applying himself, what he believes he knows. He's putting himself on the line, right? he's doing well at speaking in this venue. It's just, again, from my perspective, not what it needs to be for us to go where we need to go. But yeah, I mean, you can't take nothing away from him. There's levels to everything, right? There's levels to everything. I can't take nothing away, and I wouldn't, on the levels of facing his fears, getting up, trying to talk as a man, you know, not hiring motherfuckers to talk for him and playing all these other games, but there's still games being played. We're not being as honest with ourselves and each other as we could be. And we're not practicing trust, equity, and faith the way we need to in order for these people to really feel you, respect you, and believe you, whether they rule in your favor or not. Right? This is not about you believing me. This is about the truth being known.
Union drop pride faith. Today there is. That's what this court is for. That is the only reason any of us are in this room. If you want to disregard everything I said because I made a bad decision 15 years ago, Judge, that's your purview. But just remember, I testified since then. I've worked closely with police departments across our country. I've done ride-alongs, command staff meetings. District attorneys have invited me, and I've done trainings with district attorneys' offices. Like I said, Judge, if you don't take my word for it, I believe this is a country of redemption. I believe myself. I pay my debt to society. But take their word. Take Mr. Fahey, upstanding state's attorney's word for it. Take the state's word for it. Take the law enforcement officer's word for it. Take the officer, your officer found something in the brush after walking past it twice. Only after being told where to look, that's when he found it. Another officer never saw it. Another sergeant said it wasn't clearly posted. They're complaining. Can't even tell the court when's the last time they laid eyes on something. The state has not proven that these premises were posted in a manner reasonably likely to come to the attention of anyone walking up that driveway. It has not proven that I knew I wasn't licensed or privileged to knock on a door. Obviously, the state is not familiar with the Supreme Court case, but I will hand you, I'll educate you. Those are the elements of this offense. Both of them fail. When the elements of a crime fail, Judge.
Yeah, he's got the itis, the same itis most people have, which is the itis that they got to be like most other people. If you can shake that itis, you're going to go somewhere. You're going to stand up and step out on your own. That's what truth is. If you start to talk and sound and look and act like most people, you ain't with the truth, because most people ain't with the truth. So how could it be? When a maxim in law is the thing is what it looks to be, unless it's presented otherwise, unless shown to be otherwise, right? Not presented, shown to be otherwise. So even that debt to society garbage sounds good. It's right out of a movie, but it doesn't make any sense. To what society? The legal society speaking legalese who put obligations of policy and code on you? You don't have any debt to them. If you think you do, well, then you do. You just see, this is the thing. You don't understand. Every other thing you're saying is undoing you in your case. It's the guy who's not trained in martial arts who goes to attack the guy who is, and then he gives you the, like, right out of a movie, right? Every time you come in on me, you expose your weakness and you become unsteady on foot. So by you attacking, you give me not only the defense, but the next attack with your momentum as well, right? So that's what happens when you start to talk and act and be and just get right in that rut of saying and doing what these people all do. There is no debt to society. What society are you part of? What are you even saying? And all the unspoken social contract, to who, to what, where, to what end? Again, no mention of God either, and the idea of conscience and true justice. Some of us live the rest of our lives with wrong that we do. You think I'm going to sit there and claim that I paid a debt to a legal society in cash and that somehow I'm absolved from the cosmic justice of having to live with the wrong that I've done in the past that can never be righted? No matter how much cash you throw at it, no matter how sorry I or others am, can't be righted. It can't be brought back. That's how I know you don't got it, because you talk like a bitch ass corporate motherfucker with no real soul, no real heart, no real justice within you, and no orientation toward it. You maximize where you shouldn't and you minimize where you shouldn't. You resist where you shouldn't and you go along where you shouldn't. I don't know the circumstances, but they said he was convicted of armed robbery or whatever the case may be, some kind of robbery. If you put a gun in somebody's face, then you've done something that potentially irreparably changed the rest of somebody's life, potentially. You want to sit there like an unaccountable, irresponsible corporatist male and say you paid a debt to the legal society because what? Because you went to their private jail so they could get paid because you gave them cash? That person may never be able to shake the vision of what the fuck you did or what you were a part of, but you don't give a fuck. And I shouldn't have to tell you this. Best online stepdaddy, 5 years running. You just undid yourself again. They just know about your one statement right there, what your soul and your heart is all really about. You don't really care. You think you could do wrong in this life, and if you pay cash to these corporatists, you get absolved of the wrongdoing. That means you don't have conscience and justice to live it over and over again. If you did, you'd come at it the way that I do, and you don't, so you're not. So all in one moment, once again, there's been about 10 or 15 of them this hour and a half in this broadcast, in this court proceeding, where you revealed your mind and your heart, why you and many others, most others, need governance externally, because you don't have conscience and it doesn't operate on you the way it does the rest of us who've had an awakening of some kind of care in our heart about the difference between right from wrong. See, my debt is with me and my conscience and the God that put it there. That's the debt I got to pay. And I'm sitting here 1,000 fucking days straight at times attempting to pay it the only way it could be paid. And it never gets paid. Really. Yous all don't do that. I can't even get a hold of you when I'm doing what the fuck you say you're going to do. I can't even get a hold of you. So I know you don't get a hold of the people who reach out to you and talk to the people. I know you don't. See, they think that they're saying something that sounds good and feels good to a legal society, and a legal society says, you stupid motherfucker, talking like us and giving us the shit we gave you. Now we know who and what you are. Paid your debt to society. What, the same society that just merged with Israel and blew up the Gaza Strip? Stupid motherfucker. You don't even care about what you're saying ain't true and correct, and that it's the antithesis of justice and the foundational law of this land. You got no business standing up at court talking. But I mean, again, on the other side of things, right, we all learn the hard way. We're all on our own time till we're on God's timing. That's the thing. I don't give a fuck about the legal society and whatever the fuck I did and how it relates to them. I never paid my debt to society because I was never part of that society. I still am not. My debt is with me and the God that put conscience inside of me. And I don't even know if it can be paid at this point. That's the reality of it. When you want to get real with yourself and each other, you'll come to that realization as well. And then you won't have to be talked to like a fucking child at court or outside of court, because you'll be able to govern yourself with an orientation toward justice. And you'll be conscience able enough to understand when you do wrong continually and try to work toward doing and being right for yourself and others, instead of acting out to try to get attention and profiteer.
Court of law has exactly one honest thing left to do: find me not guilty. Thank you, Judge.
Judge, just a couple of points. I have been very clear from the very beginning with counsel that represented Mr. Reyes beforehand, and I've been very clear in this courtroom. It's that first sign. That is all that is necessary under our statute for the notice requirement to reasonably come to the attention. In fact, Mr. Reyes himself testified he saw it, he ignored it, he walked by it because he believed it to be something else. But it said, and let's be clear, he keeps referring to a road. It was a driveway, not a road. It was private property he was on, not a road, not even a private road. It was private property, a driveway that was posted private. They didn't manufacture the sign. That's how the sign came, but it was very clear from Ms. Fahey and Mr. Fahey that the whole point was to avoid trespassers in any way, shape, or form coming up their driveway, and that's why that was posted. There's been a lot of talk about the no trespassing sign. I've never, including with this council before, indicated that's what I was relying on as being posted. It's just curious to me that Sergeant Bedard was able to see that from the driveway walking up the first time before it got moved by Officer Romansky, and he could photograph it in place, but that he was able to see it from the driveway, but somehow Mr. Reyes and Mr. Glover weren't able to. However, that first sign alone is sufficient for notice under our statute. The animosity, the civil lawsuit, all the other that plays into the fact that he knows he was not welcome on that property, should not have been on that property. He doesn't have a right to be on that private property if it's posted and there's no, he knows there's no legitimate, he wasn't invited by Mr. Fahey to speak about anything. He went there of his own accord, and in doing so, he violated the law in the state of Connecticut. I remind the court that Mr. Fahey, that he now tells you to completely disregard, was not even called by the state, it was called by Mr. Reyes. For what purpose, I don't know, a confrontation again in court, which it resulted in ultimately, further bolstering the state's claim about animosity between the two individuals dating back to that first incident. I can assure the court of one thing. I think if Mr. Fahey was not the person who walked out of that door in 2021, there would never be a claim of overtime abuse by Sergeant Fahey, because I can and Mr. Reyes does an internet search. He too could find dozens of troopers that probably made more than Mr. Fahey. That's neither here nor there. What matters is on July 11th, did he pass a sign? Did he know the sign was there? Was it reasonably posted? It was. It was on the Fahey's property. It was on next to their driveway that they owned all the way up to the split in the road. And Kimberly Fahey actually believes the sign, second sign, to be on their property, but that's neither here nor there. That first sign is sufficient. He indicated he saw it, he walked by it, and he had no license or privilege to be there, and he knew that. I would ask Your Honor to find him.
Judge.
I have no right to respond. I have a burden of proof, Judge.
No, I'm not trying, I understand, I believe he's trying to offer memorandum.
Oh, that's fine. I moved here.
Judge, I just wanted to offer this memorandum of law.
All right, you're welcome to take the matter or take the memorandum of law. Thank you. Absent objection. And of course,
I assume it's not in any way, shape, or form as is required by the rules of law now in our state. There's no AI generation to all this.
Oh, no.
Okay, fine, thank you.
all right. And with that, the court is going to close the evidence in this matter. We'll take the matter under consideration and evaluate the evidence in our.
So someone in the chat wrote that the prosecutor and the officer both have the same name, Fahey, and they thought that was interesting. Well, I'm one of them schizophrenic gorillas, and immediately I go to the metaphysical forensics. So we'll go to the etymology, and we'll do some soothsaying. This is like, I'd have been the guy who they say is the snake oil salesman, and maybe I am, you decide, but I don't have my ears and tongue cut off and out yet, right? All the guys who keep selling miracle potions and have no ears and tongue left, because that's what they used to do to grifters and liars and frauds back in the day when they could prove it. Cut their ears and tongues out. So let's play the game. Let's look into the scrying mirror for the metaphysical, holographic, reflective, synchronistic simulation details. Is it Colonel Mustard with the candlestick in the library? Origin and meaning, Fahey, signifying base, foundation, support. Pretty much the whole theme of this whole broadcast and every broadcast, that we're lacking in our foundations, in our support. Mr. Fahey is just a reflection of that dynamic. We're all lacking in our foundations and support here. The personal name Fahey goes back to Fathade. Interestingly, it looks a lot like faith. The personal name Fathad is derived from the Gaelic word fotad, meaning base, foundation, or support, indicating the original bearer may have been regarded as foundational or stabilizing figure within the community. By the way, the stabilizing foundational figure in the community is never a person, place, or a thing. It's always an idea, an experience, a set of value and power principles and modalities, right? So We continue on here. Some historical interpretations also associate the name with giant or warlike, suggesting strength or martial prowess in early bearers. Well, I could even work that right into my soothsaying snake oil tea leaf wrap. That this foundation of who and what we are is lacking as individuals under God. And that's why we continue to meet and be crushed by this giant warlike Fahy of sorts, because it shows up the way that it does and has its way with us because we refuse to show up the way we're meant to and walk in the way. See? So, all right, metaphysical tea leaf. It's like when they drop the sticks and then I start talking about what's in there, right? Like they drop the tea leaves and I look in there, I start talking about what the leaves are showing me about the reality. And they really think I'm crazy and reaching.
The parties wants to consider both the testimony as well as the exhibits that were offered further. The court's intention is to have the matter docketed in a short period of time, and at that time, the court will, once it has had an opportunity to review everything and reflect on it, will issue it.
I'm going to answer to this. Certain aspects of things he said and done and shown as we go over this broadcast, as we have, shows that Mr. Reyes is in fact guilty. He may or may not be guilty of anything unlawful or crimes in this case, in a technical sense. But you just made a statement and the statement is potentially not true. And again, I say potentially because based on certain things I'm seeing in patterns that I recognize in myself and in others and certain ways of presenting. So Mr. Reyes is in fact guilty, just maybe not of whatever is claiming in this case. And you may want to go back and watch and listen to the whole broadcast. And I basically, again, reflect all of what I know about me and what I've learned. That knowledge of self is knowledge of the universe. And I take what I've learned about me that I've seen reflected with others. I apply that to every situation. It's part of my holographic reflective mapping of reality. And again, everything is just levels and extremes. So to some extent, it doesn't mean that everything I've done or been a part of or even experienced on any level is every level of everyone else's experience. It's just reflections to varying degrees. But again, what is Mr. Reyes guilty of, if nothing else? It's not illegal or unlawful, but we're all guilty of it at some point because everybody plays the fool sometime. Going somewhere he knew he probably shouldn't have gone if he actually wanted to be at peace and didn't want to be in litigation. Common sense. If you want to be at peace and you want to pursue rights and freedom and whatever else, you don't go down to the captain's house you say assaulted you in uniform and go to his front door and knock on it, take 20 steps back, and then put a camera crew in his face with a huge billboard truck at the end of the cul-de-sac. I mean, again, did he technically, legally, or lawfully do wrong? Probably not. Did he cause any loss, injury, and harm? No. Is he sitting there and looking a judge in a court and everyone in the face and bullshitting everyone that he just went there to hang out and get his Mr. Fahy side of the story? Come on, man. And again, once you lie at court or play fucking power games at court, your whole testimony is stricken. That's an ancient law and it's based in common sense. If I catch you bullshitting and playing games even a little bit somewhere and not keeping it all the way real and funky, as they used to say on the street, just whatever it is, come out with it. Because we're going to get to it anyway. And if we have to find it out before you tell us it, then we're not going to listen to anything else you say. And we're going to presume that's your whole life. You're full of shit. So again, you all want to talk about legal, lawful, and all the rest of this. Cool. We could do that. I do it as good, if not better than the rest of these frauds selling packets on here. Okay. But again, life doesn't begin and end with legal and lawful. Because there's logic, moral, and ethical as well. You could argue it was illogical, it wasn't immoral, it was unethical, and it was not based in any kind of rational common sense. And that's why he found himself in these problems and issues. Listen, if Long Island Audit, like so many other auditors, want problems and issues and be in litigation or be prepared for it, you could just take your plates off, like me and others. Cameron's down there. Go argue with him. He's very nice, kind, and polite and loving to you folks. Better stepdaddy than I ever could be. You know? So, right. What was that? I'm getting to that point now. We're getting 7 hours in where I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying or where the thread is at. And when I get off the thread to make another comment, I'm having a hard time finding. This is what I call daily Alzheimer's. I have a daily Alzheimer's event. Usually I find 6 or 7 hours into a broadcast. So, right. If I was saying anything that was meaningful and anybody remembers it and they want to remind me of what thread I was on so I could pick it back up, we could take it. If not, yeah, there's only so many different ways that this could be explained. The same thing could be explained in different ways or expounded upon. So, yeah, this is just, you know, you want to do a broadcast and act out and pretend and all the rest of it and act and LARP. I mean, we do it here to some extent. But when we go to court, it's about establishing credibility. If your first line is you're going to look the whole court in the face and whoever you call your honor and all the rest of this garbage, I mean, how honorable were you? And say, I just wanted to go see Mr. Fahey and get his opinion on blah, blah, blah. No, you wanted to go trigger the motherfucker and get him out of his body so you can get shots of him and do advertising with it. Cut it out. It begins and ends there. Again, don't make it about legal lawful. Make it about good faith versus whatever else you want to talk about. Honorability and good faith versus whatever other monkey games we all like to play here with ourselves and each other. And again, I don't mind it. Just cop to it. Don't bullshit about it. We won't have a problem. Because again, you didn't do wrong. If you did something illegal, but you didn't do wrong, I don't even care. Just don't bullshit me and everyone else about it. Don't you remember them speeches? You all never had them kind of parents who never got them speeches. You never had an uncle either. You never had anyone in your life who would just say to you, listen, I know you're a fuck up loser and you're going to just do wrong and stupid and bad shit like we all do at some point. Cool. Like, just cop to it. If you didn't do wrong and you did something illegal, just cop to it. Like, remember in school, there used to be certain kind of parents who would say, I don't care what you did at school. If you didn't do wrong, just come home and don't lie to me. Like your attorney tells you. I don't care what you did or didn't do. Just fucking cop to it. Tell me what it really is so we can handle this shit like men. See, what good is it if you don't hire an attorney, but you go in there acting like one? Double speaking and playing fucking word games. That's the whole thing. I got to be daddy here because they never got that talk from some kind of daddy figure somewhere. And they never, I guess, watched a movie and realized what the fuck it all was. Like, listen, son, I don't even care if you did something illegal. Did you do wrong? No? Okay, then be honest with yourself and me and everybody else and stand on it. What the fuck did you do? I went over there with a billboard truck and I put a camera crew in this guy's face and I tried to get him triggered out of his body to show he can't control himself and he's not fit to be in governance. Cool, whatever. That's not even so much of a bad thing. Don't bullshit me in the court about it when we go to ask you about it. Because now you're non-credible. We can't even listen to you. We don't want to listen to you. You were entertaining there for a second. That's the difference. I'll show up at court like I did at 19 and say, yeah, I was shooting this, and this, and it's my right to do it because it's my body. And I'd rather get high and kill the pain than live around a bunch of slaves like you fake ass motherfuckers. Yeah. I stood at court and said that. My father and everybody thought I was fucking crazy. And you know what the broad on the bench said? You seem pretty intelligent and passionate and like you might even know something. Just go to rehab, Paulie boy. You might need it. That was after doing 4 years probation, getting locked up, doing 100 days the first time hiring an attorney. That's when I learned. First time hiring an attorney, $5,000, 4 years probation, violated with a month left, 100 days anyway. Wound up doing the time I would have done anyway. Second time around, own the shit. No hiring nobody. My father said, what? Yeah, I'm not taking the attorney. I'm going to pay for it. Your uncle's. It's not about that. I'm standing on my own as a man on my own decisions, and I'm not bullshitting myself or anybody else. Isn't that what a daddy's supposed to teach a son anyway? That's where I thought my father was a bitch-ass motherfucker. Isn't this what you're supposed to be teaching me, coward? To stand up at court and stand on my behaviors, right, wrong, or indifferent, be accountable for what the fuck I did. So I got my daddy in my life telling me not to do that shit, trying to buy me out of it. And I'm telling him at 19, now I'm standing on it. And that's why that woman on the bench got wet on the bench. I don't give a fuck what you think about that. I'm a trigger. And she had some fucking honor and respect for me. And she looked out for me because I needed a care and I needed rehab anyway. And there I got a whole bunch of experiences I need anyway. And the only reason I got rehab and went there is because that bitch, and I'm saying that in a positive sense, saw in one moment, this is a real motherfucker. He's standing on something. She's seen my father over my shoulder like this. You think they all don't know the shot? You think they all don't talk to each other and know the shot? You think my father don't tell somebody who tells somebody this is what Paulie's on right now? This motherfucker's crazy, but he's the only one in here, ironically, that we can honor and respect with a needle in his fucking arm. What does that say about all of you and your culture and society? Right, that part. It hit different, bro. That's my new shit. I'm doing like the kids on Chicago do. That's the new phrase. It hit different, bro. So even if they were going to slave you and you were all the way guilty and told the whole fucking world, it wouldn't be near as bad for you. And you probably get what you needed if you just own your fucking shit and stop lying to yourself and everybody else. Stop being a bitch. That's all of what this experience is trying to teach all of us on every level. If you want to boil it all down, how to become a real man, how to stop acting like a bitch, so that we and our women and children could respect us again. And more importantly, not more importantly, it all works together. What the fuck am I saying? So that as importantly, the courts and the personnel here at the levers can respect us as well. And you can't respect somebody who comes home from Vegas and says, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Oh, I don't know. Define cheating and all the rest of it. You were slinging dick or you weren't. If you were, tell us why you were, stand mute. Because we already know the deal. Cut the games. Well, it was an escort. It wasn't a whore. Give me a break. Just like Artie came here and said, United States isn't a corporation. It just acts like one. I had to tell him. It was a famous line in history. I don't care if anyone else doesn't think so. It was perfect. Perfectly well timed by the God of all media. I said, yeah, Artie. And your mama acts like a whore, but she's not one, right? Give me this fucking nonsense double talk. You works for you at court with a bunch of morons who can't see through it and live the truth. Not with me. Again, you want to win this court case while you lose everyone instead of get you, that administrator, and every man or woman in there to respect you. That's why you keep failing. That's why when I go in a black t-shirt that says you're a slave on it and camo pants, and I have the last 6 times I fucking went, they can respect me and honor me as a man under there. It doesn't matter under God, in there. It doesn't matter all the other shit, because the real is the real and all the other shit is all the other shit. Just like I don't respect it, they don't respect it and honor it either.
Decision in a judgment case. So the matter will be redacted in a matter of, I would presume, 2 to 4 weeks. Court is adjourned. All rise. Honorable Superior Court now.
All right, fellow patriots. So I hope you enjoyed the trial as much as I did.
What the fuck does that mean? How do I know you're full of shit? See, this is what I mean, man. I want to love you guys and work with you guys, and it never works because you do shit that makes me. I changed my first channel to Patriot to try to mock you guys because you all do the same shit, like David Nino Rodriguez, all you clowns. You use buzzwords. You guys are buzzwordy guys. All right, all you patriots. What patriots? Who, what, where, when, how, why, and how? The fuck out of here with all that. That's why they get 200 grand at the drop of a hat. I'm blessed and thankful and grateful if I get a couple. I really am. Because of who, what we are, what we serve, and how we come at this shit. Greetings, all you patriots. You mean your bitch ass cowardly audience that doesn't know right from wrong, doesn't have the courage to stand on their rights, won't uphold the law, are the reason why this whole shit is the way it is, hitting for clicks and views and contributing for a motherfucker to be their hero like Enrique Iglesias? I can be a hero, baby. I get it. It's not real, bro. What I just said and did was real, bro. And I'm just having fun with Enrique because why not? That's a clip they'll take out of context. They'll say, on this date, you said, quote, you had fun with Enrique. What do you mean by that, Paul? I gotta see what you did there, Mr. Fahey. Touche, Mr. Fahey. Aren't you embarrassed? I know I should be embarrassed because I just did the I can't be your hero bit. Aren't you embarrassed showing up in a red, white, and blue tie and telling your audience they're all patriots so they keep paying you and enabling you to not go to the next level? What is this, like a rubric out here? Is this a DeCastro rubric? Did DeCastro start classes on how to be an auditor and a legal scholar? Is that what this all is? Is that what I'm looking at? Fuck is this on every level? You wonder why your courts and your audience doesn't really respect you either beyond a certain point. They don't trust you beyond a certain point. If they do, it's because they can't see. It's the blind leading the blind. They wonder why the courts don't respect them. The same reasons I don't. And I know I'm a bully and an asshole because I'm giving you the game they're never going to tell you that undoes you every time you reach for it because you think it gives you worldly value and power. And it does. You just got to sell your soul and your true value and power to get it and receive it and be with it. It's like Nino. I get these emails. I never even gave Nino my email. How the fuck does he? I guess he took it from here and put me on a list. I get emails from Nino with like red, white, and blue flags, and he's like, "Oh, we're having Wano Slavin on, and he's going to give us the breakdown how Donald Trump's really QAnus and blah blah blah." And I'm like, and it's like every letter's like some secret membership club where only you get the intel. Like, greetings, patriots. We're coming at you from the underground bunker. We're bringing you in on the secrets that 3.5 thousand live viewers pushed in the algorithm are going to get today. We do nothing on the ground. All you patriots out there, sign up for my Patriot newsletter. They got 15 different fucking products and bullshit services to sell you and can't even show up as the thing ever one time. That's what most people resonate with. Go ask Jeebus.
It's easy to go to trial when you're innocent and the video evidence shows you're innocent. Obviously, as you can see from the day one trial and today's video, I'm not an attorney, but I am innocent. Unfortunately, the judge has reserved his decision in this case, and he will be deliberating in the coming weeks, and we will have to come back to court to get the verdict. But I'm confident that the verdict will be not guilty because I am. So make sure you subscribe to the channel, have notifications turned on so you do not miss the upcoming video where I will be releasing the verdict of this trial. I appreciate all your love and support. It means the absolute world to me. As always, stay safe. God bless. I'll see you in the next one. Long Island Audit. Peace.
I mean, again, and then right afterward, buy my hat. See? Right afterward, we had to get buy my hat right after there. Got to get that in there. Go to the tyranny store. Go to my Patriot tyranny store and buy my hat. Again, you guys should run for politics. You all should. This is why DeCastro was right. That's why when he called me in between smoking my 15th blunt at the time, we quit that now, at least for the time being. You never know. He's telling me, Paul, you really got to get out there and do something like me and run for politics. And I go, no, DeCastro. And if you continue down this road, I'm going to get very not nice, kind, and polite on the phone. Because I'm really not that unreasonable. And I'll let you go on and I'll be like, okay, thanks for your perspective. And then at some point, I just fucking go off on you when I'm tired of your ignorance and arrogance. But I see, and they never figure out that, I guess, after a certain point, maybe they do. Once I finally go off on them and air them out and whatever else, that we're not equally yoked. But yeah, they like have these big ideas in politics and being part of this corporation. I go, why are you telling me to do that? That's you. That's for you to do. You guys, this is how you all live from day one. I'm not, it's not in my blood. It's not who and what I am. I'm the Irish, Italian, peasant, old soul from the old country, right? I keep it simple. I live within my means. I have a code of honor that I have to live by, because if not, I'm going to be working with them guys down the block in the outfit and it never goes well for us. And I'm not interested in playing fucking games with myself or anyone else. And I'm not interested in lying to myself or anyone else. So if you're not on that kind of timing, stay the fuck from around me, is what it really is. I'm far from, I'm going to put on a suit every day and go down somewhere to convince somebody I got the answers of what I've created that I'm not addressing and solving, right? Absolute bullshit to yourselves and everyone else. That's what you should all do. Then you could run around town and tell everyone how you love everyone equally and everything's all the same and everyone's inclusive and equal and, oh, it means so much and never encourage anyone to actually do and be shit here for themselves or anything else beyond their own fears and comforts. please. It's another cult of personality. Every time you turn around, it's another cult of personality. And if I let them, they'll do it here. I make it so difficult for them because look at how I present and come off, right? It almost needs to be that way. Ryan Lilly, thank you for your contributions and support, sir. Thank you. By the way, I might just stop my whole life because I care about you so much. Not that you all should come here with me and sit in fellowship with God and the truth and care about that together and do and be that and reflect that. It's me and you. And who else is down there right now? Who's like right here, right now, who might be contributing and supporting and might in the future? Let me talk to her. A wobbly boost. I care so much about you and you mean so much to me. Forget about the rights and freedom and truth and principles and all the rest. We apparently don't need that. We never talk about that. That doesn't matter. Steven, I fucking love you and you mean so much to me. Okay? Just you and me right here, bud. See that? You feel that? Right. Jane Northrup, I fucking love you. I don't even know if I could exist without you. I don't even know how I would get up and do this fucking broadcast without you. Quite frankly, without your contributions and support. Where's Scott down there? Because he actually contributes and supports regularly in a financial sense. And I should tell him how much he personally, subjectively means to me in the world. Just by waking up today, he means so much. He's so amazing. This is the bar and the level of like goodness or greatness or like amazement at this point. Just everyone gets it. It's a whole society of everyone gets a fake ass compliment and a trophy and then everyone's inclusive. So there's no more power and value with anything. There's no more rarity because everything's just everything, you know? Like, how dare I like say like I have a certain bond with Scott because of these ideas in the spirit, and that also I need to like honor and respect him, and he needs to honor and respect himself and his land and the law, right? Like that part of my love ability back and forth with people is we got to work that more, you know, to establish that bond with ourselves and each other in that way. How dare I have some kind of like, you know, even though all your founders said with the freedoms and rights you're living off of now that they died for, said you should shame a bunch of slaves who don't uphold their rights and freedom. Well, forget about that. It's a different time. Those founders were so mean. Founders were abusive, is what it was. And again, not like my father and others calling me at 12 and whatever years old, a fat, ugly fuck and all the rest of it. He didn't say directly ugly. He said fat fuck, but the ugly part was inferred by making fun of different features of mine and all the rest of it. They don't, you know, I'm not doing that here. Right? The founders didn't do that. They shamed you for acting like a bunch of cowards and knowing it and not doing what you know is right and then blaming other people for why you're in slavery and still living. See how that works? That's why we don't do it anymore, but we used to have segments where we would bring the women up and make them be honest with their men and just destroy whole lives. No, we didn't destroy whole lives. We gave opportunity to remake whole lives. We destroyed whole illusions and delusions. We love that here. We love that here. Actually, we did. We did a piece of that the other day where a woman came on the phone and just laughed. She just guffawed laughing when I started going off on how weak and effeminate, lukewarm beta male that the man she was with was. And she never really confirmed or denied. She just started cracking up laughing. Oh, ooh. She couldn't get enough of it. And then the man went, and I went, And I think we all understood something in that moment that day. Yeah, the idea of love, how love able comes with certain duties and obligations. And if you don't adhere to that, then you're not love able. It doesn't matter what you feel. praise God of all media. I don't know in this moment if I'm worthy of praise. The truth is worthy of praise. In the face of rejection, the truth is good and great. God is good and great. They say so man is also good and great because man is a reflection of that, if it is a reflection of that. So that was one of the interesting things when we went to NAA rehab that I was court mandated to after I stood for myself. They gave us all a chip that said recognizing greatness. And as soon as I went to recognize the greatness in myself, everybody got uppity. It was the weirdest thing ever when I was, and they didn't have any problem with me. It seemed like how I was when I was on heroin. They would call me stuff and alienate me. But as soon as I started to recognize greatness in myself and try to walk with that, that became a problem even. That's what was so weird about it. I didn't quite understand. All right, let's wrap up. Back who knows when. Peace to everyone and live without fear, of course. As we know. A little bit of inside, outside branding joking there. If you know, you know. Special thanks to contributors and supporters in all forms. Not just gifting, but music, videos, highlights, articles, reels, most importantly, getting activated on the ground, right? They say, Paulie boy, we love the rights and freedom thing. We're inspired. Thank you. Thank you. You're so amazing. And I tell them, show me, don't tell me. So that's where you contribute and support one way or the other. The best way to contribute and support, if you love that and are inspired by that, is to be that. Stand for our, not yours or mine, because that's not a thing. Stand for our rights and freedom. And show me and you and everybody else how thankful and grateful you are, not only for God of all media, but God of creation and the law that it lays down or experiences, right? Co-creates. So I'll leave it there. Proper instruction motivates people on the way out. You turn your birthright into paperwork. What's the next line of that? I want a lyrics. Gorilla Gems, can we get lyrics for the proper instruction motivates people reggae song? So we can all learn it. By the way, Dick, which I don't know why someone named Rich or Rick would ever choose the Dick out of all 3 or 4. That proves he is meant to be here, right? He's a born troll. You know, he's got a mischievous spirit. He's got 4 options and he picks Dick out of all of them. But Dick has learned the Look Away Coward Man song. He's going to play it on guitar here and at some open mic events. So that's going to be good. We're going to get some direct on the ground feedback with the music. So I look forward to that. Right. Proper instruction motivates people. Reggae version on the way out. Gorilla Gems production. Like, share, subscribe, restream. Buy my why, try. I cry. Always lie fold. Okay? You're going to need that. Bye.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. They turn birthright into paperwork. Stamped your spirit with a barcode. But laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. Yeah, there's a license for your living. Permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. But my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, they'll sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze and trace the trap. I was scrolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than state. Proper instruction under this people. Proper instruction under this people. instruction, only these people. Proper instruction, only these people. Gorilla! Gorilla! I ain't fighting just the system, I'm a victim of my pride. All the jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, how I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. And no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small. Next to one true law written on us all. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla.
This woman is harassing and stalking me, and I like her to stay away from me.